White Sox collector has when I meet with him. I think that's going to be this week. Okay, next up we have, I think it's the Bulldog. Bulldog, you going out on a limb? Or
a real long shot. You guys will send me down in flames probably, but I'm going with King Kong Charlie Keller, the guy that flattened Ernie the Schnoz Lombardi in the 1939 World Series when he's guarding the plate. He's underrated, so I'm going to go with Charlie Keller.
Yeah, he was a good hitter. I looked up his stats.
He's a clutch hitter.
Yeah, very good hitter. Now, the clutch of that I didn't know, but I guess if he had 100 RBIs a few years, you got to be pretty clutch to do that. Okay, now who wants to go first? I think we should have Vince go first and let Mario do some more calisthenics while Vince is picking. Okay.
Well, I think this is the there you go. I think this is the first week in a while that John Drummond, you haven't picked somebody else first by saying, I'll go with the MJ, or maybe I pick the MJ and then switch. So, you know what? He's too confident. I'm going with Keller also, even if I can
there you go, Vince. Side of the ball. There you go.
Vince goes out on the Bulldogs list. Usually you would pick who he threw to the side that he was originally going to pick.
That's helped me get out of the zero category.
So now Vince is out on the limb. If they're wrong, Bulldog doesn't lose a point. Vince does. Wow, this is like opposite world Costanza. Okay, now the producers. Mario makes his pick.
All right, this is stressful, but if I go against the GOAT, I don't think my dad will talk to me for a year, so I'm going the Jordan Kobe right off the bat. Talk to me, Tom. Talk to me.
That is a very neat card, no doubt about it. Okay. So there's a double up, and there's one item that no one picked. Okay. So let's start with the lowest item, Nancy. Sam Crawford, 1909 Topping and Company Detroit Tigers postcard SGC 3, a solid $4,200, but that's not going to cut it this week. That's the lowest price, $4,200 this week. Second lowest item, Vince, you're not going to be happy to hear this.
Oh,
King
man.
Kong Keller, the jersey, the Yankees jersey, seems like that would have been up there, and it was $4,560 in an REA auction, but not number one. So,
well, John, I still believe in you, John. Next week's our week.
We could have won it.
You can believe in him all you want, Vince, but you still lose a point. Okay. No, it's either the producers pick up a point or no one does. And in our long history of which ended higher, this has happened many times. No one gets a point.
You set me up every two.
Yes. The Stooges came through number one at 6,600, and the Kobe Jordan double refractor, $5,280 in a Huggins and Scott auction. Wow,
man.
Big price for that card, but the Stooges came through number 26. I tried to downplay the registry. I guess I got you guys with that one, but that's pretty good being 26 on the registry. Okay.
So
now, Bulldog.
Before we get to John, could I just make a little announcement?
Yes.
So after 46 years, House of Cards, which is in Wheaton, Maryland, has a new owner. His name is Brian Tice. And it was bittersweet, but it was Brian's really held the fort quite well, and so I'm very happy that he is now the new owner of House of Cards in Wheaton. Ooh. And I believe that House of Cards is at least the oldest continuously run baseball card store in the state of Maryland. I don't know about the U.S., but in 2026, House of Cards will be 50 years old.
Oh,
wow. That was originally started by you and Bill, right?
No, it was not. We purchased it in 1979 from John Scott and Nick Schaaf, longtime collectors and dealers. and but it was started by somebody else whose name I do not know in 1976. And then it went to John and Nick, and then Bill and I purchased it in 1979.
Okay.
And
so
then the other thing I wanted to remember is, John, what happened 30 years ago today? 30 years ago today.
1895.
All history.
In history. By golly, I've got a mental block right now. What was so big that day?
Cal Ripken.
Yeah. He
broke
set
the record.
Yeah, I forgot that.
And I was there.
Were you really?
Oh, yeah. It was one of the most exciting events and sporting events that I've ever been to. It was so wonderful.
I remember people talking about that at Triple Crown, when I had the store, and be like, Ripken's looking like he might actually beat Gehrig's record. And it's like, I don't know, the odds of doing that I never thought anybody had passed
one of the most magical nights I've ever had.
I bet.
It was fantastic. So,
very neat.
Anyway, I'm just reliving that right today. So I'll let you guys get back to the show then. Anyway, those are my 2 things I wanted to say.
Now you're going to be off next week, right, Nancy?
I will. I'm taking a road trip next week.
I'll have to see if Americana Steve can take over for you.
Great, thanks.
Okay, very good. Well, have a good trip, and we'll see you. Talk to you in a couple of weeks. And Bulldog now, Floyd Patterson, and how that was a tough interview. I take it.
Well, we're going back to 1962. What happened? Patterson was a heavyweight champion of the world, a former Olympic title holder. A clean-cut guy, but he had avoided, according to most experts, Sonny Liston. People told him, don't fight Liston. Liston was the epitome of something different. An ex-convict, surly type of guy, a bully type of guy, but pressure was on him. If he calls himself a champion, he's going to have to take on Liston. And so they fought in 1962 in September in Comiskey Park in Chicago. In the meantime, the owner of the manager of the station I was at, WRX-TV, said, you got to go, I want an interview with Patterson. And that's not that easy to get, the guy in training. I'll tell you, it's different than going to a ballpark. But, well, okay, I'll give it a shot. He said, oh, by the way, he said, I want you to take, Swede Clark is going to go with you. Now, Swede Clark had an automobile agency in the Rockford area. He was a hard sell guy. He worked for Jim Moran. Some of our older listeners may remember him. But he wanted to get a picture of me of Patterson with Swede, just like that. So we go in there, lo and behold, and we meet the guy handling the PR, Sam Taub. We used to do fights on Adam Hatz, play-by-play. Showed him my credentials from International Boxing Club had given me the okay. And he said, well, I'm sorry. He says, what about the chance of doing an interview? He said, oh, no. He said, Floyd's walking off of hate right now. He doesn't want to talk to anybody. But he may have a news conference later, but I even doubt that. Well, in the meantime, I said, Sam, could we talk to you a bit? If you had that good background as a blow-by-blow announcer, could we do an interview with? Oh, yeah. Because Sam was no kid at that time. People didn't pay any attention to him. So we did that, and then I saw the sparring partners hanging around. I said, how about with one of those boys, be a good angle to talk to one of the sparring mates, what it's like to be preparing the champ for a fight. And so, to make a long story short, we interviewed young Jack Johnson, who was emulated Mr. and he was a big guy in the sparring sessions. Well, that looked like that'd be the end of it. Patterson came back, and apparently, I think one of the sparring partners said, hey, a guy came up to us and talked to us, not like these other guys from New York that could only talk to you. And Patterson agreed to do a one-on-one interview with us in the ring. And I'll tell you, at that time, I remember one of the other guys came by from some Eastern up. Hey, how did you rate this? How do you rate this? And the promoter, Tom Bowen, came by, and he said, I don't know how you pulled that off, but you did. He said he wasn't going to fight. And last time, frosting on the cake, there was a Swedish film crew there. Remember, Sweden had Ingemar Johansson, who had fought Patterson several times. And they thought I must be an expert, so they wanted to do an interview with me. And frankly, I did the interview, but admitted, I said that Liston will knock him out early if they fight. But then I promoted, showed some other guys that were fighters there. So I was king of the. Hey, I was a high man there. Everybody said, how did you get this interview with Patterson? Not only that, and here's frosting, more real frosting on the cake. We got a picture with Swede Clark and Patterson, so Swede could take that back. He would carry that to his grave, probably. It was that big a deal. So we hit 100 on the Colgate laugh meter that day.
And no wonder we have listeners in Sweden.
There you go. You said, well, Ingemar Johansson. And he's the only guy, by the way, that trained with a girlfriend. It's Bridget is her name. That's a fact. That was a big story at the time. But
I
talk
posted
about that another day, I guess.
I posted the picture on X or Twitter on my T Crown Tom Twitter ID of you interviewing Floyd Patterson. So it's evidence right there. A very good picture of the two of you.
Yes, it was. And that was done at his training camp, was right south of Elgin. And then, of course, Sonny Liston was training at the Aurora Downs racetrack. And to make a long story short, as you probably know, the fight only lasted one round. Liston knocked him out in the first round. And I think Floyd was so humiliated by it, he wore a fake beard he put on and snuck out the back door. That's true. And went back to New York.
Wow. Really?
But the bad guy won that time. Heroes did not win that one.
Well, it's time for a short break now. After the break, we've got Vince's year. We're going to do, Vince gives us a year, does a little story, and then I read a couple prices off from the year. And then we've got some other prices, maybe a couple other things to talk about. So we'll be right back. Hang in there.
Looking to cash in on all those years of collecting? Do you have a sports item that's been passed down through your family and you want to find out what it's worth? Call the experts at Huggins & Scott Auctions, the fastest growing auction company in the sports collectibles industry. At Huggins & Scott, they're set up to maximize the value of your items. Whether you have sports cards, autographs, or other sports memorabilia, partner with the team at Huggins & Scott to get top dollar for your sports collectibles. Go to hugginsandscott.com.
At your Chicago area IKEA store, they believe everyone deserves a beautiful and affordable living experience. Transform your home with stylish furniture and home accessories without breaking the bank. From comfortable and fashionable sofas and sectionals to kitchens full of inspiration to bedrooms designed to help you find your best sleep and relaxation, IKEA's home furnishings combine form and function to fit your lifestyle and budget. Visit IKEA in Schaumburg or Bolingbrook today or shop online at ikea.com/US and check out their new local pickup points in your neighborhood.
Who are you talking to? As a business owner putting hard-earned dollars into advertising, that question is everything. So who are you talking to? How about a very loyal fan base of a great Chicago team? Send your message out to White Sox fans all over Chicagoland. The Sox fan is hungry for a new start and ready to support a business that supports their team. So who are you talking to? How about you start with talking to us? Send an email to whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com. That's whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com.
Hey, it's Joe Aurelio, and it's time for Aurelio's Pizza, Chicagoland's oldest pizza chain since 1959. Indulge in our crispy thin crust, signature sauce, and 100% real mozzarella. Visit Aurelio'sPizza.com for the location nearest you. Aurelio's Pizza, it's a sauce.
1/3 of Illinois State University students graduate with zero debt, and Redbirds go on to earn $15,000 more a year than the national average just a few years out of school. Get real return on your investment. Apply today to start creating your legacy at illinoisstate.edu/apply.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy team synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Hey, it's Reese Davis. Let's be honest, we can't keep an eye on everything unless you've got Blink Outdoor 4 cameras. While you're focused on the game, Blink's keeping an eye on your home.
With up to 2-year battery life and with Sync Module XR, you can cover more space without constant maintenance. No wires, no worries. Blink helps keep an eye on what matters most. Get Blink today at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
A Progressive Home and Auto Bundle can protect you round the clock, but we can't protect you from those painful moments in sports.
I can't believe they're moving the team to another city.
True, but you'll never forget all the joy they brought into your life.
Joy? They made the playoffs twice in 50 years.
Gosh, those 2 times were pretty great, weren't they?
How would I know? I wasn't even born yet.
Just think of all the free time you'll have on game days.
Those games were the highlight of my week.
Well, at least your home and auto are protected with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy team synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
A round of golf should be more than just a game. It should be an experience. At Seven Bridges Golf Club, you'll find 100-year-old oaks, rolling fairways, and of course, at least 7 bridges. A championship course with a private field, just a half hour from Chicago. And when the final putt drops, the experience isn't over. Head to the Dock Bar and Grill for great dining, cold drinks, and sunset views that rival any 19th hole. Visit sevenbridgesgolfclub.com to book your tee time today.
It all started back in 1971 when Rocco Polisi and his wife Nancy brought a taste of Italy to Chicago. That's right, Nancy's Pizza, home of the original stuffed pizza. Rocco crafted his recipe from scratch, and when you cut into that crispy crust, you get a gooey molten blend of mozzarella and your favorite fillings that's just perfection. Also, try Nancy's thin crust, crispy on the edges with that caramelized cheese. It is sure to hit the spot. Taste a piece of Chicago pizza history. Stop by my guys at Nancy's in the West Loop on your way to the game, or order from any of their locations throughout the suburbs.
Saving money now at Menards. Patriot Lighting outdoor motion sensing wall lights bring on-demand bright illumination, adding safety and security to your outdoor area. Choose from a variety of styles and functions like the 3-head motion sensor floodlight, which has a powerful 5,500 lumen brightness. Save big on all Patriot security lights. Also check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
This college football moment is brought to you by ServPro.
College football teams have moments they recovered from and made it like it never even happened. Like on October 2nd, 1993, when the University of California faced a 30-0 halftime deficit to Oregon. Cal went on a remarkable 42-11 run in the second half to capture a 42-41 victory, one of the largest comebacks in college football history.
ServPro, like it never even happened.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible, overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan. Sponsored by ERCDelivery.com and Huggins and Scott Auctions on ESPN 1000 and ESPNChicago.com.
Welcome back. I'm Tom Morgan, joined now by Vince Clementi from ERC Delivery, our producer Mario Herron, and Chicago Journalism Hall of Famer John Bulldog Drummond for the last segment of the day, and we lead it off. Vince, what year are we doing this week?
So in this week's year, going back to the World Series 77 years ago, the only white World Series between 47 and 58 not to feature a New York team. And it was a first. In Game 5 of that World Series, with over 85,000 people in the stands, Satchel Paige became the first African-American pitcher to pitch in the World Series. So this week's year is 1948.
1948. You know, I was going to mention there was a Satchel Paige single-sign baseball with a Kansas City MO inscription on it. $14,400 that went for. Nice. But here's something that leads to a quiz. I thought this was kind of funny. This ran in a Huggins
out of just about anything, can't you?
Well, wait till you hear this one. Okay, this ran in the Huggins and Scott auction. It was a check made out by Ty Cobb to a hotel in Reno, Nevada, for 37 cents. 37 cents. He must have been mad at somebody at this hotel, because even then, who writes a check for 37 cents? What do you think that would be the equivalent in value in 2025? 37
I'm going to go with lucky $13.
$13. Mario, you have a guess?
I'm going to go 15.
$15. Bulldog, higher or lower?
I'm going to lower on that one. I don't think that $37 check for 48 might be $5.50, $6 now. That'll be about.
Oh, 37 cents in 1948 is equal to $5.04 in 2025. Now, meanwhile, if they had just,
I'm sorry.
If they had just hung on to that check and not cashed it, it sold for $1,440. So that's not too bad.
No, and by the way, on Vince, people forget if you tell them who Satchel Paige is pitching against that World Series was the Boston Braves, because a lot of people never heard of that team. That's before they went to. There was an actual two major league teams in Boston. A lot of people forget that.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, you think I would have added that to my, informational thing, John. That's why, you're the professional, and I'm just kind of like.
Well, I'm not trying to steal your thunder, but I thought that Braves angle. I remember that. That was. That was unique.
Went to Game 7. Went 7 games. Cleveland won in 7.
Still a very good quick tidbit there, Vince. I like the way you do your 19 your year each week. Now here's a big priced item that's sold in a Robert Edward auction from 1948. We've had lower grade Jackie Robinson 1948-49 Leaf rookies that have sold, for a few $1,000s. Graded 1s and 2s. I think we've been as high as maybe 10, 12,000. This one was graded PSA 7, the 1948-49 Leaf Jackie Robinson rookie, PSA 7, including buyer's premium, $150,000. That card has really gotten big. So if you do have a nice Jackie Robinson Leaf rookie at home and you want to sell it, send me a Gmail, tcrowntom@gmail.com. We were talking about how strong a finish a lot of the items had in the Huggins and Scott auction. I had been talking about that Gale Sayers 1969 Kelly's Chips Zip Stickers card number 13. Got an SGC 2 grade, which seemed like nothing. I think the consignor of that had said, I'm not 100% sure because I talked to a lot of guys with a lot of stuff, but I think he said he only had an offer of like $50 or he thought the card was worth $50 or so. Well, it ended up, it was at 600 something on the last day and ended with a strong finish, including buyer's premium, $2,400. So that was really interesting to see, and happy that we were able to help the guy out, and he got quite a bit more money than he probably would have if he had just sold the card to somebody at a card show or something. So always good to see items like that happen. Now, we did our Bears picks, so the Bears play tomorrow night. Who knows what they're going to do? I think I had picked them to win originally against the Vikings because J.J. McCarthy's less experienced than the Bears guy. But who knows what's going to happen with that. But here's something I was looking at. Bulldog and I were both on the page that we thought the White Sox had a good shot of not getting to 100 losses. Then it was looking like, I don't know. Now they're on pace for 61.56 or 62 wins. And if they win 9 more games out of 20, they're going to not lose 100, which doesn't seem like a big deal. But with all these young players, Colson Montgomery, he's like the PCA of the second half. He's got 18 homers.
He got one last night, yeah.
Yeah, big. They've won like 6 in a row, so they really might not lose 100. And the future for that lineup, in early April and May, they had a lineup that you had 2 or 3 guys batting like 150, and it was terrible. And I'm thinking they're going to have to do a couple free agents, but now you got to they've got some really good young players with Brennan Montgomery coming probably next year, where these guys are fun to watch. I've been watching more baseball this year than the past 10 years, I would say. The games go quicker for the most part, and these are some really good. Kyle Teal in the second half is hitting 325 with a 150 OPS plus. So they've got some good young talent there at the White Sox. And the Cubs are hanging in on the division. They're on pace for 93 wins, 5.5 behind the Brewers, but still have a chance. So fun to watch. And then we'll see. Anybody want to predict the Bears win, lose tomorrow against the or Monday?
They're going to smash them. Bears are going to destroy them.
Oh, I hope you're right, Vince.
I think the Bears will beat Minnesota. Yes, I agree with Vince. They will. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we're 3 for 3 on that.
Yep.
I think it's going to be like 17-13 myself. Well, we're at the end of another week, and I wanted to get to some more prices. I guess we'll do them next week. Thanks to the Bulldog, John Bulldog Drummond, to Nancy Huggins, Robert Edward, auction president Brian Dwyer for his weekly segment, Vince Clementi from ERC Delivery, and thanks to our producer Mario Herron. Great job, Mario. Have a great week, and we'll be back hopefully next Saturday.
Looking to cash in on all those years of collecting? Do you have a sports item that's been passed down through your family and you want to find out what it's worth? Call the experts at Huggins and Scott Auctions, the fastest growing auction company in the sports collectibles industry. At Huggins and Scott, they're set up to maximize the value of your items. Whether you have sports cards, autographs, or other sports memorabilia, partner with the team at Huggins and Scott to get top dollar for your sports collectibles. Go to hugginsandscott.com.
A round of golf should be more than just a game. It should be an experience. At Seven Bridges Golf Club, you'll find 100-year-old oaks, rolling fairways, and of course, at least 7 bridges. A championship course with a private feel, just a half hour from Chicago. And when the final putt drops, the experience isn't over. Head to the Dock Bar and Grill for great dining, cold drinks, and sunset views that rival any 19th hole. Visit sevenbridgesgolfclub.com to book your tee time today.
This college football moment is brought to you by Serve Pro.
College football teams have moments they recovered from and made it like it never even happened. Like on September 24, 2016, when Tulsa found themselves down 31-0 to Fresno State with 10 minutes left in the second quarter. Tulsa fought back to tie the game at 41. And then won 48-41 in double overtime.
Serve Pro. Like it never even happened.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy team synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
This is ESPN Chicago, home of the White Sox. WMVP WTBC HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
This is Chicago's College Tailgate. With Shay Norman and Tyler Aki. Shay and Tyler on ESPN Chicago.
Good morning and welcome on in. It is Chicago's College Tailgate on ESPN Chicago. We're brought to you by Yingling Beer. Shay Norling, Tyler Aki with you every single Saturday morning, talking all things college football, getting you ready for game day. And Shay, I woke up this morning and it didn't feel like football when I walked outside. It felt like conference play. It was like that. We're a couple weeks into the season. Left my house, it was sub 50.
50 degrees when I left
48
my house.
when I left the house this morning.
I have to say, I like it a lot.
Do you? I think we're a bridge too far at this point. It's September 6th.
It's going to be nice and crisp tomorrow for the true kickoff of the NFL season on Sunday. It's nice and crisp for week 2, but technically week 3 in college. I like it, man. Early fall weather is not a bad thing.
I'm not opposed to the fall weather. Today's not hoodie and shorts day.
It's got a mid-October vibe to it.
Today, it's playoff baseball outside right now. That's what we're at. That's where we're sitting.
And speaking of which, you buried the lead on me this morning. We were talking through what we were going to do on the show, and just 5 minutes ago before we get on the air, you look at me and go, this slate today is so bad, I might just go to the Cubs game.
Yeah, I never, and when I say never, I never go to Cubs games during football season. Not like when football is being played. I'll go on like a Tuesday or a Wednesday. But on Thursdays, on Saturdays, on Sundays, I intentionally, like I split season tickets with some friends. I intentionally do not draft any single weekend day in September. Our guy who has the tickets today cannot go, and I may take him. Because what am I supposed to do on this Saturday? Like, there's nothing that pops off the page until 6:30.
Michigan, Oklahoma, that's it.
Like, you got Cy-Hawk, all right. I can do with or without it. Illinois Duke is a good game. My life won't be over if I miss it. Baylor SMU will be fun, but I can catch the first 2.5 hours and get the glimpse of what that game's going to be. I don't need to watch a lot of what's on today.
I tell you what, too, the 2:30 slate, I mean, it's as bad as I've ever seen. You got to be a real college football head to get any enjoyment on it.
We live in the gutter, but
Ole Miss, Kentucky is probably the only, casual fan watchable game in the 2:30 slate. Unless you want to watch, Oregon just beat
Kansas,
Oklahoma
Mizzou.
State with a sledgehammer. Yeah, the border war, but the intrigue of it, of the border war is the rivalry.
Mm-hmm.
And we've had this conversation this week. Do any of these players care? The last time this game got played, they were eating soft food. Like, how could they actually...
14 years, yeah.
How could they feel anything out of the rivalry?
The fans are going to be revved up.
I think we're paying a tax for a massive Week 1 slate with multiple top 10 matchups. Now we get this second meal is booty.
Yeah. And next week we get back to reality, too. There's some good games next week. We'll be in here. We won't be having any conversation about going to baseball games instead of watching some football out there. But no, this slate is not what it was. Not nearly what it was. I would kill to have one of those games from last week. I'd kill to even have a Bama Florida State without knowing what the outcome was.
I'm excited for the night slate. Michigan, Oklahoma should be fantastic. I think Michigan State, BC is sneaky good. It's also like a bit of what's the word I'm looking for? It's not statement, but basically, if Michigan State loses at home to BC, you're going to see the most outraged version of me ever. I will be ready to load Jonathan Cannon Smith into a cannon.
Right-handed pitcher.
Yeah, I'm conflating my White Sox pitchers and my Michigan State head coach. I'll be ready to load Jonathan Smith into a cannon and fire him out of East Lansing if they lose tonight. So there's high stakes involved for me, but it's not a game I think a bunch of people, casual fans, are going to sit down and tune to NBC so they can watch Michigan State BC when Michigan Oklahoma's on.
Oh, is that the Big Ten Saturday night tonight?
Big Ten Saturday night, yes.
All right, better than last week, I guess.
I mean,
Michigan Fresno. You got
Michigan New Mexico
or New Mexico. That's right.
By the way, giving up 17 points to New Mexico now. Yikes.
You're grasping right now. You're reaching. All right, let's get into the games that are going to be played today. We'll start with the big one. That is 6:30 tonight on ABC. Michigan, the 15th ranked team in the country, goes on the road to Norman to take on number 18 Oklahoma. And this is the first big game environment that you're going to see the number one recruit in the country, Bryce Underwood, quarterback, true freshman quarterback, go on the road and take on a really, really ruckus Oklahoma team that we know is well coached defensively. Every Brent Venables team is. And is a rejuvenated offensive team. I'm not going to go out there and say, oh, they're the Lincoln Riley Oklahoma teams, because no, they're not that. They're far from that. Those teams were putting up 50 points a week. But they're a respectable offensive team now with John Mateer, the transfer quarterback.
Yeah. It's a big game for Brent Venables. It's not a huge game for Michigan. I
agree.
Michigan has a lot to gain and really nothing to lose. If you lose, you were a 6-point dog going on the road. You have a true freshman quarterback. You're in SEC territory, even if it's not a true SEC program. Norman at night's no joke now. And I think if you win, you can start seriously talking about we could win the Big Ten. We could be a top 10 team. You wouldn't be able to dismiss any of that, what that Michigan fan would be able to say, should they win. If they lose nothing. The Oklahoma side is a little bit different. You win, then okay, we get to start talking about you as what we wanted them to be, right? Like an SEC contender. You can talk about John Mateer as a potential Heisman-type guy. You can start having those conversations. If they lose, Brent Venables, the heat turns up. It's already hot. If you lose tonight, you start to look at the rest of this schedule and go, we're a 5-win team, and that'll be all.
Yeah. That Michigan side, though, like if you win tonight, this is a very gettable schedule. Like you look at one of the easier schedules. You don't play a ranked opponent, and to be honest, I don't know if that changes between now and when you face Ohio State the last week of the season. And that one's in your house. You can start to, not to look too far ahead, but undefeated 12-0 is in the peripheral. Like you can see that as being a part of how we're talking about Michigan this year. And I feel like if you win this game, you really start to lock yourself in and lock the target on this is a team that is going to be in the college football playoff instead of hoping they can be in the college football playoff.
It would be like if they win tonight, they will have their biggest win until the Ohio State game already under their belt, and they will be favored in every game that they play until the Ohio State game.
Yeah, like in all likelihood.
It really is that simple for them. Win tonight, you can talk about yourself as a playoff team. You can talk about yourself as a Big Ten champion. Lose tonight, then you really lost nothing. It's year one with a freshman quarterback, and you lost a road game at Oklahoma at night. It's no big deal.
And you can still go 10-2.
Right. I don't think there's a lot to take away from any result that Michigan has. No. The Oklahoma side to me is more interesting because you lose tonight, you might be firing your head coach at the end of the season.
Yeah. And you've got a list of 10 coaches you think are on the hot seat. We'll do that in a little bit. Anything else before we move on to something a little more local here?
No, I think Duke, Illinois is a more interesting game.
I think it tells a bigger story for the season.
Like you have a team that has playoff hopes locally in Illinois. Brett Bielema's built a program there. Like preseason top 12. When's the last time you saw that coming out of Champaign?
Yeah.
And now you're going on the road to Duke as a road favorite in the ACC. And I think a lot of people locally might not be familiar with what Duke is, which is it's not really the basketball school that also has a football program that it used to be. Obviously, basketball is number one at Duke. But they are taking football seriously to the tune of $3 million transfer quarterback out of Tulane, Darian Mensah.
Yeah.
They're spending. And Mike Elko, I know he's not there anymore, he changed the vibe. And once you get good at football, it's up to your athletic department to keep you good at football. Duke is up to the task. They have the money for it. They have the donors for it. And they have the investment in the sport now. I think this is a really tough spot for Illinois. And it, again, is like, you win today, then I'm cool if you want to start talking about we can win the Big Ten. But you lose today, it might be another underwhelming season where you had some expectations for Brett Bielema.
For sure. And this is an Illinois team. They're ranked 11th right now, up a spot from a week ago. And on the other side, like this is not going to be easy. Going to Duke, it's going to be about 90 degrees too today in Durham. I think you bring up a good point too with the taking football seriously. And we're starting to see this really show its head. The academic institutions are the ones with the NIL money right now. Look at Michigan. Look at Duke. Spending $3 million on a quarterback at Duke. Who would have ever thought that would have been something we would be doing?
Look at Indiana, going and getting Mendoza from Cal.
For sure. And then look at Alabama, who every week you've got A.J. McCarron crying poor. Nick Saban saying, hey, we don't have the money that the rest of the SEC has. It's Alabama. Like, you would have thought everyone would be pouring their money into it, but it's not the same level. It doesn't have the same level of donors that a lot of these Big Ten schools. It's why I think you're seeing the Big Ten and the SEC cross each other in the night a little bit because of what you have NIL-wise. Now, maybe some of this evens out by the time we get revenue sharing, but the allure of going to Georgia, Bama, Auburn, those SEC schools is not nearly what it used to be. Now you want to go and play for whoever's going to pay you the most money, and that's largely going to come out of the Big Ten.
Before the season started, we talked about it on a Pick a Side podcast, available now, wherever you get your podcasts, or on YouTube, youtube.com/@PickASideESPN.
Where you can also, I don't know if you heard it 1,000 times last night, but you can also find Kurt Warner's QB Confidential on the Rich Eisen show on YouTube.
It's so true. You can indeed find those. Go check that out. But I thought this year would be a bit of a bounce back for the SEC and a down year in the Big Ten. And I know it's only 1 week of reaction, but I already wonder if I'm going to get the Got Fooled Again award because
this early, you're handing it out to yourself.
Dude, Alabama losing the way they lost to Florida State was atrocious. The SEC on the whole, like anybody that played a big-time game except LSU, disappointed. And the Big Ten, the money's there. All these academic powers that just have billionaires who are alumni and are willing to spend on programs, they are the ones getting the most talented players out of the portal. Or schools like Miami that are academic powers, smaller alumni bases, but have immense dollars, can go out and buy Carson Beck.
Right. And more than Carson Beck, too.
Where in the SEC does that money exist?
Vanderbilt.
Arkansas. That's it.
Yeah.
Arkansas's got
A&M,
Tyson Foods and Walmart.
Mm-hmm.
A&M, but I always forget that they're not a true SEC school. A&M's got oil money. Arkansas's got Tyson Foods and Walmart. Vanderbilt's got Vanderbilt. Mm-hmm. Besides those three, there's not some big treasure trove of dollars available.
Florida might.
That Florida's probably got more, but it goes back to the Kalen DeBoer hot seat thing. Can Bama find $60 million to buy him out?
I don't know, man. I don't know. I know, you're going to have to start panhandling in Birmingham if you want to do that.
It's just, that's why I'm starting to already worry that I may have been fooled again. And this really is NIL era of football. The power has shifted to the Big Ten and schools that have massive alumni that are rich and can afford to just spend on football.
Yeah. I think getting back
UNC is another good example of it.
Oh, yeah. They'll have no problem buying out Belichick when they need to.
Which now it's only $1 million.
Right.
That one's cheap, but it's the overall investment. It's not just that they got Bill
Steve, too.
True. It's not just that they got Bill Belichick. It's that they spent an offseason. They bought Mike Lombardi. They brought in NFL head coaches. Yeah. I don't have to like them, but you brought in Freddie Kitchens.
They have price tags.
Right. It's a serious investment financially in football. And
for sure.
I don't know that the SEC on the whole is capable of it.
Yeah. By the way, if you want all of our reaction to games, we don't react to a lot of the games here on this show, but we do react to it on the Pick a Side podcast. You can get all that wherever you get your podcasts, including the ESPN Chicago app and on YouTube. Real quick, before we move on and get to your hot seat list, back to this Illinois-Duke game. I do think that this game is a perfect example of two coaches who tried to hit it on the big time, but now have returned to where they belong in the sport. Manny Diaz went to Miami, had a couple good-ish seasons, but largely failed in terms of bringing back the U, and has found himself at Duke. I think he's in the perfect spot. Brett Bielema tried to hit it big with Arkansas in the SEC, was not cut out for it. Comes back to Illinois. I think he's in the perfect spot, and both of these guys have done a tremendous job in their limited tenures at their respective schools right now.
I think it's a really interesting game. I kind of like the Duke side of it, just being at home and getting points. But I do think it's a fascinating game, and it's the one, frankly, if you made me choose one game in each time slot to watch today, Duke, Illinois would be the one in the 11 a.m. slot.
Yeah.
I don't know that I'd pick a game in 2:30. I might just take that off and spend some time with my wife. And then 6:30 comes around, you got Michigan, Oklahoma. Mm-hmm. And that would be it.
And there's nothing late tonight either. Nothing fun, nothing crazy.
I know. I told you, this might be the most uninspiring slate. The fact that there's the return of the border war is cool. But beyond that, this might be the most uninspiring slate I've seen in
it's a lot of
maybe my adult life.
It's a lot of grasping at straws, swinging at ghosts, trying to find reasons to watch some of these games. I think Cyhawk, it's got the name, it's got the rivalry, but do we really care that much about Cyhawk?
Interestingly, though, it might be a good offensive year in that game.
Yeah. I mean, 43.5, is that the total there?
It's where it was sitting. Let's see if it moved. But you got
Gronowski.
42.5. You got Gronowski for Iowa, decent quarterback. Rocco Becht, people should know his name by now. Iowa State, Big 12 title hopeful. So there's some storylines you can work your way to there.
Yeah, and like you mentioned the border war. Like, yeah, the rivalry's back, but like, do the players care?
It's for the fans, and the fans seem rowdy about it, which is cool.
Yeah.
Frankly, it's a rivalry I never thought should have gone away. Like, Mizzou does not belong in the SEC. Mizzou is a Big 12 team.
Through and through. No doubt about it. All right, and Illini fans, we want to hear from you. How are you feeling about your team? You're ranked 11th in the country. I mean, when you have that preseason billing that slots you inside the college football playoff, you definitely have to be feeling a certain type of way about your team, and I think that Illinois can get there. Today's a huge test, and it may dash their college football playoff hopes, but if they win today, you can really start to take the Illini seriously. 312-332-3776 if you want to join us. When we come back, Shay's got a list of 10 coaches that he believes are on the hot seat. We'll unveil that, and we'll try to guess through it as well. That's next here on Chicago's College Tailgate.
Tailgate returns in a flash on ESPN Chicago.
Week 1 for the Bears, and it's a Monday night affair on the lakefront. Hi, everybody. It's Jeff Joniak. Join Tom Thayer, Jason McKee, and myself for the call to Bears and Vikings.
Kickoff at 7:15.
And join us for 2+ hours of pre- and post-game coverage with the best in the business. It's Bears and Vikings
to launch the 2025 season.
Coverage starts Monday at 5. This is the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago. Brought to you in part by
Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
Apt, your #1 destination for the home, is here to help you create the ultimate fall backyard. Make gatherings cozier with top-rated fire pits or outdoor heaters, and elevate your space with their selection of outdoor TVs. For relaxed family nights, start up the fire table and enjoy s'mores with the kids, or host game day get-togethers, parties, and more in comfort thanks to their premium outdoor seating options. For free and home delivery, professional installation, and complete satisfaction, shop my favorite store in the world, Apt, pleasing people since 1936.
Save big money right now at Menards. From smoke and carbon monoxide detectors to fire extinguishers and more, Kidde Home Safety products keep your family protected in case of emergencies. Smoke and carbon monoxide detectors are perfect for your living spaces, offering protection and peace of mind. Save big money on all Kidde products at Menards. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
The White Sox play on ESPN Chicago. That means more than 162 games a year, passionate Sox fans are listening to their team right here. Do you want them to hear about your product or service? Of course you do. It's the key to success. Reach people you know will support you. White Sox fans are intensely loyal. Hell, you're probably one yourself if you're listening right now. So let us help you craft the message that speaks loud and proud about you. Email White Sox at goodkarmabrands.com. That's White Sox at goodkarmabrands.com.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Tire care shouldn't come with extra costs or surprise fees. It should be simple, straightforward, and stress-free. So at Midas, they're rolling out the limited lifetime tire guarantee, included with every tire purchase with paid installation. You'll pay nothing for flat repairs, nada for flat replacements, zilch for tire rotations every 5,000 miles, and zero for other preventative maintenance. So with this limited lifetime tire guarantee, you'll pay a whole lot of nothing compared to what the other guys charge for tire care. That's the limited lifetime tire guarantee only at Midas.
Are you ready to unleash the beast? Monster Energy is here to give you the edge this college tailgate season. Loaded with bold flavors, our powerful blend gives you the energy you need to push you beyond your limits. Tune in all season long with Monster, the energy drink of ESPN Radio College Football Tour. Power your performance with a drink that's as hungry for victory as you are. Crack open an ice-cold Monster and dominate your competition. Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Grab yours today.
Now back to the show. Chicago's College Tailgate has it all with Shay and Tyler on ESPN Chicago.
Chicago's College Tailgate on ESPN 1000. You missed anything, check it out on the podcast of Chicago's College Tailgate. And also, you can find Shay and my football reactions and picks, all of that on the Pick a Side podcast on the ESPN Chicago app or wherever you get your podcast. Subscribe, like, all that good stuff, and on YouTube.
There's something like 4 weeks of backlog content there, too, all football. And
divisional previews, all that.
Not to toot our own horns, but so far things are going pretty well. So if you want it, it's available for you. ESPN Chicago app, wherever you get your podcasts. And YouTube.
Yeah, check it out. All right, you've got a list that
I do.
Handcrafted, right?
Correct. Now, I went through articles and stuff to decide on what I wanted to do here.
But you did your own research. I'm proud
Correct.
of you.
I did my own research.
Not your first
time. Do we
time.
know that's very important in the year of our Lord 2025 to do your own research? So I did. I did a little homework, and I've compiled a list of Snorling's 10 hottest seats in America.
All right.
Now, this is in no particular order, and I will say, for an assist to both you and Mario, that I am leaving off certain names who are certain to be fired, but are less recognizable. I don't think it does anything for our listener.
So it's all like power conference.
Well, no.
Oh.
There is a group of 5 conference coach, but he is a more recognizable coach. That might be a hint.
Okay.
I'm leaving off guys like Sonny Cumbie at Louisiana Tech. He's a dead man walking, but nobody would ever have guessed it. Nobody knows about that.
Okay.
So, don't come out here guessing Louisiana Tech. I also opted to leave off Cincinnati, where Scott Satterfield, dead because he lost to Nebraska, a game he probably should have won. I don't see any way he survives beyond this season. But nobody in their car has big Scott Satterfield thoughts. So I left him
surprised.
Maybe.
A local-ish team.
Local? It's Cincinnati. It's not local-ish.
They're what? Like
it's
4 hours away.
Is the entire Midwest local now?
Yeah, we're all neighbors.
Kansas, local team.
To some.
Well,
you may want to rescind that comment.
I apologize. Kansas State, local team. Avery Johnson's a big name around this city.
Yeah, Little Apple. Come on.
I have what I deem to be the 10 hottest seats in America, non-Sonny Cumbie and Scott Satterfield division. And I would like for you and Mario to guess. And if it ever stalls out, I'll provide assistance.
All right, let's get a little big feel for this.
Big Ten Saturday night.
All right. First name I will go with. I mean, I know this guy's on your list. Mike Norvell from Florida State.
Mike Norvell is on the list.
All right.
Now, coming off with a huge win over Florida State, or Alabama, was big. And he may have saved himself. He may have saved himself with the win over Alabama. But I still think there's questions with Mike Norvell is on the list.
Okay. Mike Norvell is on the list. All right. I'll go with another one out of the ACC. Let's go Virginia Tech and Brent Pry.
Brent Pry is on the list.
All right.
And it breaks my heart. Enter Sandman, Virginia Tech, Blacksburg. I love that program. When they're good, college football's better. I know that's the old cliche with like USC. But I actually believe that that's true at Virginia Tech. It's off to a bad start. I thought they could have won the game against South Carolina. They didn't, and this feels like now or never for Brent Pry. Now it really feels like never. I don't see how they rebound and win a bunch. They're in a tough spot today. If they lose today, you can just write his death note. He'll be done there.
All right, I think you threw me a bone there, too. I think by saying USC, you were leading me to Lincoln Riley on the hot seat.
Lincoln Riley is not on the list. Now, he could be. If this season goes very sideways, he can find himself on the list. And there are things working against him. There's a new athletic director who did not hire him. Obviously, it's a pressure cooker job. USC has high expectations. But there's one thing that I think saves him. In addition to an enormous buyout for a school that is shockingly low on revenue, they have the number one recruiting class in America in 2026 right now.
Okay.
That saves him a little bit because you can at least sell hope.
Okay. All right. Last one I'll go out of the Big Ten, Wisconsin and Luke Fickell.
Luke Fickell did not make the list.
Okay.
Because of something sneaky that happened this offseason. I don't know if people are aware of. They extended him. It didn't lower his buyout at all, so there's still the option. But $25 million buyout on Luke Fickell at Wisconsin, that's a little rich for the Badgers.
Okay.
I don't see a world where they fire him this season. It's also, there's some other sneaky stuff going on there. Wisconsin people came to Fickell and said, that'll be all. No more air raid. We're going back to Wisconsin football. I think they'll let it play out for at least 2 seasons before they make a decision.
I really thought that was going to work a lot better than it has. All right. Some SEC ones. I mean, this one's easy. Kalen DeBoer, his ass is definitely in the jackpot.
If we'd done this last week, I don't think he would have made the list. But after losing to Florida State, and not just losing, the way you lost.
Yeah.
You got punked. It was a slow Bama team. It was a team lacking athleticism, I thought. The defense looked uninterested. Then you get the rumors that players were up until 2:30 in the morning in their hotel rooms ordering DoorDash and doing unsavory things. And because they were up so late and doing unsavory things, they're late to the team buses to get to the game. And then they come out and give that performance. I think the Bama era is done. And I think Kalen DeBoer is on one of the hottest seats in America.
All right.
All right, so far, you have named Kalen DeBoer, Brent Pry, Mike Norvell. Is that it? That's all we've got?
I think that's it. I
so
think
we've
I've only
got
hit 3.
7 more.
Real quick, Oklahoma, Brent Venables.
Brent Venables is on the list. You've got a new athletic director. You've got a new football general manager. Tonight is the biggest night for him. You win tonight, I think you can save your job. Because you can explain away we have one of the most difficult schedules in America. We play a bunch of ranked SEC opponents. This may not go great. If you lose tonight, you're done.
All right. Hugh Freeze at Auburn.
Brilliant. Yes, he's on the hot seat. 1, he's a bad human being. Google it. 2, I don't know what he's doing with his offensive play calling. He's got one guy doing first down, one guy doing third down. They're experimenting with Jackson Arnold, trying to reclaim the guy who failed at Oklahoma. A big win for them out of the gate against Baylor, but I don't think the SEC schedule goes well for them at all. And Auburn's already looking for a reason to fire him. So Hugh Freeze has to make the list.
All right. I'm going to go to the Big 12 now and give you Dave Aranda from Baylor.
Bingo. Again, a guy who would he would not have made the list last week, but you lose to Auburn. And all of a sudden, everybody remembers, wait, didn't we fire this guy and then actually not fire him a year ago?
Back from the dead.
He's beloved in Waco. It'll be really difficult for them to make the decision, but I think this year goes sideways enough, he's done.
All right, I'm circling back on a conference here, and I'm curious after what happened in week 1 if he's on your list. Mario Cristobal at Miami.
No, Mario Cristobal is not on the list.
Saved his job last week.
Yeah, and they just, I think they'd keep him after this year regardless. Like yes, he has idiot moments as a head coach, but I also think we as like what we do overreact to it a little bit. He has had fantastic portal classes. you're going to be a top 15, top 10 team with Mario Cristobal as your coach. Like, I don't see a world where Miami moves on from him and goes back to what they were before. They're better now than they were before Cristobal. So he was never on the hot seat for me.
All right. Looking through some of these other ones.
If you want a hint.
Give me a hint, yeah.
One of the most well-endowed SEC programs.
Lane Kiffin?
No, not Lane. Not Lane. Think bigger money than that.
I know.
Think it's a dead giveaway, but think about like Walton.
About Walton?
Like the
Arkansas. What's his name?
Sam Pittman.
Sam Pittman. Yeah.
The hero. The former player at Arkansas.
Mm-hmm.
You hire the hero, you have to fire the hero.
Okay.
And it just hasn't worked. They love him there. He's got a limited buyout now. There's plenty of money at Arkansas. I think Sam Pittman's in a lot of trouble.
All right. How many is that now?
We've got one I'm shocked you haven't named yet.
Okay.
And then one I'm really not surprised you haven't gotten to because he's at a lower tier power school. And there's only one other after that, which is the Group of 5 coach.
All right. One you're shocked I haven't gotten to yet.
Yeah. Big 12.
Big 12. Oh.
They are a 28-point dog today.
I was going to say, Mike Gundy.
Mike Gundy is on the hot
when
seat.
you pitched this to me this morning, I was walking in from the train and I was like, I think Mike Gundy might be on this list.
Yeah, Mike Gundy's on the list.
Yeah, I mean, he has never had back-to-back sub-500 seasons, and he very well could do that this year. His only other sub-500 season aside from last year was his first year, and you get to pass that first year.
Of course. But last year went really badly, so badly, in fact, because the expectations were massive. People thought they'd win the Big 12. They had Ollie Gordon back. They had a super senior quarterback. Everybody thought it would be great, and it was terrible. And in the offseason, Oklahoma State came to him and forced him to take a pay cut, and they forced him to reduce his buyout. That is signal flare. You're dead. Like, we are letting you know we're coming for you at the end of this year.
Yeah. All right.
2 more. I will give you a hint on the next 2.
All right.
One of them replaces a coach who left late in a coaching hiring cycle out of a lower tier Big 12 school, a new Big 12 school.
A new Big 12 school. Who's at Houston?
It's not Houston.
Is that BYU?
It's not BYU. It's Arizona. It's Brent Brennan. Jed Fish was building something.
Yeah.
Jed Fish left late. Everybody departed in the transfer portal, and Brent Brennan won 4 games last year. Yep. We were really on. We had a lot of momentum, and this guy just totally stymied it. Things go badly for Brent Brennan. He's gone at the end of the season.
I don't know if there's that much heat there in Arizona, but
the last one is a former media pundit at a Group of 5 school.
Dan Mullen?
No.
Okay.
At a Group of 5 school. He's a former quarterback, and he is arguably the single worst coach in America, not only on the field.
Trent Dilfer.
Yes. Bingo. Trent Dilfer might be the worst on-field coach and worst off-field coach in all of college football. And when I say off-field, it's not like he's got issues and he's going to jail. It's standing at a podium, and then when people who cover the team or pay for the football program or just generally are there to, like, ask you questions, and you stand in front of them and go, what do you guys want? It's not like we're at Alabama. You can't disrespect the job that you took.
What about Ohio State plays Grambling today, right?
Yeah, 55-point favorites.
You see what their coach said?
No, Grambling's coach?
Yeah.
No.
They asked him about the game. He's like, we know what we're getting into today. It was so good.
We got to take a break. When we come back, can we just briefly, because Mike Gundy made the list, and there was great coaching sparring in the media this week between Mike Gundy and Dan Lanning. Did you see any of it?
I did not see that, no.
Oh, I got to tell you about this. It's fantastic.
So we'll do that. We'll get to the picks, all that coming up next. Chicago's College Tailgate.
Chicago's College Tailgate returns in a flash on ESPN Chicago.
Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Tigers.
Live extended coverage begins at 2:30 with Jeff Meller and White Sox Weekly on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
It's fall again, and that means football, falling leaves, cozy fires, and of course, a fresh haircut at Great Clips. Whether you want a whole new look for the season or just a trim on a cut you already love, the skilled stylists at your local Great Clips salon are ready to bring it to life for less. With convenient online check-in, you can add your name to the list and stop in whenever it works for you. They'll even send you a ready next text when you're up next for a haircut, so you can get all of your fall errands done rather than waiting in the salon. Once your cut is finished, the friendly stylists at Great Clips will save the details in clip notes so you can get the look you love every time you come in. And the best part? Great Clips' everyday affordable prices means you'll have money left over for fall fun as well. Look your greatest for the new season. Download the app and get into your local Great Clips salon for a fresh fall haircut today. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
You know what's wild? Yingling's been brewing beer since 1829. That's 196 years.
They've been around longer than almost everything. You don't last that long without knowing what you're doing.
Exactly. It all comes down to one thing. They brew great beer, plain and simple.
Traditional lager, flight, light lager, you name it, they all bring serious flavor and that legendary Yingling quality.
Yingling, the oldest brewery in America.
E.G. Yingling & Son, Pottsville, PA.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
IKEA is turning 40, and they're giving you the presents. From now to September 23rd, IKEA is celebrating with a huge gift card giveaway. Every day, 3 times a day, 40 lucky winners will score an IKEA gift card worth anywhere from $5 to $500. That's right, 120 winners every day at every store. Join the celebration and win. Visit IKEA Schaumburg or IKEA Bolingbrook or IKEA.us for more information. Must be an IKEA family member to participate. 1 gift card per IKEA family membership during the promotion.
Hey, it's Joe Aurelio, and it's time for Aurelio's Pizza, Chicagoland's oldest pizza chain since 1959. Indulge in our crispy thin crust, signature sauce, and 100% real mozzarella. Visit AureliosPizza.com for the location nearest you. Aurelio's Pizza, it's a sauce.
Hey, this is Chauncey. For 25 years, I've been your host of Chauncey's Great Outdoors. Clever name, huh? I came up with it, and I stand by it. Chauncey's Great Outdoors, Saturday morning from 6 to 7 on ESPN Chicago.
Tire care shouldn't come with extra costs or surprise fees. It should be simple, straightforward, and stress-free. So at Midas, they're rolling out the limited lifetime tire guarantee, included with every tire purchase with paid installation. You'll pay nothing for flat repairs, nada for flat replacements, zilch for tire rotations every 5,000 miles, and 0 for other preventative maintenance. So with this limited lifetime tire guarantee, you'll pay a whole lot of nothing compared to what the other guys charge for tire care. That's the limited lifetime tire guarantee, only at Midas.
Are you ready to unleash the beast? Monster Energy is here to give you the edge this college tailgate season. Loaded with bold flavors, our powerful blend gives you the energy you need to push you beyond your limits. Tune in all season long with Monster, the energy drink of ESPN Radio College Football Tour. Power your performance with a drink that's as hungry for victory as you are. Crack open an ice-cold Monster and dominate your competition. Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Grab yours today.
College Tailgate. Now back to the show with Shay and Tyler on ESPN Chicago.
All right, what did you have? Mike Gundy versus Dan Lanning for me?
Mike Gundy did some of the most embarrassing NIL whining I think I've ever seen.
Coming from the program that last year put QR codes on their helmets so you could donate.
So Oklahoma State plays Oregon today, and Oklahoma State's terrible. They're a 28.5-point dog in the game. It's the latest line that I saw. they're going to get their faces kicked in. Mike Gundy knows this. He did an interview this week where he said we spent about $7 million on our roster. Oregon last year spent close to $40 million on theirs. And he said there's talk among coaches that Oregon should be scheduling non-conference opponents only if the teams they schedule spend in a similar stratosphere to them. He said that there's coaches who don't feel like schools that don't have the money to spend on their rosters, like Oklahoma State, to match up with Oregon, they shouldn't be playing Oregon at all. Now, Dan Lanning heard this, and Dan Lanning said, here in Oregon, we spend to win. If you're not spending to win, I don't know what you're doing. And then he added what I thought was maybe his best dig since the Deion Sanders game.
We play for wins.
He said, I think they spend more than UT Martin, and they played them last week. So there you go.
I mean, it's a two-way street, Mike. Like, you have to say yes to this. Nobody strong-armed you into this game.
Right.
What are we doing here? You get to build your non-conference schedule. You've got the tenure. You can say no to Oregon.
I couldn't believe it.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's part of it. Just the Mike Gundy thing. It feels like he knows this is a crash and burn season. It feels like Oklahoma State knows it's a crash and burn season, and he'll be done at the end of the year. It's a far cry from I'm a man, I'm 40. It's a far cry from waking up and winning 9 games every year.
He's been there so long. That video is grainy.
I know. It's standard def.
Right?
It's like him and Kirk Ferentz are the two guys that if you go back and look, they're still in the same logos that they were 20 years ago.
That's wild, man. He won't get fired. It'll be the mutual parting of the ways. I think Oklahoma State will. I mean, same concept, but
there's a high level of respect for the work that he's done there, and they've been so good under him.
Consistent,
it's over. There comes a time when it's over, and that time has come.
Yeah. And to be honest, will they be better off without him? Probably not, but I don't think you can just keep them around to keep them around.
They might be better than what they are right now.
But they're not going to get back to the 9-10 wins perennially.
I don't know, and I've always said this, like, I went through these battles when Mark D'Antonio was at the end in Michigan State, where I talked to people, and I would say, like, just because you built it doesn't mean you get to stick around and burn it down.
No, listen.
Like, I don't have any fear of what's unknown.
It's worth the dice roll.
Right.
100%.
Like
it's worth the dice roll.
Because people would say to me, well, who are you going to get that's better than Mark D'Antonio? And I'm like, I don't know. They don't know. Nobody knows, but you might find a guy who's better. You might find a guy who's as good. Like, it's not working anymore, and move on now before you really damage things.
Mm-hmm. If things get out of control and you lose all semblance of what the program is. All right.
And, of course, I got a coach who decided to play with his own piper on the phone with a sexual assault vendor. Like, really good stuff.
Yeah.
Love it.
All right, when we come back, we will get to our picks for the week. Chicago's College Tailgate brought to you by Yingling.
Shay and Tyler. Chicago's College Tailgate returns in a flash on ESPN Chicago.
Hey, it's Rich Eisen. You can now listen to The Rich Eisen Show right here on the home of the Chicago Bears.
The Rich Eisen Show, weekdays noon to 2.
ESPN Chicago.
If you're going to Soldier Field for game day, why are you driving? The traffic, terrible. Parking, insane. And rideshare, it's a cost-guessing game. Just take the CTA. They'll do the driving for you. All for just $5. It's less money spent on travel, more for food, drinks, and merch. And with Tap to Pay available on all CTA trains and buses, riding is a breeze. The red, green, and orange line trains stop at Roosevelt, just a short walk from the stadium. And the 128 bus runs express from Union Station in Ogilvie to right outside Soldier Field on game days. Save money, do more, ride CTA.
Fry the Coop has the best chicken sandwiches. Crispy, juicy, and that sweet, zesty pickle on top. Game over.
They're Vienna beef.
Vienna beef does pickles?
Oh, yeah. Been at it for 100 years.
100-year-old pickle? Ew.
No, dude. The brand. It's their 100th anniversary. And these are the refrigerated kind. About as fresh as they come.
Oh, nice.
Totally.
Fry the Coop and Vienna beef pickles, the perfect combo, the perfect sandwich, the perfect bite every single time.
Do you ever scream at your screen when your 5G internet freezes? It's the worst. So why not switch to Astound? Wi-Fi that just works. With Astound Wi-Fi, you'll rage less, buffer less, and live more. Lock in gig speed Wi-Fi for just $35 a month, guaranteed for 3 years. Plus, get up to a $200 Amazon gift card. Astound Wi-Fi, it just works. Visit astound.com today.
Save big money on your next project, now at Menards. Shelter Logic offers a great selection of storage solutions, from easy to assemble canopies to durable steel frame shelters and garages. They offer protection for vehicles, boats, and yard equipment with easy drive-in access. Save big money on Shelter Logic storage solutions and check out more great deals happening now in our weekly flyer on Menards.com.
Save big money at Menards.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
My debit card.
their debit card.
Where did I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy team synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
With Robinhood, not only can you trade individual stocks and ETFs, you can also seamlessly buy and sell crypto at low costs. Trade all in one place. Get started now on Robinhood. Trading crypto involves significant risk. Crypto trading is offered through an account with Robinhood Crypto LLC. Robinhood Crypto is licensed to engage in virtual currency business activity by the New York State Department of Financial Services. Crypto held through Robinhood Crypto is not FDIC insured or SIPC protected. Investing involves risk, including loss of principal. Securities trading is offered through an account with Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC, a registered broker-dealer.
Out here, days are getting a little cooler, and mornings are starting with a few more layers. It's the season for more time at the grill, more feed for your animals. Heaters burn late into the night, and the woods start calling your name. We appreciate hard-working hands, shared moments, and love for our land. That's why season after season, we're here for your life out here. Tractor Supply.
Chicago's College Tailgate has it all with Shay and Tyler on ESPN Chicago.
All right, at this point, every single week, we get you our picks for the week. We go through, and again, we've said it's a lighter board this week, but there's still a couple games that we do have to pick here. Let's get to it. All right, what do we have, Mario?
All right, it's a big weekend. I know you guys are kind of downplaying it, but boy, I'm excited for some freaking football because why the hell not? First game I got, Iowa at Iowa State. Iowa State 3.5-point favorites, over under 42.5. What do you fellas think?
I like Iowa in the Cyhawk this year because whenever you see, these games are always close. I think this finishes inside a field goal either way. And I think Iowa has a pretty good chance to outright win this game.
We said 3.5, right?
Yeah, 3.5.
Because of the hook, I would take Iowa. It's a weird game. Like I said on Pick a Side yesterday, if it were 2.5, I'd take Iowa State. At 3.5, I want to take Iowa. So I'll just kick my feet up and not bet the game at all. But getting the hook, I got to take Iowa. And fun fact, Iowa State has not won this game in Ames since 2011. That's right. They have not won at home since 2011.
Border war and the last Iowa State win in Ames in this game.
The last time Iowa State won this game at home, the border war was still being played yearly.
Incredible. All right, what's next?
All right, we got Baylor at SMU. SMU 2.5-point favorites, over under 64.5.
Something's weird here.
Yep. Something about this line just absolutely stinks. The performance that Baylor put on tape last week against Auburn was one of the worst I saw in any power conference game. Like, they looked horrid. And you and I don't even like Auburn. Mm-hmm. And it was a stinky line there where I thought Baylor at plus 2.5 against Auburn was kind of the way you wanted to play it. But for whatever reason, I couldn't figure out why Auburn was favored, so I stayed away. Felt like Auburn would have been the right side. Auburn wins the game in a blowout. This game, I feel kind of similar. Like, I can't. Why is Baylor only a 2.5-point dog?
You can point to some of the Baylor stuff like kick return touchdown. That's fluky.
I don't want to do it, but I think you got to ride with Dave Aranda here. I'm going to bet Baylor.
I think they have a bounce back spot here. I'm going to go with Baylor as well, plus the 2.5. I love the over in this game, by the way.
All right, next one. Revenge time for Lane Kiffin. Ole Miss, 9.5-point favorite over Kentucky, over under 50.5. What do you think, fellas?
This line's moved all over the place this week. It opened at 10. If you got Kentucky at 10, props to you. Well done. There's some 8.5s that are starting to pop up if you're looking around. I think Kentucky's the sharper side here. You return to the scene of the crime and you want to avenge a loss, but you're not doing it with Jackson Dart. We like the quarterback they have, Simmons.
Austin Simmons, yeah. Did you know he graduated after his freshman year?
Yeah. You know, the thing with Kentucky, too, is like we talk, they will successfully drag you into their kind of game. Mm-hmm. And I just think that's the side you want to be. I'm going to take the points with Kentucky.
I'm with you. Run the ball, just drag you in the mud. Kentucky's going to play their game. They do it against Georgia. They do it against all the big boys in the SEC. Ole Miss is no different. They outright beat them last year. So give me the Wildcats.
Awesome. Let's go. Michigan at Oklahoma. Oklahoma 5.5-point favorites, over under 43.5. 5.5, the worst number in gambling. What do you think, fellas?
5.5 is the worst number in gambling. And usually when I see it, it sparks me to go with the dog. But I might be wrong here. I mean, maybe Michigan's great and Bryce Underwood is the best thing since sliced bread. He is the next Trevor Lawrence. And they're going to rip off a dream season in the Big Ten and go to a national title. Who knows? But I cannot wrap my head around a true freshman quarterback going to Norman at night, and it's a big year for Brent Venables. You know his defense will show up. They went and got a known commodity at quarterback in John Mateer. I'm taking Oklahoma and laying the 5.5. I'm
going to go on the other side of you in this one. I like the under in this game, and under usually correlates to the underdog as well. 5.5, you're talking about more than a field goal there. I just think that Michigan hangs around and runs the ball effectively. I mean, Justice Haynes last week, about 10 yards a carry and 3 touchdowns. I don't care that you played New Mexico. That's good stuff right there. So I'm going to take Michigan plus the 5.5 tonight.
Let's go, Michigan. All right, next one we got Arizona State, 6.5-point favorite over Mississippi State in Mississippi. Over under 40.5. What do we think, fellas?
Weird game. I don't know why they schedule this.
I don't either.
Is it a we just want to get some power conference teams on the schedule here?
I guess.
Mississippi State is awful.
I know, man.
Awful.
I know, but doesn't it feel weird they're handing out Arizona State right there under a touchdown?
Inside a touchdown.
And I think Arizona State's more prone for a regression season than a lot of people think. Like, a lot of people seem to think they'll just run back the Big 12, be all good. I'm going to plug my nose and take the Bulldogs.
I'll join you. 4-point game, 27-23.
Yeah, I could see it.
That's the way I'm going to go.
One last one for you guys. I just found this, and my buddy's been texting about it all morning. Virginia, NC State. NC State, 3.5-point favorites over Virginia. It's disgusting.
Why is your buddy texting you about Virginia, NC State?
That's a call the number situation. You can't, if you wake up betting Virginia and NC State, Tony Elliott's a dead man. If there were 12 men on the hot seats, Tony Elliott would have been one of them. But Virginia football's not real. It's a facsimile. NC State, I guess.
Yeah,
I think
NC
they
State,
have kind of a bounce back year coming.
They have defensive pieces every single year. I think Dave Doran's also like a solid coach. He's in the right spot for him. He is their Pat Fitzgerald. So yeah, I'll take NC State. Why is your buddy texting you about NC State, Virginia?
Dude, he's like a big NC State fan, and that's his favorite gambling.
That's all he's got is
yeah. He's hurting from last year.
Yeah.
All right. You want to real quick Duke and Illinois too? Illinois a 2.5-point favorite on the road.
All Duke. Learn the name Darian Mensah. I'm sorry, I'm fading Illinois again to the Illini faithful, but I'm all in on Duke today.
Yeah, I like Duke today too, and I like Illinois as a team. I think they're really good. I just think the spot's bad, and I think people are going to walk out of this probably trashing Illinois, and I don't know if that's warranted if they lose this game outright. Like, if this is a close, if you get run off the field, like, whatever, but if this is a close game, if this is 27-24, 30-27, something like that.
My whole point when I said, like, Duke is slept on, people don't understand what you're walking into. There's no number next to their name.
Yeah.
So if Illinois loses, people are going to look at this and go, oh, they lost to Duke? Don't think that Duke is the same, like, pushover that they've been for most of their football lives. They could have a number next to their name in a few weeks. They could have a number next to their name next week if they win this game. They're good. They got a $3 million quarterback.
Yeah, the fact that they're not receiving votes right now is yikes. Like, looking at some of these teams that are getting votes,
right,
and Duke's not being one of them. Your guy at Virginia, or I guess you had an NC State guy, but Virginia's receiving votes right now. How is Virginia receiving votes, but Duke is not?
Tony Elliott, I mean, man.
You know what's funny?
Prep your papers, buddy.
Here, journalists versus the ball knowers here. The coaches poll, Duke's got 5 votes, nothing out of the AP.
Ball knowers.
Yeah.
They know.
A little Ryan Clark situation there.
Just selfishly, too, I will add Michigan State -3.5 to the picks against Boston College. Feel free to fade me if you like. I will take Michigan State laying 3.5 for my own sanity because if they lose this game, burn the stadium down. They lose. I told you yesterday, they lose this game, Jonathan Smith can take his ass back to Bend, Oregon. I don't care.
I told you, don't bet it, though.
I'm not. I win by 1 or 100 for my purposes, but I wanted to get that out on the picks. If Michigan State loses tonight, fold the program. Like, it would be a total joke.
Do you have a bet with Waddle?
I'll text him and say.
Yeah, you got to text Waddle. Get a little wager going. All right, and then real quick, every single week we whip together a parlay as well. Where are you going?
Boy, I don't want to do MSU -3.5. I don't. But let's go with a play I don't have bet. Let's go with Michigan, Oklahoma under 43.5.
Okay, I like that. I'm going to go Baylor SMU over 64.5. We're total heavy here. Mario, you got a play for us here?
So this is really disgusting, but Heels Charlotte under 49.5.
All right.
For today.
Total trifecta.
Chapel Bill.
Is he going to cover that number?
I'm a big UNC
2 touchdowns?
fan. So I'm big in it, dude. We're bouncing back.
Oh, boy.
There we go.
Best of luck to you.
So we're going under in UNC and Charlotte. We are going under in Oklahoma, Michigan, and we are going over in Baylor SMU. I don't think we've ever done an all totals.
I like it.
Parlay. But hey, first time for everything. All right. That is going to do it for us here on Chicago's College Tailgate. Remember, we are with you every single Saturday, getting you ready for game day, talking all things college football. And if you miss anything, you can find it on the Chicago's College Tailgate podcast. And check out all of Shay and my football picks and breakdowns from the weekend on the Pick a Side podcast, wherever you get your podcasts, and on YouTube, Pick a Side ESPN. The CDGA Golf Show is coming up next. Thanks to Yingling for bringing you Chicago's College Tailgate. We'll talk to you next week.
Chicago's College Tailgate returns in a flash on ESPN Chicago.
A round of golf should be more than just a game. It should be an experience. At Seven Bridges Golf Club, you'll find 100-year-old oaks, rolling fairways, and of course, at least 7 bridges. A championship course with a private field, just a half hour from Chicago. And when the final putt drops, the experience isn't over. Head to the Dock Bar and Grill for great dining, cold drinks, and sunset views that rival any 19th hole. Visit sevenbridgesgolfclub.com to book your tee time today.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
A 1-hour, uninterrupted dose of Black and Abdallah.
Weekdays 2 to 3 on ESPN Chicago.
Drive, chip, and putt. Golf is so easy. 4? Okay, maybe the occasional wedge. Let's talk golf. It's the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN Chicago. Presented by the Glenview Park Golf Club. Now here are your hosts, Mike Gilligan and Tyler Rocky.
Good morning and welcome on in. It's the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN Chicago, WMVP Chicago, WTBC HD2 Chicago, alongside Mike Gilligan. Long time no see, my friend. It's been like over a month since the last time we got together in the studio. We've been obviously doing the shows with each other, but we have not seen each other, I think, in studio since definitely before the FedEx playoffs started.
Oh yeah.
It's been a while, but good to see you.
I think we're 0 for August being in here.
Yes, I believe you're correct.
July, the last time I was in here, but no, it's good to be here. And I'll tell you what, getting up this morning, it was a little chilly.
Oh, I left the house this morning, 48 degrees.
48.
Immediately, I texted Tracy Butler because my golf anxiety kicked in a little bit, and I was like, "Hey, you want to come on and talk about how much season we've got left?" Because 48 degrees this morning. So Tracy Butler will join us at 9:35. ABC7 meteorologist and avid golfer and friend of the show. And then also we will talk to Joey Chitwood as well as the President's Cup. Tickets are going on sale soon, so he will brief us on everything you need to know about next year around this time at Medina.
Yeah,
It'll be here before you know it.
I know, it's the same kind of format, same kind of shindig, except we're hosting it in the greatest city in the world in Chicago. So it is going to be interesting to see what unfolds in the next couple of weeks in New York, Bethpage. But then suddenly, all eyes shift to us because this becomes the next international big match play, play for the country, play for your pride. And we get to host truly some of the world's greatest players. We'll all be coming to Medina. And we get to see the new Medina golf course photogenically from the beautiful eyes of Tommy Roy and the NBC crew. So it is going to be a great event next year. So September is kind of that time of the year where still it's almost like the greatest event of the season is about to unfold, but we're in this little lull.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like not a lot's going on. I mean, when good has to get your attention up at Kemper Lakes
Right.
this week,
Right.
You're into that, what I call the funny season, if you will. But we do have some interesting stuff going on. We do have the Irish Open going on. We've got, what else do we have going on this week? There's...
Well, we do have the European Ryder Cup team is out.
Oh,
and that was announced,
time.
and not really any surprises here. So this is how the team shapes up. You've got Ludwig Åberg, Matt Fitzpatrick, Tommy Fleetwood, Terrell Hatton, Rasmus Højgaard, Victor Hovland, Shane Lowry, Robert McIntyre, Rory McIlroy, John Rahm, Justin Rose, and Sepp Straka will be teeing it up for Captain Luke Donald here. So, to me, no surprises, no snubs. We talked a little bit about were there some people that maybe deserved to get on last week with the American team. Should Matt McNeely been a part of the mix? Should some other guys like an Andrew Novak or something like that have been a part of the mix? But with this European team, nothing really stood out. I think you and I picked this exact team probably a month ago. We felt like this was going to be the 12, and no surprises here.
No, I mean, I think it was really up to Matt Fitzpatrick to kind of foul things up if he didn't respond. But I think Matt's playing some of his best golf these days, and he's going to be a thorn on our side, as will everybody else. But one thing is for certain about the European team. It looks exactly the same as the last time, but it isn't. Rasmus Højgaard is now in for his twin brother.
Yeah.
So it's funny when you look at the team picture that they have on RyderCup.com, and you look at the European team, they're all in their European shirts from last year, except Rasmus.
They should have just used his brother's picture.
That's what I'm saying. Why did they just do that and just change?
Who
out
would have
the name?
known?
They would have never have known. But I think that's kind of comical. But no, it does not surprise. I don't think anybody in the least. Everyone saw this as the team to beat. And honestly, why would you send a different team? I mean, altogether, if you're going as good as you were last year, you might as well bring back the same troop and try to beat us again. And I think that's going to be their attitude. I think this European team is going to come into the United States loose, confident, and ready to go. And that's scary, especially when you watch what's going on with Rory over in the Irish Open. It seems that the Tommy Fleetwoods and the Rorys, everybody's game is starting to elevate. And that's why I think next week is going to be a very telling week because, we have some of the Americans going to what they call the Pro Core Championship.
Yeah.
I think that's what they call that thing.
Because last time a lot of them did not participate
That's
in
right.
that, and some people attribute that to why a little bit of a rust factor when they got to Rome.
Right, and I don't think Keegan's going to allow himself to be openly criticized for not learning from that experience, right? And I think the European team's doing the same thing. They're going to be going over to Wentworth for the BMW PGA Championship, but I feel really bad for some of the guys that are trying to literally make a life on the PGA Tour, and that's what this Pro Core Championship's all about.
Right.
So how good you feeling about trying to hold on to your card and playing? And now the next thing you know, you got Scotty and the boys rolling into town. Well, you can pretty much say, well, I'm trying to play for 11th place now, I guess, because there's no Bryson, at this event because he can't play due to the LIV affiliation. But the strength of field for that tournament has elevated. Now, I bet ticket sales are through the roof because typically you would never see this type of field at this event at this time of the year. So it does benefit some of these sort of, secondary level tour sites. So I think it's going to be good for the fans to see some of the best there. But the results, how much do we pay attention to them? I think as long as nobody goes critically wrong next week on either team, I think then, everyone will come into Bethpage just humming on all cylinders.
It almost reminds me of like the rehab starts in baseball. Like if Paul Skeens got hurt, goes down to AAA Indy, and guys trying to crack it at the major league level. Here's Paul Skeens for you in a rehab start for 4 innings.
100%, because think about it. It'll be almost a month before they truly played, under the pressure and under the guise of the rules and everything else. But more than anything else, this time you're playing for no money and for your country. And the additional pressure, especially for the rookies, is going to be fascinating to see how they handle it or that they don't.
For sure. This segment, by the way, brought to you by Fox Bend Golf Course. I want to know from people, too, because I think you and I share the same sentiment. We don't feel great about the U.S. team going up against this European team. And right now, as you look at the odds, the Europeans are plus 150 to win this thing. And I feel, and it's not like a take the trophy, so if they push, it's not like you win that bet. Plus 150 to win this. And I don't feel like this American team should be a favorite, even though it is on home soil, and even though traditionally over the last couple of Ryder Cups we've seen the home team just take it. But I want to know from people, 312-332-3776, how much do you fear this European team? And should the United States be favorites on home soil at Bethpage Black, 312-332-3776? Because if you just start going down the line here, yeah, Scotty's the best player in the world, but 2, 3, 4, I think you're starting to look at a few more Americans or a few more European guys before you get to the next American.
True. And the other thing, too, is this format leads itself to bring sometimes the best out of players, but also players struggle.
Yeah, Tiger was never a great Ryder Cup player.
He was not. And some of these guys really where they struggle is for the Americans for sure is on the foursome or what they call alternate shot. And I will be fascinated at who they decide to put with like Ben Griffin and who do they put with Bryson, and or does a Ben Griffin even play an alternate shot? Because he's the only guy that plays a max.
I was just going to say, you brought up a great point with that last week because, and obviously you can tinker with this because you get to pick his playing partner, but can you imagine Dr. Science, Bryson DeChambeau having to play a max fly? He'd lose his mind.
Oh, there would be no way. It was like handing Superman kryptonite. I mean, he would wither up like the Wizard of Oz. Just melt. But yeah, no, that would probably be the worst thing that you could possibly do. And I'm not sure. I mean, who do you put with a guy like Bryson in alternate shot? I mean maybe. Gosh, you got, who could complement that type of personality, let alone golf game? And,
Right.
So they have a lot of figuring out to do in terms of who's going to best fit with who, where the European team is coming in with, well, I mean, we pretty much got the same lineup. I mean, you can almost assure yourself that you're probably going to see Ludwig and probably Victor coming back together again. And I'm sure Rory and Shane are going to be together again.
By the way, did you see the clip from the press conference after the European team was announced? They're interviewing Victor Hovland, who's just, I don't know if he has taken anything seriously ever in his life. They asked him, so what language do you and Ludwig speak when you're on the course together for these Ryder Cup things? And he just goes, Mandarin. Just didn't skip a beat. Mandarin. He's the greatest. I love Victor. I can't wait for his first major.
I can't wait for that, but I really look forward to watching him. I think he just brings a certain something to all of the events that he plays in. But when it's Ryder Cup, that guy last time was so fun to watch because he could do no wrong. And then I think a guy like Ludwig just feeds off of that because he doesn't have to be like that.
Yeah.
Victor handles it. So that's why they are a perfect pair together.
I wonder, you brought up Bryson. Who would Bryson pair with? I wonder if Cameron Young would be a good one because they have similar games, bombers. Like, I feel like Cameron Young, he's obviously not as good as Bryson, but he has a little like Bryson light to his game. Obviously not the eccentric personality, a little more subdued. But I feel like that would be the guy maybe you link up on an alternate shot because they play a similar style.
I would totally agree with that. That's a great point. And also, you got to throw in the intangible that he's from New York. So you throw the Bryson Love and the Cam New York, throw that together. Now you might have a pair, especially when it's 4-ball. Again, would those two complement each other? Maybe that's a pair that becomes the new,
Scotty and Sam Burns.
or the Seve and Jose Maria, or the, Rom and Sergio type of thing. So, but that's going to be some of what we will start to see previews of when they start practicing and how they go about practicing. And I'm going to be interested to see how they cover the practice rounds now, because I think, if I'm not mistaken, since the last time, drone coverage has become more than ever. So you could be flying drones over other teams' practices now and literally watching some of the strategy is who they're pairing up with who in the practices from a eye in the sky.
Yeah.
It's going to be fascinating how technology is going to affect a lot of what goes on versus how it used to be in the old days when they literally put names into an envelope and handed the envelope to the referee. So, I mean, technology is in our face every which way, but I just am utterly amazed. And in fact, I was just talking to my mother on the way down here about how 34 years ago, when I was at Kiowa Island building the golf course, getting ready for this week, 34 years ago, and we couldn't even sell all the tickets. We didn't have all the hospitality sold.
Yeah.
And people still didn't know if it was a horse race or a stock car race down in the South. I mean, we were literally making people aware of, hey, this is a Ryder Cup. It's not a stroke play event. It's actually match play, and this is what you do. And because as Americans, we just never paid any attention to this because it was sort of a offshoot event. We won it every year because we were playing only against Britain. But especially when you go up against the NFL and you put it on a cable network way deep in the cable system, nobody ever watched it. But over in Europe, this event has been the biggest event, bigger than the Open in their eyes. And they kind of laugh at us saying, you Americans are just finally figuring out how special this event truly is. And I think we are. But when you go and watch what's going on at the first tee this year, and you go back 34 years ago, there was no grandstand at the first tee. So it's amazing just how much of a production this has become over the 34 years. And people point to Kiowa as one of those moments where the Ryder Cup, elevated and changed. But if things go right, this Ryder Cup could make the thing leap a whole nother step or two up in the minds and the eyes of anyone that is remotely associated with the game or sport. So this event is going to have eyes and optics like no other golf event it's ever had. And I'm going to include maybe the Masters in all this. So it'll be interesting to see what the ratings are for this.
Yeah. Okay. When we come back, you've worked a number of Ryder Cups. I want to get like some stories, some tales about all the things that went into building this and creating the spectacle that it is. And if you've got a question for Mike as well about some of the Ryder Cup experiences that he's had, all that, just a behind-the-scenes look. We'll do that when we come back. 312-332-3776. If you want to get involved, this segment's been brought to you by Fox Bend Golf Course.
This is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1000, 100.3 HD2, and the ESPN Chicago app.
Week 1 for the Bears, and it's a Monday night affair on the lakefront. Hi, everybody. It's Jeff Joniak. Join Tom Thayer, Jason McKee, and myself for the call to Bears and Vikings. Kickoff at 7:15. And join us for 2+ hours of pre- and post-game coverage with the best in the business. It's Bears and Vikings to launch the 2025 season. Coverage starts Monday at 5. This is the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago. Brought to you in part by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana.
Play their gear, dress the part, and shop like the pros at the PGA Tour Superstore. Now's the time to upgrade your game with new apparel and footwear to keep you looking fresh, and the hottest clubs from all your favorite brands. Plus, dial in your game with the latest technology like rangefinders and launch monitors. Shop with the pros at one of PGA Tour Superstore's 5 Chicagoland locations: Downers Grove, Schaumburg, Orland Park, Vernon Hills, and Lincoln Park.
Tullymore Golf Resort is the perfect spot for your next golf trip. With 36 holes of championship golf and on-site accommodations, Tullymore Golf Resort is up north golf without the drive. Start your trip with just a click at tullymoregolf.com.
You strive for more in life and in business, never settling for anything less than. Your bank should be no different. It's time for a fresh perspective. It's time to move things from to-do to done. It's time for your bank to go the extra mile for you. Achieve more at Republic Bank of Chicago. Banking beyond expectations. Visit ourbankchicago.com to get started. Republic Bank of Chicago, member FDIC.
Discover why Oswego Land Park District's Fox Bend Golf Course is considered the gem of the western suburbs, and it's just 45 minutes from downtown. Built in 1967, Fox Bend was voted a 5-star course by Chicagoland Golf Magazine. A 6,900-yard par 72 layout that will appeal to all levels of play. With the most superb green complexes in the Chicagoland area, Fox Bend has hosted 3 Illinois Open Championships, and this year, Fox Bend is the proud host of the 2025 Chicago Adaptive Open. To book a tee time, visit foxbendgolfcourse.com.
Hey, Chicagoland, want to experience the best golf on the North Shore? Head over to Glenview Park Golf Club to enjoy superior golf course conditions, a challenging layout, and superior service. Conveniently located and easy to get to, Glenview Park is in the heart of Glenview. Book your tee time 24/7 at golfglenview.com or call 847-724-0250. Golfglenview.com or 847-724-0250. Experience the best.
Play golf in Elgin. Check out the Golf Elgin app and book a tee time at the Highlands of Elgin or Bowes Creek Country Club. Enjoy exceptional playing conditions and afterward, perhaps a savory pork chop at the Grumpy Goat Tavern. A great place to continue your day of play. Check us out at highlandsofelgin.com or grumpygoattavern.net.
Village Links of Glen Ellen provides a country club experience at a public golf facility with a top-rated 27-hole complex that's proudly hosted 47 PGA Tour and USGA qualifying events. Village Links is considered one of the premier golf courses in the Chicago area. It's located near I-88 and 355, so get out and play at Village Links. After your round, dine on the spectacular patio at Reserve 22 Restaurant and Bar overlooking the pristine 18th green. Go to villagelinksgolf.com and get ready for a great round. See you at the links.
If you haven't been to a PXG golf store, you are missing out. Every location is equipped with state-of-the-art fitting bays, the full lineup of our game-changing golf clubs, an incredible selection of PXG apparel, golf bags and accessories, and personal service that is absolutely second to none. The best part, it's a ton of fun. Find out what PXG can do for your game. Come see us at either of our 2 Chicago locations, Northbrook and Oakbrook. PXG, you've never played like this before.
Welcome into the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1000. presented by Glenview Park Golf Club. Here's your hosts, Mike Gilligan and Tyler Rocky.
This segment brought to you by Golf Elgin, home of Bowes Creek Country Club and the Highlands of Elgin. CDGA Golf Show with you, talking some Ryder Cup as the European team was announced this week. No surprises there. Mike, I do want to get your inside look because you've been a part of a number of crews that have put on these Ryder Cups before. Just like some of the insight behind the scenes, everything that goes into getting one of these ready. And if you got any horror stories as well, I'm sure you do.
Oh, I think so. Doing a Ryder Cup, I have been a part of 4 in the United States and 1 over in Europe. So I've had I'm very grateful and very, honored and lucky to be able to have these experiences nonetheless. And when I was asked to go down to Kiowa Island back in the late 80s to get ready for this 1991 Ryder Cup, I had no idea what it was and where Kiowa was. I thought it was in Hawaii at first. But it's uniquely different from a planning, and it'll be interesting to talk to Joey a little bit about this because the Ryder Cup takes on now a different type of feel. It becomes just like an athletic contest now, not like a 72-hole stroke play event anymore. As we were talking in the break, at most stroke play tournaments, you could go to the event anytime in the morning and you'll see people teeing off on the first tee.
Right.
Because they go off all day. The difference is the way they spectate this event. It's no different than a regular football game or a hockey game. There is a defined puck drop or opening pitch or kickoff. And that's when the first tee has only 4 matches. So the people now, 30,000 people, and I think, or more, and are trying to come to your venue. And I think logistically from a traffic control time motion study, trying to get people into buses into the site and do it in an expeditious fashion, and then planning for what happens if it rains and how do you clear the course and all that good stuff. But really the very toughest thing was how do we get the people parked into the buses and to us in the safest and most efficient manner. And that took years of planning. And I think people might be astounded to know that each of these Ryder Cups, we easily spent $1 million+ on preparing roads, building roads, and then tearing them back out, building bus compounds on grass at the host site or a field that might be next to the site, and literally would manage about 400 to 500 motor coaches that were driving around, and we have to train the drivers and understand, because it's fall foliage in a lot of these places. So, for example, up in New York, for them to try to get motor coaches at this time of the year, they're having to appeal to different states, and they have to go south because fall foliage is in season. And those charter companies will not give up their usual business for just one Ryder Cup. And when we were up in Boston and at Oak Hill, up in the Northeast during this time, we had to bring buses in from 13 different states. Wow. And how we had to train the drivers was absolutely amazing. We relied on the state. They brought in the helicopters, and we had a communication system where I could go up into the helicopter and speak to all the bus drivers, and the buses were labeled with numbers so we could see them from the air.
Okay.
Because these guys and girls were coming in from, Maryland and Pennsylvania, and we had to teach them how to get from point A to point B without really having to know the given area. Mm-hmm. And this is all before phones and GPS and, just put in a thing. So that training was imperative. And people may say, well, what's the big deal? They're just driving a bus. Yeah. If you're putting your faith in us to get to the event quick enough, so safe enough, and in time to watch everything, that's the expectation based on the money you spent on these tickets. Not only the money you spent on the tickets, but coming over here from maybe overseas or from out of state. So really just the transportation logistic in itself was so big time different than your typical stroke event. And a Ryder Cup or President's Cup is a far more difficult event to manage from a transportation and bringing the people in. So you have to rely heavily.
Well, this was before Uber and Lyft, too.
100%, yes. And everybody had to park. We had to find, you always had to have acreage where you could park enough cars because you figure 2.6 people to a car when they attend an athletic event. And that was the figure we would use. So now if you're talking 40,000 people, you can do the math. I mean, you're looking at a lot of acreage. So basically, rule of thumb is we would safely, conservatively put 100 cars in per acre. Now, if you really get them tight and right, you can go about 125, even up to 150, but it's super tight. But should there be rain overnight, and all of a sudden that grass is no good, you have to have asphalt and a rain plan that you can switch to overnight. Like, you've got to make that call. And so I mean, it was really just that in itself. And then during the season, or during this time of season, it's hurricane season in the East Coast.
Yeah.
So Beth Page is gambling right now, just like we did at Kiowa and just like we did up in Boston. But in Boston, when you ask about a nightmare, we did get the after effects of a hurricane. It became a nor'easter. And while it wasn't a level 2, it still had winds of 80, 90 miles an hour. And when you have temporary structures that are loaded for 70 miles an hour, then you're going to have problems. So that set us back a good week and a half when we only had about a week left. And that gave me then the chance to know what it's going to be like to have to stay up 3 days fully straight to get the thing done. And little did I know that was getting me prepared for 2000 when I went to Valhalla, when we had so much rain. Again, we had to stay up through the night for 3 straight nights just to catch back up, because Mother Nature doesn't necessarily always agree with what's going on, even though it may be the biggest event in the year. If Mother Nature, and that's something else I want to talk to Tracy about, is what is she looking like hurricane season in a couple of weeks? Is how much can they forecast that out in advance? But and I would say the only other thing that was rather unique that I think people might be interested to know, that each of these events have to be insured. So in the event that, there's a catastrophic happening, or we go to war, or, something like a hurricane comes through and decimates the site and you can't play the event, well, you have to insure, because people are going to want their money back and all the rest of it. Well, when we did the event at Kiowa in 1991, we could not find an insurance company in the United States of America to insure the event. And we had to go to the Lloyd's of London. And that's a true story.
Wow.
That's how, because they were like, you're going to do what? You mean Hugo just hit that area 2 years ago. You're going back the week that it hit, and you're going to put structures out on the beach. There was not an insurance company that would touch it.
Wow.
But Lloyd's of London did, and thank God they did, because, and I'm sure they're happy they did based on the premium we paid too. But they'll insure just about anything.
Yeah. All right, real quick before we get to Tracy, let's check in with Mark. He's in Lincoln Park. Good morning, Mark.
Hey, Mark.
Hey, Tyler, Mike, nice to talk to you. Thanks for taking my call, Tyler.
Of course.
Hey, now that you brought up the money and the ratings, Mike, I remember the Kiowa, and I think it's going to, like, Sunday of the Ryder Cup is now in my top 5 must-watch of all sports every other year, the Ryder Cup. But now, these players never used to get paid. Now the U.S. peak guys are going to get $500,000, where $300,000 goes to charity, and the Europeans are getting nothing. If this thing pulls in an NFL-type rating, which I think it will, where's the real money going to go? I mean, these players are they're all professional golfers. They're all going to start switching back to not just pride, but they want the money. This isn't the Olympics where there's other sports going on. This is it. I'm just curious your thoughts on that, whether you see purses going to the Ryder Cup eventually now that this is very successful.
It's a great question. And unfortunately, I think you're going to start seeing more of this. I think it as much as this pains me to say this, it doesn't surprise me that it has to be the Americans that has to get paid first versus the Europeans. Mm-hmm. And that's sad. And I think that what made this so special was the fact that there was no money of any sort of any kind. And the likes of Jack Nicklaus and Arnold Palmer never questioned it. and they played for the pride of their country. They played because, originally these matches, if anybody really wants to understand the true history of why the Ryder Cup matches were formed, it was because a British seed merchant, Samuel Ryder, decided to put up this gold chalice because it took so darn long for people to get over from the United States to Europe to play the Open. So they decided to have some friendly matches to allow the Americans to get their sea legs about them because they weren't flying back in those days. There wasn't flights to do that. They had to go by boat. So after they had the first one, they came back to Worcester, Massachusetts, and they had the second one when they came over for our Open. And from there, that's how it all got started. So this was started as a result of a need to get them prepared to play tournament golf. And now it's being turned into, like Mark said, something that is so commercial. And the PGA of America, in this case, is going to receive a tremendous amount of money, as they deserve to, from the TV rights revenue. And God bless them, they should. They use this money to fund the rest of what that association does. There's only really two major assets the PGA of America has, PGA Championship and the Ryder Cup. The rest of it all costs them money to do anything and everything for their 30,000 club pros. So that's where the money goes, and I don't have any problem with that. But I do think in this age of NIL now, the amateur athlete and playing for pride in your country and Olympics and all of that.
Or even school.
I mean, even these Olympic people, my daughter is an elite track person, and she tells me about how these track stars even make money, even though they're amateurs. You know, they're sponsored, they're professional in a sense. So
you got high schoolers that are signing NIL deals right now. Like it's
and
the cat's out of the bag, toothpaste out of the tube, whatever analogy you want to use. Like, and you know the funny thing is, I've got the American roster up here. They show everyone's headshot, and what do you know? Two guys not wearing hats. Cantlay and his buddy Xander Schauffele, too. Two guys not wearing hats. And, of course, that was the big debacle last Ryder Cup when there was the rumor that Patrick Cantlay would not wear the hat because he said it didn't fit him well, when the rumor is that he wants a little bit of a cutback coming his way. So.
And that's going to be the kryptonite that will be the eventual downfall of this thing. I think when people start to realize now it's about the money, it's not about the pride in the country, I think then the fans start to lose the perspective, well, if it's not that meaningful to you and this is about the money, then I'm not going to paint my face, or I'm not going to dress up,
or
like
I'm not going to show up. I'm not going to watch.
Yeah,
TV ratings go down. All of a sudden, the money that going in goes down too.
Exactly.
Yeah. All right. When we come back, we will be joined by Tracy Butler, ABC7 meteorologist, as she gets us ready for what's left here of the golf season in the Chicagoland area. This segment's been brought to you by Golf Elgin.
More golf ahead. The CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1000, presented by Glenview Park Golf Club. Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Tigers.
Live extended coverage begins at 2:30 with Jeff Meller and White Sox Weekly on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Chicagoland's very own Tour Edge Golf is celebrating 20 years of exotics with their brand new Exotic 725 series. The 10K MOI E725 driver provides the ultimate in forgiveness and stability off the tee, while the rest of the 725 series is packed with innovation specifically designed to cover every player type looking to level up their game. It's time to see for yourself why over 200 PGA Tour professionals have chosen to put exotics in their bags. For more on the new Tour Edge Exotic 725 series, visit touredge.com.
Come to Cog Hill Golf and Country Club and experience truly legendary golf. Since 1927, Cog Hill has been the mecca for public golf in the Midwest. In addition to Dub's Dread, ranked the #1 course you can play in Illinois by Golf Digest, Cog Hill offers 3 other beautiful 18-hole layouts with price points for all types of golfers. Visit their state-of-the-art practice facility with top tracer technology on 42 driving range bays. Plus, they have 2 golf shops, a new club fitting room, and beautiful clubhouse and reception area. They serve great food, too. Visit coghillgolf.com.
Golf Elgin and the Highlands of Elgin. Check out the Golf Elgin app and book your tee time at the Highlands through the new app. Ranked as one of the best public courses in Illinois by Golf Week, the Highlands is the place to play. Experience the Highlands. Visit highlandsofelgin.com.
Chicago-based Zero Friction is the fastest-growing golf products company in America and responsible for the three-pronged performance tee, the innovative one-size-fits-all glove, and the new Stride electric bag trolley with an amazing Smart Follow technology remote. To secure your personal caddy, go to zerofriction.com.
Experience the best golf on the North Shore. Head over to Glenview Park Golf Club. Book your tee time 24/7 at golfglenview.com or call 847-724-0250. golfglenview.com or 847-724-0250. Experience the best.
Grow your game to the next level and share it with those who need it most. With a CDGA membership, you'll become better through golf. As a CDGA member, you'll receive exclusive benefits headlined by a handicap index issued by the USGA. Other benefits include access to special member perks, unique competitions, memorable excursions, exclusive member communications, and more. Additionally, all memberships help the CDGA expand access to the game and ensure that it evolves for future generations through unique and impactful sunshine programs. Learn more at CDGA.org.
You've arrived at French Lick Resort, here in Indiana. 2 hotels you have to see to believe. Legendary Golf by Pete Dye and Donald Ross. Our little corner of the world is like nowhere else. Your French Lick getaway starts now at FrenchLick.com.
Must be 21 to enter casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Experience top courses managed by Kemper Sports across Chicagoland. From North Shore classics like the Glen Club, Deer Path, and newly renovated Winnetka, to western suburban favorites like Bolingbrook, host of Live Golf Chicago, and Cantini, and Southside gems like Harborside International, Kemper Sports offers something for everyone. With impeccable course conditions and top-notch hospitality for over 45 years, Kemper Sports creates lasting memories. Did you know Kemper Sports was also recently awarded as a top places to work by Crane Chicago? Visit KemperSports.com or follow at Kemper Sports on social media.
From PGA to where you should play, this is the CDGA Golf Show with Mike Gilligan and Tyler Rocky, presented by Glenview Park Golf Club.
This segment brought to you by Tullamore Golf Resort, up North Michigan golf without the drive. A little bit of a chill in the air this morning.
Oh my goodness.
I love this this black CDGA quarter zip hoodie. I don't want to be wearing it on September 6th.
Neither do I. And I was almost looking for mine, but I refuse to do it, and I refuse. So I put shorts on. I do have a vest on and a short sleeve shirt. So I'm hoping that when I leave here today, it's going to be warm enough to be like this to go hit some golf balls. Will it, Tracy?
It absolutely will, but it will feel more like early October this afternoon than early September. I mean, guys, you know, several mornings this week, we've been within striking distance of record lows.
Wow.
Even this morning. I know. So you're not exaggerating when you start saying, heck, call it cold. I called it cold. I needed 2 of my CDGA hoodies on.
There you go. Oh, wow. Tracy Butler, ABC7 meteorologist, with us here, friend of the show, avid golfer, and she joins us on the Jersey Mike's hotline. Jersey Mike's a sub above. So, Tracy, you know, it feels like every single year the golf season in this area extends a day, sometimes even a week. But right now, I walk outside and I wonder if my days are numbered for the year. Am I right?
Well, you know, no, they are not, actually. As I look at things over the next month or so, and, you know, we're just looking at trends. And the trend, honestly, is for a lot of dry weather. I mean, there may be some folks that are starting to say, I need a little more rain, while other folks are cleaning up from flooding in their basement. So they don't necessarily want that. But, you know, we're going to pop an 80-degree temperature here this week. Over the next few weeks, I am foreseeing a pretty quiet weather pattern for us. And I know this is high school golf season, too. And I bet those students and those players are just loving this weather. Because if you remember last year at this time, we were still dealing with some pretty high heat and humidity.
Yeah.
I mean, we had highs this week that were in the upper 80s.
Yeah, and I mean, with the temperature being as cool as it is now, coming up to be warm, and you explaining that we are not going to see any rain, that is music to Eric Ciotti's eyes and ears to the rest of our team, because this is CDGA Social Competition Championship Week. It starts this week and goes to next week. We got the 2-person and 4-persons and Senior Tour Trifecta Series finals and the mixed championship. So the month of September for the CDGA is all about all of the series and championships and awarding the stay-in place. So you're trying to tell us that we are going to be in for some pretty good weather then for the rest of the month, huh?
I really think the pattern is looking awfully nice. You know, later in the month, we could get into more of a pattern where we do see that change and get some more wet weather. The thing that we're going to be monitoring, you know, and this may affect, it starts to get a little more dewy. It starts to get a little more foggy some of these early mornings, a little more crisp, as we have experienced over the past few days and even this morning. But, you know, oh my gosh, I loved your conversation so much about Ryder Cup, guys. And you know you had me at Kiowa, Mike, because it's my favorite place in the United States other than Chicago. And I guess I should say Pittsburgh, too, since my whole family's there. But so much relies on the weather. I mean, it's free for us all, but we don't always get the bargain, you know, that we want. So as I look at that, you know, you were talking about even the hurricane season. It hasn't been that active so far, but of course, you know, the peak of hurricane season is about September 10th, and you were talking about the Ryder Cup late September. Some of our biggest hurricanes, you look at Ian, you look at Sandy, and I think you may have even been referencing Sandy earlier in the show when it hit Jersey, and did billions and billions of dollars worth of damage. But Ivan and Floyd, and you talked about Hugo.
Hugo, yeah.
A lot of these were late September, early October hurricanes. So, again, we have to emphasize peak being September 10th. So on either side of that, it's definitely something to still keep an eye on.
But do you feel that as the season gets later, the degree of the severity of the hurricanes becomes more ferocious than maybe at the peak season, or is there no correlation? It just seems that we've had some real doozies, like you say, at the end of September, early October.
Well, the water temperatures have had even more of a chance to warm, and so that can certainly play a role in that. And we talk about the impact of climate change and climate variability in all of this as well. You know, certainly our documentation is much more frequent and accurate and all of that. I mean, you go back to the 1900 Galveston hurricane, and, you know, there's not a lot of data on that compared to something that we would have in more recent times. So it's just, we are seeing a lot of these storms strengthen, and later in the season, they do have the opportunity to become more ferocious because the water temperatures are generally trending warmer.
Tracy Butler, ABC7 meteorologist, with us here on the CDGA Golf Show. So, Tracy, 2 things for you here, all right? What is your threshold for how cold you're willing to tolerate on the golf course? And based off of that, how much season would you say you have left here in the Chicagoland area?
That's a great question.
That's an awesome question. I think my season ended last week.
Oh, no. Wait, we were supposed to play still.
I know. Oh, I got to tell you guys, when you have 2 dogs, it's like having 2 toddlers again. It is very difficult to commit time, especially when one of them is a puppy. But, you know, my ideal temperature is 87 degrees, and I love the heat. I don't mind when it's humid. I know I'm probably a minority in that camp, but, you know, if we get some 70-degree afternoons, you know, that's good with me too. But I don't want to be out there where I have to wear winter gloves to tee off in the morning.
Yeah, wearing everything you own is not any kind of fun. I always feel so darn restricted. Okay, I'm going to put you on the spot. What's the weather going to be like if all things are, normal at Bethpage? What can we expect? I mean, we'll be having to wear covers, and who's going to win, and what's the final score?
Well, first of all, we're still several weeks out, and I can look at trends and such. You have to remember that can be a real frosty time.
Oh, yeah.
In that area. There could be some, I don't know, what time would they start teeing off in the early rounds?
They would go off at 8 a.m. Eastern time.
Yeah, I could see some delays. I could see some frosty delays. Very, very possible. Now, of course, we will have to watch on any Atlantic season activity. But the trend right now, their average highs this time of the year, or at end of September around that area, are probably mid-60s. And so, I'm not going to stab and give you the precise forecast. Hopefully we can at least be average and not have to deal with too many frosty mornings, because I'll tell you one thing that's going to be beautiful, most likely there, the fall foliage.
Oh,
yeah. Can't miss it on Long Island.
Nope.
All right.
Well, who wins? She didn't tell us who's going to win.
Oh, my gosh. I'm Americans. USA.
Oh, there
USA.
You go. Okay.
Red, white,
and I am
blue.
telling you, when I went to the guy, Mike, you were talking about the Ryder Cup. Oh, my gosh, when I had the good fortune to be able to go, when it was here at Medina, it is unlike going to other golf tournaments. The energy just from the fans who are there, and it's such a like-minded group of individuals, whether you're, rooting for the other side or you're rooting for USA. It's the camaraderie amongst the fans I just found to be just so beautiful, and it was just really fun to be a part of it as a fan. So I just love the format. I love being able to watch it, and I will be watching it on TV. But I'm excited for President's Cup next year, too.
It's going to be amazing. September is going to be match play city for us here next year. But this year we get to watch it on the TV and get ready for next year, which we're going to have Joey on at 10 to find out what's going on. And tickets are going to be available starting this week.
Cannot wait.
All right. Well, Tracy, you are a better Patriot than Mike and myself because we have picked the Europeans. But
we have.
Regardless, we thank you for joining us here this morning.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Tracy.
And thank you for blessing us with all the good weather as well. Tracy Butler on the Jersey Mike's hotline. Jersey Mike's a sub above. No PGA Tour action per se going on right now, Mike, but there is still plenty of other golf that is being played in a professional and semi-professional realm.
And even amateur.
And even amateur. So we will get into all of that when we come back. This segment's been brought to you by Tullamore Golf Resort.
This is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1100.3 HD2 and the ESPN Chicago app. The ESPN Chicago Fantasy Football Show, brought to you by Tullamore Dew.
Welcome to Fantasy Football!
Set your lineup with Jeff Meller's guidance, Sunday morning at 7, ESPN Chicago.
Illinois Bone and Joint Institute is proud to present the Chicago Adaptive Open at IBJI. They're dedicated to helping you move better so you can live better. Their expert team delivers compassionate, high-quality care with state-of-the-art imaging, convenient rehab locations, and 14 ortho-access immediate care facilities for same-day orthopedic treatment. With more than 150 physicians and 100 locations throughout Chicagoland, they offer expertise in every orthopedic specialty. From injury to recovery, IBJI is here for you. Get the close to home care you deserve. Visit IBJI.com to learn more.
Village Links of Glen Ellen provides a country club experience at a public golf facility with a top-rated 27-hole complex that's proudly hosted 47 PGA Tour and USGA qualifying events. Village Links is considered one of the premier golf courses in the Chicago area. It's located near I-88 and 355, so get out and play at Village Links. After your round, dine on the spectacular patio at Reserve 22 Restaurant and Bar overlooking the pristine 18th green. Go to villagelinksgolf.com and get ready for a great round. See you at the links.
Experience the best golf on the North Shore. Head over to Glenview Park Golf Club. Book your tee time 24/7 at golfglenview.com or call 847-724-0250. Golfglenview.com or 847-724-0250. Experience the best.
Play their gear, dress the part, and shop like the pros at the PGA Tour Superstore. Now's the time to upgrade your game with new apparel and footwear to keep you looking fresh, and the hottest clubs from all your favorite brands. Plus, dial in your game with the latest technology like rangefinders and launch monitors. Shop with the pros at one of PGA Tour Superstore's 5 Chicagoland locations: Downers Grove, Schaumburg, Orland Park, Vernon Hills, and Lincoln Park.
Discover why Oswego Land Park District's Fox Bend Golf Course is considered the gem of the western suburbs. And it's just 45 minutes from downtown. Built in 1967, Fox Bend was voted a 5-star course by Chicagoland Golf Magazine. A 6,900-yard par 72 layout that will appeal to all levels of play. With the most superb green complexes in the Chicagoland area, Fox Bend has hosted 3 Illinois Open Championships, and this year, Fox Bend is the proud host of the 2025 Chicago Adaptive Open. To book a tee time, visit foxbendgolfcourse.com.
Hey, Chicagoland, it's time to tee up your next golf adventure with a trip to Tullymore Golf Resort, featuring 36 championship holes at 2 5-star rated golf courses. Spend more time on the course and less time in the car. Tullymore is just a quick 3.5-hour drive from the city. Enjoy an up-north golf experience without the drive at Tullymore Golf Resort. Experience a Michigan masterpiece. Start your trip with just a click at tullymoregolf.com. That's tullymoregolf.com.
We're not one of the largest banks in America. We're Republic Bank of Chicago. For Chicago, we've got the banking solutions you want, the local expertise you need, and the exceptional service you deserve right here at Republic Bank of Chicago.
Golf with the legends at Destination Geneva National in Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Enjoy 54 holes designed by Arnold Palmer, Gary Player, and Lee Trevino. Stay right on the course in luxurious suites, group cottages, or the newly renovated and reimagined Lakeview rooms at the Lodge. Between rounds, savor on-site dining at the Hunt Club Steakhouse, Craft at Italia, and Turf Kitchen and Tap. Or unwind at Paloma Cantina, overlooking the dance floor, the entertainment-style putting course. Visit DestinationGN.com for details on Wisconsin's closest multi-course golf resort to the greater Chicagoland area.
Golf is on your mind and on the air. Right now, this is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1000, 100.3 HD2, and the ESPN Chicago app. Presented by Glenview Park Golf Club.
CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1000. The segment brought to you by Tour Edge. And Mike, a number of different events going on as we try to fill the PGA Tour / live void in the world right now of golf. So many different things going on. You can talk professional, you can talk amateur. You've got the Irish Open. You've got what took place out at Kemper Lakes with Good. You've got the Walker Cup going on right now. So you're still able to get your fix in of golf as we wait until we get the Ryder Cup 3 weeks from now.
No doubt. And also, folks, if you have nothing to do tonight or you're watching college football, make sure you turn over the channel to NBC and check out the Walker Cup matches. They start this afternoon or today out in California. And they're being held at a facility or a club that is so elite and so special that they're going to have the cameras on to see Cypress Point. And for many, many purists and golfers out there, if they had one more round of golf to play for the rest of their life, many people point to Cypress, like Steve Melnick. In fact, he'll be on the call at the event today. And the Walker Cup is the same version of the Ryder Cup, but for amateurs. It's a 2-day affair versus a 3-day. So there are some small little changes, but it is effectively a match play event, and they're playing for pride. Obviously, they're amateurs, but still, they're amateurs in today's world, so they're still getting NILs. But this is truly pure amateur golf at its finest. And it's interesting. You're basically going to see between the two teams the next class of PGA Tour pros. Because if you look up Walker Cup matches and teams of years past, it is nothing but teams fully loaded with future tour stars. And this reiteration is going to be no different. So I look forward to seeing, Jason Kovu and some of Ethan Fang and a few of the others that are just, they're just amazing. They hit the ball further than the professionals. Cypress is going to provide a few very cool golf holes. Number 16 in particular may be viewed as the greatest golf hole in the entire world. Photogenically, fun to play. It's a par 3. And if you're cruising around the channels, spend a little time and check out Cypress just for the beauty of the place. They're going to have some par 4s, believe it or not. They're going to play like 260. Imagine that.
Yeah.
But they're going to be the hardest 260 you've ever seen. So I am looking forward to this. It's a little diversion and maybe a little, how should I say, a little hors d'oeuvre of match play to get me ready for the next couple of weeks. But the pictures I'm most excited about is seeing Cypress, because it's not very often they allow cameras even into that place.
Yeah, no, it's cool. And you mentioned the history, like looking through some of the recent names that have participated. You've got 2019 was an Akshay Bhatia, 2021 Austin Eckroat. You have Cameron Champ in 2017. Local guy Doug Gim. Also in 2017, he was a teammate of Colin Morikawa and Scotty Scheffler. And Will Zalatoris and Matt McNeely that year, too.
Yeah.
So
and you go
a good
even
class
deeper,
there.
There's a few that are just like, how did they ever lose?
Right. Bryson DeChambeau in 2015. You had Max Homa and Justin Thomas in 2013. Patrick Cantlay, Harris English, Russell Henley in 2011. I mean, that's
an all-star team.
That's
right
a quarter of the Ryder Cup team this year.
100%.
Jordan Spieth also on that 2011 team. So yeah, like how did they ever lose with a group like that?
And I think the team that Curtis Strange played on was another really loaded team. Now that's going back, and I think into the more early 80s, but. Yeah, there's going to be some really cool golf to watch. And, getting back to Cypress for a second, Bing Crosby, believe it or not, had one of the very first hole-in-ones ever on that 16th hole.
Okay.
And the story goes that one of the guys in his group then decided, I have to go in early, and he didn't say why. Well, what he did is he went in and he called every single member in the club to come on down to the club because Bing just had a hole-in-one. And so when he came in, there was close to 200 people waiting for their free drink. And as the story goes, he bought them all. And Cypress plays another interesting part of our history. Cypress plays a big part because Bobby Jones in 1949, he was in the USAM at Pebble, and he was a low amateur. And in his very first match, he plays Johnny Goodman and loses. And he wasn't expecting to lose. And so he now has all this time on his hands because he's no longer in the USAM. So he decided to go over and check out Cypress. And at the time, he was given a lot of thought to building Augusta National, and everybody thought Donald Ross was going to be the architect. Not until he stepped onto Cypress and he realized it was Alistair McKenzie. And so he came back to California and went and played Posse Tiempo and played Cypress again. And the rest is kind of history. That's how Alistair McKenzie was picked as the architect for Augusta National. It's all because of Cypress.
Wow. All right, when we come back, we'll be joined by Joey Chitwood to talk all things President's Cup tournament, director of that tournament. So we will talk to Joey coming up next. The segment's been brought to you by Tour Edge.
This is the CDGA Golf Show, presented by Glenview Park Golf Club, ESPN 1000, 100.3 HD2, and the ESPN Chicago app.
Chicago-based Zero Friction is the fastest-growing golf products company in America. Founded in 2001, Zero Friction is responsible for establishing the three-pronged performance tee and remains the #1 performance tee on the PGA Tour with over 70 PGA Tour victories. In 2024, Zero Friction introduced their newest innovation, the Stride electric bag trolley with a pocket-sized remote control that uses smart follow technology to follow within 3 feet of you. Stride was voted Product of the Year at the PGA Golf Show. To check out all the innovative Zero Friction products, go to zerofriction.com.
Play golf at Elgin. Check out the Golf Elgin app and book a tee time at Bowes Creek Country Club or the Highlands of Elgin. Your outing could not be better than at the Highlands of Elgin. The Grumpy Goat Tavern is a great place to finish your golf get-together as well. Check them out at highlandsofelgin.com or grumpygoattavern.net.
Golfers, go north to Wisconsin and experience the Club at Lac La Belle, voted a top 10 most fun golf course in the country by Golf Digest. The Club at Lac La Belle is now accepting tee times. Take advantage of same-day replay rates. The Club at Lac La Belle is at the heart of the Wisconsin Golf Trail, featuring a majestic, redesigned course and beautiful clubhouse. Schedule your tee time now at theclubatlaclabelle.com. A historic past meets a vibrant future. Go to theclubatlaclabelle.com to start your journey.
This is the home of the Bears. ESPN Chicago. WMVP. WTBC HD2. Chicago. How's your golf game? Yeah, mine too. But more on that later. It's time for more golf talk on the CDGA Golf Show. Your guide to golf around the world and in your neighborhood. The CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1000. Now here are your hosts, Mike Gilligan and Tyler Rocky.
It's the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN Chicago. Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan with you every single Saturday, talking all things golf with you. If you ever want to join the conversation as well, 312-332-3776. We're talking a lot of Ryder Cup today. Got Tracy Butler on the weather and what we can be expecting for the Ryder Cup a little bit with, again, it's hurricane season up in the Northeast around that time, but also locally too, and what we can expect for how much season we have left, because I think both you and I got a little scared this morning when we saw sub 50 as we were walking out the door, but Tracy said, rest assured, don't worry, we will have good golfing days for the foreseeable future. And she even said we're probably going to see some 80s this week, too. So.
I think there is going to be a little bit like an 81 on Wednesday or Thursday. But, the low at this time of the year doesn't concern me. I just want to find out what's the potential of the high, because as long as it's above 50 degrees, shorts are going on for me. I mean, it has to be.
So you'll play shorts above
50.
In the 50s, though.
Mm-hmm.
Like
I'll do a quarter zip and be warm up top. But that putting pants on stinks playing golf, I think. I hate I hate playing in pants.
Interesting.
I really do. I don't know. I feel like you're not athletic. I mean, not to say that I'm going to go slam dunk anything, but I don't know. All my life in sports, I've always felt free and just, comfortable. So shorts just do it for me. So that's why I like the idea of shorts on players, unlike the live crew.
Yeah, that's interesting. I actually enjoy putting on the golf pants. There's just a comfort to me because I know it's not gonna be crazy hot outside.
I hate getting the pants dirty though. Inside your shoes, you click your heels, and then it's like that pair of pants is kind of ruined.
Yeah, yeah. I get where you're coming from there, but yeah, the funny thing about it is like it signals to me. It's funny because it's almost like the bookends of the golf season, where like at the beginning it signals to me we're here, but it also is a sign that hey, it's coming to a close soon too. And there is something about fall golf that I love, and it reminds me of that a little bit at times, like. Hey, this is the fall golf season. Like we get the I don't love necessarily the leaves falling on the course, but like kind of the crisper temperatures. I love playing golf in a quarter zip too.
Oh yeah. No, I think a quarter zip shorts and it's like 60 degrees is like ideal, 62. It's just perfect. You're walking, you have enough of a walk and keep yourself, breathing and warm and by walking, I always feel like I'm going to play a lot better, and I will stay warmer versus trying to go sit in a golf cart and catch all the cold weather or cold wind coming at you. So I prefer fall golf over summer golf, believe it or not.
Okay.
I always have, it seems, my better play always occurs the second half of the season and really the last quarter of the season in my days of high school and tournaments and, even just around here of late. It just seems that my game gets into a great spot and then it starts to get really bad out. And then I have to try to save as much as I can for the next year. But I'll play providing it's over 40 degrees, but then I'll have pants on. But below 40, staying in bed.
Yeah. By the way, this segment brought to you by Geneva National. Real quick, let's go out to John, who's in Barrington. Good morning, John.
Hey, John.
You there, John? We'll get John back on hold real quick and get to. I think he had a question for Mike. We could try John again.
I'm here.
Hey, John. We got you, John.
Okay.
I'm here.
We got you, John.
Tyler, let me throw this quick little picture at you.
Okay.
43 degrees, light breeze, bright sun, but you're playing the Irish course.
I mean, if you're sending me overseas,
it's very doable at that temperature.
Yeah, if you're sending me overseas to like Northern Ireland or Scotland or something like that, doesn't matter what the weather is. I'm playing.
Talking about it Whistling
I was going to say,
Straits, I mean, that's about the coldest I've ever played golf.
Okay.
But it's like it doesn't matter when you're on a course like that.
Right? Yeah, I think you make exceptions for stuff like that.
Well, a guy like
exactly.
that, I mean, that wind is coming off that lake, and it may be 43 as advertised, but it probably feels like 32 or 33 as far as your body temperature.
Listen,
actually, that day it was coming from the west, so it was a light.
Oh,
it was just a
okay.
Okay. Gotcha.
Well, good for that. I mean, that's outstanding. And first off, the Irish course I love the Irish course. I think it really does embody what it's like to be over in Ireland. I think there's a little exaggeration on Pete's behalf on a few of those dunes and whatnot. But overall, it is, I feel, a more playable and more enjoyable golf course for most of us versus the big kahuna they call Whistling Straits.
Yeah. All right, let's go on out to the Jersey Mike's hotline. Jersey Mike's a sub above, where we find Joey Chitwood, the tournament director for the President's Cup, with us here on the CDGA Golf Show. Good morning, Joey. Thanks so much for joining us today.
Good morning, guys. Great to be with you. Excited to talk about golf.
You got that right, Joey. It's so good to have you on because, I mean, you got to be getting a little bit nervous once this Ryder Cup is over because, hey, buddy, you're next. And tell me, how nice is it to be at a club like Medina that is so rich in major championship history, but they've also hosted an event called the Ryder Cup that mirrors this thing. So is that a nice luxury to have for a guy like in your position?
You know, it really is, but I will tell you, having been now in market for over 2 years, I'm excited that we're only a year out. Finally, it's in distance. And for us, it's exciting because you've got this Medina Country Club, 100 years of history. When it's all said and done, after it hosts the President's Cup, it'll be the only course on the planet that has hosted a PGA Championship, a U.S. Open, a Ryder Cup, and a President's Cup. And that's in Chicago. Just think about that. That's pretty impressive, and that stacks up there against anybody. But for us, when you think about what it takes to put on a successful event, you need a club like Medina. You need that history, that proper championship course, but we need a couple other things. We need a great event, and we've seen great competition with the President's Cup in terms of USA versus international. And it was fun in Montreal when we got to see the Americans go, 5-0 the first round of matches, and then the internationals go 5-0 against them. A little bit of energy there. And then you've got the Chicago market where if there's a more boisterous fan in this country, I've not seen them yet. Chicago's going to bring it, and I can't imagine what the energy will be like on course for all those fans rooting on the U.S. versus international.
Well, not just that, Joey, but I feel like this Chicago market feels like it's been treated like the little brother of golf lately with the way that they have been shut out of some of these PGA Tour events. They've had the live events, but I know people love when the BMW Championship is here and obviously when they get a Ryder Cup. But why is the Chicago market such a great fit for a global event like this?
When you look at the courses in the Chicago area, well, first off, proper credibility to CDGA. I mean, what a fantastic organization in terms of 100,000 members strong plus. And then you see all of these other great top 100 courses in the market. So I think it's only fitting that this President's Cup is kind of a cap to that. And I know that the BMW was there in 2013. I think it's coming back a couple years after the President's Cup. So it's nice to see that rotation happening. But for us, I mean, I can't think of a better place to be. And we've had some really good events. The Charlotte event, a couple years ago was the biggest President's Cup to date. But I would just say this to you, Charlotte isn't an international market. And I think of the destination that is Chicago and the ability to pull people in from across the planet who might be rooting on the international team. I just think Chicago offers so much more for the experience. And if you're a golf fan and you want to come in and hit the President's Cup, you're going to catch a round someplace else as well. You got a lot of choices in the Chicago market, and you can't go wrong. And you know what you do? You go into that contact list, and you're looking for anybody who can get you on, Chicago Golf or Shore Acres or Butler, you name it. There's too many great places, but everybody's going to pull out that card and try and find a contact to get into one of those courses during President's Cup week.
Well, Joey, I guess this is going to be a big week for you all. On the 9th, you're going to allow tickets to be purchased now by the general public. So why is it important for fans to purchase early? And what are some of the experiences a general admission ticket buyer can look forward to when they arrive to the 2026 Ryder Cup, or President's Cup, at Medina?
Yeah. For us, it's always been about a year out is when we wanted to make sure we were in market and gave everybody a chance to buy tickets. And we sell them daily, so you can buy them from a Tuesday practice day all the way to Sunday of competition. We create what we'll call these fan engagement areas. And if you got to visit us in Charlotte, we'll create a big screen TV, Adirondack chairs. We'll populate that with local food and beverage and restrooms. So you don't have to stand on the rope line if you have a grounds admission. You can hang out in an area with food and beverage and maybe adult beverages as well and get to see a big screen and get to soak it in that way too. Mind you, if you're interested in buying some merchandise, a 40,000 square foot merchandise shop will be on site. And we will have everything and anything with a President's Cup logo on it. So we feel like a grounds admission is a great experience. And look, it's challenging for sporting events nowadays, right? We all deal with the cost to attend and what it takes for us to build this temporary venue, right? We're building all these things that, 2 months after the event will be gone. So for us, we try and make sure that a grounds admission ticket has a great experience, just as if you were to buy a hospitality ticket in the clubhouse or a suite or something else. So for us, we try and create a balanced experience for everybody. And we definitely have been really thoughtful about our transportation plan. We have been acquiring parking lots left and right. We actually have a property across from the club that we've never used or the PGA Tour has never used for any event. And so we're really going to be thoughtful about getting people in and out. And that might have been a conversation point at former events. So we're doing our best. And by the way, we've already been talking to our temporary bridge vendor about the lake and more bridges. So we're going to be really thoughtful about making sure it's a great experience, regardless of the type of ticket you purchase.
Joey Chitwood, tournament director for the President's Cup, with us here on the CDGA Golf Show. So you mentioned how, listen, these tournaments, they parachute in, and there's a number of events that just will parachute into town and leave and pack up shop. But I think golf tournaments in general, and the President's Cup is no different. They come in and they make an economic impact charitably to the area that they preside over. And the President's Cup, in its 25 years history, has contributed over $56 million. What are some of the ways that the tournament plans to give back to the Chicagoland area?
For us, it's really important. I look at there's really three legs of that stool, right? One is economic impact, and Charlotte did about $135 million in economic impact. We think we'll be at 175 and above, and that's about heads and beds, getting people to visit this market and spend hotel nights there, go to restaurants, and really enjoy the experience. So we feel like Chicago allows us to really pull people in that maybe we wouldn't have a shot at, or we didn't get to visit to Charlotte. You mentioned charitable elements. We love to make our communities better by having hosted an event. And we actually have two announcements coming up in the next couple weeks, and so I can't let the cat out of the bag just yet, but we will be making two very significant donations to a DuPage entity that we think is really near and dear to what we think about in terms of making a community better. And then also we love our golf initiatives, and we are so invested in so many golf charitable initiatives. So we'll be actually making some early donations in 2025, but that's really on behalf of the 2026 event. The last thing I would say that we bring to the table is a broadcast that's pushed out globally to over 200 countries, over 20 different languages. A national spotlight, international spotlight will shine on Medina and Chicago and really the golf ecosystem in the Chicago market on how good it really is. And listen, I also got to throw props to Medina. You know, this $25 million renovation that they completed and reopened last year is phenomenal. And so you think about a club taking on that expense to do that. That wasn't part of our contract. Medina chose to do that on their own because they really wanted to upgrade an older property that needed drainage and other elements. And so a major props to them for making that investment, and rave reviews from anybody that I talked to. It's to the point right now where Medina members have to enter their own lottery to get their tee times. There's such demand internally for everyone to play course number 3.
There's no doubt about that. Remember when we played, we were accosted by a Medina member going, how the heck did you guys get on 3 when we played it?
We were lucky.
We were lucky.
Shout out to Todd.
Yeah, big time. But, you know, Joey, you make a great point about DuPage County. When I was a tournament director at Medina back in 99, the spirit of cooperation that the county had with us was unbelievable. And if you don't have that, it is so hard to exist in a community that isn't seeing eye to eye or has the big picture. So kudos to DuPage County. I'm glad you're able to give back as you are. Now take us to October. Ryder Cup ends. Hopefully America wins, but chances are we're probably not. But who knows? But who cares at this point, right? The captains are going to be coming into Chicago for a 3-day takeover of the city. And I remember you telling me about this as one of your things up your sleeve. Can you tell us what's going to happen when they come to Chicago in October?
You know, so this is a big deal for us. And since we don't get to announce a team really until a month or two out from the event, you've got to rely on your captains to be the voice for you. So we have this Captains Week, and we're going to do a number of activities at Medina and a lot of content capture, imagery, interviews, things that we'll cut up and use all throughout the year. As much as I would love to have them be in Chicago year-round, I've got to work on their travel schedules when I can get them in or out. But we're going to go into downtown Chicago, and we are going to make a difference. People will know that we're there. We've got a great breakfast planned with the Executives Club of Chicago. We expect 400 folks there for a nice breakfast where we're going to hear from Jeff and Brant about leadership and what it means to manage really individual personalities. If you think about it, you know, golf we know is an individual sport, so this unique moment to pull them together as a team. And how do you manage that? How do you drive results? How do you make sure everybody's aligned in purpose? Well, I'm going to let the cat out of the bag. We're planning a press conference and maybe a publicity stunt at Soldier Field on Wednesday, October 8th. So stay tuned. The President's Cup is definitely going to make an impact in the sporting world here in Chicago, and we're going to have a little fun at Soldier Field. So all of those great media members will get an invite to that, and I have no doubt it'll be a fantastic photo opportunity and a fun little competition that we'll have between Jeff and Brant. And let's just say I'll leave the competition for a later announcement, but we are going to have some fun. And when you think about sports in downtown Chicago, Soldier Field is so iconic. So for us, it made a lot of sense. We'll have some other activities in and around Chicago, local celebrities or local sports athletes, welcoming Jeff and Brant to Chicago, maybe some iconic photos, some of those great things, whether it's the Wrigley Field or the State Theater, things like that. You know, for us, the President's Cup is a phenomenal event over 30 years of history, but we need to make sure this is a Chicago President's Cup. We would be doing a disservice if we didn't tap into that, let's just say, spirit of Chicago. And, you know, we had a chance to do that earlier when we announced the team captains. We were so pleased to pull Gene Honda in, you know, noted voice of the White Sox and Blackhawks, and what a fantastic person. And so we had him participate in interviewing the captains during the announcement. That's the kind of thing that we want to do to make sure we wrap ourselves in all of those fun things that is Chicago. Now, there's a lot of sports in Chicago, so hopefully we can connect with everybody and figure out a relationship. But I will tell you, so far, we've been welcomed with open arms. And having some fun, like using Soldier Field, that's just another way we can tap into that Chicago brand.
Well, hopefully there's a Cubs playoff game that you guys can take in as well while you guys are out here. Real quick, Joey, before we let you go here, I know the teams aren't out, but if you look at who was on the U.S. team from a year ago and who was on the international team from a year ago, there's going to be some pretty big names out here. Like, what can fans expect in terms of, like, the star power that they're going to see on the course a year from now?
I think for me, the thing that really gets me when it comes to team play, and we've all been to tournaments, right, and stroke play, and that Thursday first round, maybe that first tee shot at 7 a.m., it might not catch your attention as much as the first tee shot in match play, where every single shot has much more gravitas to it. It can mean so much more. If I were a betting man, I kind of think Scotty Scheffler might make the team. I'm just saying, in all likelihood, he's going to be on the team. But we're going to see golf at its highest level. And in this team play concept, we see guys elevate their game, and then we see their emotion. And for me, I think it was Siwoo Kim who did the night-night gesture at Montreal.
Yeah.
I mean, goodness gracious, those players are usually not as demonstrative. And so for him to copy Steph Curry, how fantastic was that? I know Scheffler was giving us Tom Kim a little bit during Montreal. I think we love to see that sportsmanship, but we want to see the emotion and the energy. And I think it's not just the great players, it's the heat of the moment, hitting a shot that the three of us would never be able to do even in our dreams, right? I mean, these guys can perform at such a high level when the pressure is on, and to me, that's what makes this competition fantastic.
Joey, two quick things. You mentioned earlier a 40,000 square foot merchandising facility. For the folks at home, if you tented Soldier Field, the playing field, that'd be 30,000 square feet. So where can people, if they don't want to wait till the week of, is there an ability for people to get President's Cup wear? Because it is so cool, the new logo that came out. And, yeah, is that an opportunity for people to get? And then how can people get tickets on September the 9th?
Absolutely. So the easiest way for tickets is presidentscup.com. There'll be a link to Ticketmaster where it'll take you to all the choices. And not only that, it'll have all the hospitality choices in case anyone wants to upgrade their experience. From a merchandise perspective, I expect probably in the spring of next year, you'll start to see it on our PGA Tour fanshop.com. So that is our online portal where people can buy merchandise online. And so I think you'll start to see it. And I am impressed. We did that really cool President's Cup Medina composite logo by taking that red and green of Medina and kind of enfolding it around the President's Cup. So we, again, same thing, embracing that local element with Medina and having some fun creating a composite logo. So whether it's merchandise, whether it's tuning in to watch it on TV or buying a ticket or even a hospitality opportunity, you don't want to miss the President's Cup in any form or fashion. And to your point, when you walk into this 40,000 square foot merchandise tent, for anybody who's a golfer, because you know what it's like. If we go to tournaments, we have to buy a hat or a shirt. You can't leave a tournament without buying that local logo. It's like walking into heaven because there's every brand, every logo, everything you can think of. We do an unbelievable merchandise business in and around this event.
Absolutely. No doubt about that. Joey, thanks so much for joining us this morning. Best of luck for the next year, getting this thing ready to go, and looking forward to seeing you out at Medina a little over a year from now.
Soldier Field. Are we going to get an invite?
You'll get an invite, no doubt. Yes. And listen, you're gonna be raving about it because it's gonna be fun, and that's the goal. We're gonna have fun. Whatever we do, this is golf. This is fun, and I am so excited that we're in Chicago for this event. It's just gonna be off the charts. It will be the biggest and the best President's Cup we've put on in 30 years of history.
Cannot wait. Cannot wait to watch you out at Medina. Joey, good luck, and thanks so much for joining us this morning.
Awesome, guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Joey.
Joey Chitwood, the tournament director for the President's Cup, with us here on the CDGA Golf Show. And he joins us on the Jersey Mike's hotline. All right, when we come back, Mike, you had yourself your putting fitting last week, and I want to know how that went and all the specs that you picked up because you texted me and you were so excited to talk about this. So we'll do that when we come back here. The segment's been brought to you by Geneva National.
This is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1100.3 HD2 and the ESPN Chicago app.
Week 1 for the Bears, and it's a Monday night affair on the lakefront. Hi, everybody. It's Jeff Joniak. Join Tom Thayer, Jason McKee, and myself for the call to Bears and Vikings. Kickoff at 7:15. And join us for 2+ hours of pre- and post-game coverage with the best in the business. It's Bears and Vikings to launch the 2025 season. Coverage starts Monday at 5. This is the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago. Brought to you in part by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana.
If you haven't been to a PXG golf store, you are missing out. Every location is equipped with state-of-the-art fitting bays, the full lineup of our game-changing golf clubs, an incredible selection of PXG apparel, golf bags and accessories, and personal service that is absolutely second to none. The best part? It's a ton of fun. Find out what PXG can do for your game. Come see us at either of our 2 Chicago locations, Northbrook and Oakbrook. PXG, you've never played like this before.
Grow your game to the next level and share it with those who need it most. With a CDGA membership, you'll become better through golf. As a CDGA member, you'll receive exclusive benefits headlined by a handicap index issued by the USGA. Other benefits include access to special member perks, unique competitions, memorable excursions, exclusive member communications, and more. Additionally, all memberships help the CDGA expand access to the game and ensure that it evolves for future generations through unique and impactful sunshine programs. Learn more at CDGA.org.
Hey, Chicago golfers, experience pure golfing enjoyment at Fox Bend Golf Course. Fox Bend Golf Course offers playing conditions and the amenities of a traditional private club, but is open to the public and just 45 minutes from downtown. Visit foxbendgolfcourse.com.
We're not one of the largest banks in America. We're Republic Bank of Chicago. For Chicago, we've got the banking solutions you want, the local expertise you need, and the exceptional service you deserve. Right here at Republic Bank of Chicago.
Play golf in Elgin. Check out the Golf Elgin app and book a tee time at the Highlands of Elgin or Bowes Creek Country Club. Enjoy exceptional playing conditions and afterward, perhaps a savory pork chop at the Grumpy Goat Tavern. A great place to continue your day of play. Check us out at highlandsofelgin.com or grumpygoattavern.net.
Experience the best golf on the North Shore. Head over to Glenview Park Golf Club. Book your tee time 24/7 at golfglenview.com or call 847-724-0250. Golfglenview.com or 847-724-0250. Experience the best.
Chicagoland's very own Tour Edge Golf is celebrating 20 years of exotics with their brand new Exotic 725 series. The 10K MOI E725 driver provides the ultimate in forgiveness and stability off the tee, while the rest of the 725 series is packed with innovation specifically designed to cover every player type looking to level up their game. It's time to see for yourself why over 200 PGA Tour professionals have chosen to put exotics in their bags. For more on the new Tour Edge Exotic 725 series, visit touredge.com.
Tullymore Golf Resort is the perfect spot for your next golf trip. With 36 holes of championship golf and on-site accommodations, Tullymore Golf Resort is up north golf without the drive. Start your trip with just a click at tullymoregolf.com.
Come to Cog Hill Golf and Country Club and experience truly legendary golf. Since 1927, Cog Hill has been the mecca for public golf in the Midwest. In addition to Dub's Dread, ranked the #1 course you can play in Illinois by Golf Digest, Cog Hill offers 3 other beautiful 18-hole layouts with price points for all types of golfers. Visit their state-of-the-art practice facility with top tracer technology on 42 driving range bays. Plus, they have 2 golf shops, a new club fitting room, and beautiful clubhouse and reception area. They serve great food, too. Visit coghillgolf.com.
Welcome into the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1000. Presented by Glenview Park Golf Club. Here's your hosts, Mike Gilligan and Tyler Rocky.
This segment brought to you by Cog Hill Golf and Country Club, a pure golf experience. Mike, real quick here, just because we'll get to your putting fitting in just a moment here. But there is some of the other stuff that's going on in the world of golf right now that we've locally too. The Good event that took place on Thursday at Kemper Lakes. I didn't partake into any of it. Our producer Mario Herron, he's got one of the good hats on today. But for those unfamiliar, it's like a social media YouTube crew that has gotten really big and puts on some of these events. Did you take in any of it? Do you know anyone that went, or you didn't go yourself, did you?
No, but Tim Robinson, who works for the CDGA, he went. He came in the office. He asked to leave early to go check it out because Tom Broders, who's affectionately known as Bubby on Good, is from Palatine. He's a Chicago-born and bred kid. Went to Miami of Ohio. He's an Evans Scholar. Great.
He's on the Gilligan pipeline.
Yeah, he truly is in a lot of different ways. But he is all about Chicago, and they're here, and then they go in the desert in February. So obviously, Bubby had a lot of influence coming here, and then going to Kemper Lakes. But I happened to watch the last 4 holes of it on TV, and then there was a playoff, and the playoff was really actually quite cool because they were driving the green at 18 with 3 woods, cutting off the dog leg, going directly there, and they had to do it 3 times each player, and then eventually the one team ended up winning because the other team ended up just making par after driving it on the green. But it's unique, but it had me wondering, like, is this the future? I find it amazing that there were more people there than there were at the Corn Ferry event, and those are like the world's best players next to what you're seeing on tour. The golf was okay at times and pretty good, but there was also a fair share of what was that kind of a shot from time to time.
Probably humanizing.
Yeah,
for
and
sure.
it is, and I'm sure some of these influencers, because when you post something on social media, you can make a mistake or two and make that hit the editing room floor. But when you're live on the Golf Channel and you got people watching, and now that shot counts no matter what, I noticed that some of the influencers struggle a heck of a lot more. The true tournament tough guys that played a formidable tournament career before they kind of jetted off to this obviously fared a heck of a lot better. But it was fun. And I'll tell you, you look at the demographics of who is out there, that's the future of golf. Yeah. And I got to tell you, there was as many hats turned backwards as there were forwards. In fact, I might even say there were probably more backwards than there were forwards. Wow. So, the game is changing, and that's not a bad thing.
Yeah. All right, when we come back, we'll get into your putting fitting. It's weird to say putting fitting.
Fitting, yeah. I know. It's
I took the G's off of both words there.
Putting fitting.
You're putting fitting. We'll get to that when we come back here on the CDGA Golf Show. This segment's been brought to you by Cog Hill Golf and Country Club.
This is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1100.3 HD2 and the ESPN Chicago app. Peggy and Dionne. This morning from 9 to 11 on ESPN Chicago. Presented by Advantage Acura in Naperville.
In 1958, few imagined a young Joliet native and Air Force veteran like Brent Wadsworth would pioneer the nation's leader in world-class golf construction. Wadsworth Golf Construction was founded on his vision of leading with integrity, service, and quality. With over 1,000 golf courses built or renovated, including 110 in Illinois, Wadsworth Golf has left an indelible mark. Yet it's more than just construction. Wadsworth's philanthropy, embodied by Wadsworth Golf Charities Foundation, has donated over $12 million to nonprofits using golf to uplift children, veterans, and the underprivileged. Projects like Youth Links at Cantini, CDGA Sunshine Course, and newly renovated Canal Shores in Evanston have benefited. Wadsworth Golf proudly supports the CDGA and looks ahead to further collaboration in enhancing the golfing community. Explore their projects and foundation at wadsworthgolf.com.
Experience top courses managed by Kemper Sports across Chicagoland. From North Shore classics like the Glen Club, Deer Path, and newly renovated Winnetka, to western suburban favorites like Bolingbrook, host of Live Golf Chicago, and Cantini, and Southside gems like Harborside International, Kemper Sports offers something for everyone. With impeccable course conditions and top-notch hospitality for over 45 years, Kemper Sports creates lasting memories. Did you know Kemper Sports was also recently awarded as a top places to work by Crane Chicago? Visit KemperSports.com or follow at Kemper Sports on social media.
You've arrived at French Lick Resort here in Indiana. 2 hotels you have to see to believe. Legendary Golf by Pete Dye and Donald Ross. Our little corner of the world is like nowhere else. Your French Lick getaway starts now at FrenchLick.com.
Must be 21 to enter casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Play their gear, dress the part, and shop like the pros at the PGA Tour Superstore. Now's the time to upgrade your game with new apparel and footwear to keep you looking fresh and the hottest clubs from all your favorite brands. Plus, dial in your game with the latest technology like rangefinders and launch monitors. Shop with the pros at one of PGA Tour Superstore's 5 Chicagoland locations: Downers Grove, Schaumburg, Orland Park, Vernon Hills, and Lincoln Park.
Village Links of Glen Ellen provides a country club experience at a public golf facility with a top-rated 27-hole complex that's proudly hosted 47 PGA Tour and USGA qualifying events. Village Links is considered one of the premier golf courses in the Chicago area. It's located near I-88 and 355, so get out and play at Village Links. After your round, dine on the spectacular patio at Reserve 22 Restaurant and Bar overlooking the pristine 18th green. Go to villagelinksgolf.com and get ready for a great round. See you at the links.
Experience the best golf on the North Shore. Head over to Glenview Park Golf Club. Book your tee time 24/7 at golfglenview.com or call 847-724-0250. Golfglenview.com or 847-724-0250. Experience the best.
Golf Elgin in the Highlands of Elgin. Check out the Golf Elgin app and book your tee time at the Highlands through the new app. Ranked as one of the best public courses in Illinois by Golf Week, the Highlands is the place to play. Experience the Highlands. Visit highlandsofelgin.com.
From PGA to where you should play, this is the CDGA Golf Show with Mike Gilligan and Tyler Rocky. Presented by Glenview Park Golf Club.
All right, real quick before we get to your putting fitting, let's talk to John in Barrington. I think we may have cut him off before he got to his question that he wanted to ask Mike. Sorry about that, John. What's going on?
I realized you had a guest coming on, so anyway, the question I had for Mike is, Mike, you're a CDGA official, correct?
Yes, staff member, yes.
Of some sort, you have responsibilities with them.
Yes.
So the question I want to ask is, I have an idea for a new profit center for the organization. Who's the best person to contact about that?
That would be me, because I am all about business development. That is in my title. So
right.
I will love to chat with you, and maybe off air, you can give the information to our producer, and then
if the producer will pick me up, I'll give him my information, then we can get a hold of each other
with you.
Offline. All right.
All right, John. I'll put you on hold, and then you can get your information to our guy Mario, producing the show today. So, all right, look at that, creating a little business here on the show.
Well, that's just it. You're always got your antenna up and radar on, and hopefully John and I can do something. But you know what? That's how some of the best programs, ideas, initiatives, they come from our members like this.
Yeah.
And that's why I look forward to this phone call. So, because usually when members speak, they've got usually something good to say because they get it.
Yeah.
So.
All right. You had your putting fitting the other week, or last week, I should say, about a week ago, when you were at a Bettinardi. How'd it go? You texted me with a little glowing review.
It was, well, first off, I was at Bettinardi last week, and I had never been through, as you called it, a putting fitting, but a putting fitting. And the very first thing my guy Connor, And if you go to Bettinardi, go look up Connor Williams. He has been there since the day they opened the doors. He is one of the best fitters they've got. And he was telling me an interesting story about he and Nick Faldo, because they have analyzed 30,000 some putts or so over the course of the years that they've been in that building. And he said there's like around like 24 to 30 that have been rolled perfect. And I mean perfect. And Sir Nick came in one day, and matter of a few putts, he rolled one, and I've got a picture of him, and it was absolutely perfect. But the first thing he said to me when he came out, he goes, "This is not a putting fitting. This is a world changer." And I was like, okay, yeah, I've heard this before. All right. So are you going to really build this thing up, and then I'm going to walk out of here like, oh, that was it? Little did I know, Tyler, my eyes were opened beyond belief. I didn't realize that a putter actually has a launch angle. And what I found out, and what was most revealing during this fitting, is I actually found out why I miss putts. And I mean, it may sound so trivial, but the reason I miss it, I found out after a couple of putts. We watch my ball on super duper slow-mo, and they break it all down. My ball actually has backspin to the tune of enough that makes the ball bounce twice, ever so little, on the green before it finally starts to get itself into its perfect roll. And it's a combination of not only backspin, but side spin. So you know how sometimes you hit a putt and you go, that thing went left right off the bat.
Yeah.
That's because you imparted side spin on it.
So when you putt, when you miss and you're missing close, do you feel like you usually miss short?
No, in fact, he brought up something that I thought was so interesting. After only 2 putts, he said, "You miss to the right a lot, don't you?" And I was like, "Wow, I'm good at missing all over, right? Short, left, right." But as I started thinking about it, I was like, I do miss on the right quite a bit. And he goes, "Oh, it's real easy. I can see exactly why." And I said, "You can?" So he's like, "Yeah." He goes, as athletes, we're taught as right-handers to stay back on our right side because, like if we're going to hit a baseball, we load that back side, right? And when we go into the golf shot, we go in with our right leg followed by our left leg. What I'm now starting to do is separate. I'm going in with my left leg first because I was getting trapped ever so little on my right back heel. Most of my weight was on my back right heel. So what I was doing was I was pushing the blade slightly open and then trying to rescue it with my hand. I mean, this is going on in milliseconds, but you can see actually my right hand was actually cupping as I was coming through the golf ball, and I couldn't ever figure out what is wrong with my right hand. So with a couple adjustments, and then what he did is he brought out, I picked 5 putters that I thought were good to my eye, what I liked, what I thought would be good for me. And he said, "Okay, grip the putter." And I said, "All right, do I grip it around how the putter sits, or should I grip it the way I would just want to grip it?" And he goes, "No, I want you to just grip it like you normally would." And I said, "Well, that's going to put the toe up in the air and the heel down." And he goes, "Well, do that." And so I did it. And so he took it out of my hands. He ran back into the workroom and tinkered around. He came back and he bent the thing exactly to where I want it. So then we started rolling putts, and we checked out the metal hardness. So he had me with hard, medium, and soft metals that they do.
Okay.
And what you're trying to do during this point is what appeals to me from sound and feel might be totally different for you. So I like a softer feel on my putter, but there are a much harder metal where the ball pops a little bit more.
Yeah.
And some people like that. And in fact, he said, "I never liked that, but I've grown to like it." But I went with more of the softer. And then he watched the tempo, and he watched the rhythm of the putter, and they clock the speed, the roll. I mean, there's like 6 or 7 different data points on every single putt. And it was absolutely amazing to me to understand why I now miss, and with a few corrections. But the biggest thing that he helped me with is he saw that I was taking the club back quick, and he thought, well, you pick up the putter like it's almost too light for you. So I am playing with one of those high MOI putters with 0 torque, and I can literally put the ball out on the toe, and it's going to react just like it does in the middle. And he told me that 27 of the top 30 players in the world are rolling this kind of putter now for the forgiveness factor. And these are guys that put the ball right on the club face almost every time. So I figured, hey, if it's good enough for the top 27 out of 30 in the world, it's certainly going to be good enough for me. So I have an exceptionally heavy shaft now, and it's counterbalanced. So the grip is heavy too. And it has a totally different feel, but it has me as smooth as silk going back and forth now because it isn't like this light little tinker toy in my hand.
Yeah.
So right off the bat, I'm able to keep the putter square to square. And I just couldn't wait to get back and start practicing with it. And I was thinking of you with your new putting grip. It's like we've got a good reason now that excites us to go practice putting, which can be utterly boring at times. Yeah. But then I had a chance to go test drive it at Fox Bend the next morning. And I decided to play the senior tees because that's where we're going to play the senior club championship. And I'd never played the senior tees. I usually play at about 6,600, and we were playing at about 6,100. But the results speak for themselves. I had 6 birdies, a wet par, total 23 putts. Wow. How about that? So Connor,
just over 1.
I know. It was unbelievable. So Connor and Bettinardi, thank you. It made a huge, huge difference. And if you've never gone through it, you should, because I learned so much that I now take, and I can correct myself on the greens. I now know what is happening and why it's happening. And to understand the why behind the effect is huge. And so I am really looking forward to putting again tomorrow. And I never could say that. I hated putting, and now I'm starting to like it.
No, you're so right. Like with changing the club or changing the grip, I'm feeling like I want to go out and putt more.
Exactly.
Like if I still am in the phase where it feels awkward, feels weird. But I cannot wait until it feels like a more comfortable grip because, I mean, from 15 in, it's amazing what a difference it's made for me. It's not for everyone, but for me, I feel like it's made a huge difference. And when I finally adopted it into a round, I felt like I had one of my best putting rounds. Listen, not everything went in, but my misses were right there. It felt like everything was within a rotation or two.
But when you were standing over it, you now have this feeling that I can make this putt.
Yeah.
Not putting defensively like, I hope I don't leave myself a comebacker on this one.
Yeah.
Versus, I think I'm going to make this.
Right. And it's everything from like 10, 12 feet, too.
Yeah.
The way that I kind of went about it was I stepped up there the first time when I switched the grip to the claw, and I was like, I don't feel confident in this. And I still, like, even at the back end, after I'd hit putts, I was like, there's a confidence to it, but there's not a comfort with the way that the motion, and it still felt awkward. And it's probably going to feel awkward for the next 2 or 3 rounds still, but there's a confidence that comes with it that is everything.
And that's the key.
It's blind faith that I'm flying in with.
But you've got something to go on and something to build on. And to me, that becomes part of the new challenge for you and for me is to get myself used to this heavier putter, because I said, am I going to have problems from, 40, 50 feet away with this? And he goes, oh, no, you'll get used to it. If you like it from short, you'll love it from long. But it takes time. But it's now time that is so productive and constructive when I go to the putting green versus I know I have to do this. And I know it's not going to end well because I'm not putting all that great versus now I've got something to build on and something to master and build muscle memory with. And once that muscle memory gets there, it's like you will never have putted any other way but that way.
Yeah, no doubt about it. All right, when we come back, we will go around the CDGA. This segment's been brought to you by Republic Bank.
This is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1100.3 HD2 and the ESPN Chicago app. Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Tigers.
Live extended coverage begins at 2:30 with Jeff Meller and White Sox Weekly on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Illinois Bone and Joint Institute is proud to present the Chicago Adaptive Open. When injuries happen, IBJI's Ortho Access Immediate Care Clinics are here to help. Skip the ER and get specialized orthopedic care for sprains, fractures, and sports injuries. No appointment needed. With 14 convenient locations across Chicagoland, Ortho Access provides expert treatment from IBJI specialists, helping you recover faster and get back to what you love. Experience same-day care close to home. Visit IBJI.com for Ortho Access locations and hours.
Golf with the legends at Destination Geneva National in Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Enjoy 54 holes designed by Arnold Palmer, Gary Player, and Lee Trevino. Stay right on the course in luxurious suites, group cottages, or the newly renovated and reimagined Lakeview rooms at the Lodge. Between rounds, savor on-site dining at the Hunt Club Steakhouse, Craft at Italia, and Turf Kitchen and Tap. Or unwind at Paloma Cantina, overlooking the dance floor, the entertainment-style putting course. Visit DestinationGN.com for details on Wisconsin's closest multi-course golf resort to the greater Chicagoland area.
Hey Chicagoland, it's time to tee up your next golf adventure with a trip to Tullymore Golf Resort, featuring 36 championship holes at 2 5-star rated golf courses. Spend more time on the course and less time in the car. Tullymore is just a quick 3.5-hour drive from the city. Enjoy an up-north golf experience without the drive at Tullymore Golf Resort. Experience a Michigan masterpiece. Start your trip with just a click at TullymoreGolf.com. That's TullymoreGolf.com.
You strive for more in life and in business, never settling for anything less than. Your bank should be no different. It's time for a fresh perspective. It's time to move things from to-do to done. It's time for your bank to go the extra mile for you. Achieve more at Republic Bank of Chicago. Banking beyond expectations. Visit ourbankchicago.com to get started. Republic Bank of Chicago, member FDIC.
Come to Cog Hill Golf and Country Club and experience truly legendary golf. Since 1927, Cog Hill has been the mecca for public golf in the Midwest. In addition to Dubs Dread, ranked the #1 course you can play in Illinois by Golf Digest, Cog Hill offers 3 other beautiful 18-hole layouts with price points for all types of golfers. Visit their state-of-the-art practice facility with top tracer technology on 42 driving range bays. Plus, they have 2 golf shops, a new club fitting room, and beautiful clubhouse and reception area. They serve great food, too. Visit coghillgolf.com.
Golf Elgin in the Highlands of Elgin. Check out the Golf Elgin app and book your tee time at the Highlands through the new app. Ranked as one of the best public courses in Illinois by Golf Week, the Highlands is the place to play. Experience the Highlands. Visit highlandsofelgin.com.
Chicagoland's very own Tour Edge Golf is celebrating 20 years of exotics with their brand new Exotic 725 series. The 10K MOI East 725 driver provides the ultimate in forgiveness and stability off the tee, while the rest of the 725 series is packed with innovation specifically designed to cover every player type looking to level up their game. It's time to see for yourself why over 200 PGA Tour professionals have chosen to put exotics in their bags. For more on the new Tour Edge Exotic 725 series, visit touredge.com.
Voted a 5-star course by Chicagoland Golf Magazine, Fox Bend Golf Course has hosted 3 Illinois Opens. This 6,900-yard par 72 gem appeals to all levels of play. Conveniently located just 45 minutes from downtown in the western suburbs. To book a tee time, visit foxbendgolfcourse.com.
Golf is on your mind and on the air. Right now, this is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1000, 100.3 HD2, and the ESPN Chicago app. Presented by Glenview Park Golf Club.
Thank you to Mario Heron for producing today's show. This segment brought to you by French Lick Golf Resort. At this time, every single show, we tell you what's going on around the CDGA. What do we got this week, Mike?
Well, first and foremost, I want to say good luck to all of the contestants and participants in the world-long putt regional competition out at Midwest Golf House. It's going on literally as we speak until 5 o'clock and again tomorrow until early afternoon. If you have any thoughts and you think you're a good putter, go on out to Midwest Golf House, which is immediately across the street from Cog Hill. It's $80, and you'll putt 9 holes. You roll 3 balls at each hole from anywhere from 40 to 100 feet. You'll take your best distance from each hole, and it's an aggregate cumulative of all the holes put together. Winners, top finishers are all going up to the Baths at Kohler, where you'll have a chance to win an opportunity to putt for the national championship, but also to break the most recent Guinness Book of World Records of 400 and I believe 66 feet. Wow. So they'll be trying that. So a lot of fun and be had out there. So head on out to Midwest Golf House today or tomorrow and say hi to Jay Stocky. Also, the September digital issue of the Chicago District Golfer magazine was emailed out this week. Hopefully everyone's enjoying that. Take a look. The guys did a fantastic job putting that issue together. Some huge news out of the Tour Edge factory out in Batavia. They had a press release this week. They are going into, get this, the golf ball business.
Wow.
They are coming out with an exotics golf ball, and it's going to be on the market October 28th. And they are going to have a Pro V1 ball built exactly like the Pro V1s, and they'll be selling for $39.95. And then they'll have a distance ball for $19. And with the likes of Tim Clark joining that crew, I got to tell you, he is tapping in. It makes Tour Edge now just like any other major golf manufacturer because they all have their own balls. Callaway, TaylorMade, Titleist. So proud of Dave Glod and the boys out there at Tour Edge, and good luck to them in the ball business.
I remember when we had Tim on back in February at the Chicago Golf Expo. And he was full of ideas.
He's got a ton of
ideas.
And you know, with his days over at Wilson, he's got contacts overseas where these balls can be made and made. So look for the Exotics golf ball to be coming out, a quality golf ball, and I can't wait for them to arrive. Just reading some of the news, I didn't know if you saw that Kapalua, of all places, stuck out in the middle of the ocean, is having big-time problems before their first tour event, and there is a chance that they may not be ready to host that thing due in part to having no water on the golf course. They are in a weird situation where they're trying to gain access to the fresh water and they can't get access to it because it's all locked up politically speaking. So they have not put water down since August 29th on a course that's been recently renovated due to all of the fires and all the thing that they had in Maui. So as of today, they still have not put down any water. And if this continues, it looks like the PGA Tour is going to have to look elsewhere for the first event of the season. And that would be a true travesty.
That would have been, what, the second time in 3 years?
Yeah.
Because they
had
from the fires.
Exactly.
A couple years ago.
You know, they're still trying to rebound even today. And you kind of, you know, they're out of sight, out of mind out that way. But who would have ever thought that out in Hawaii, they're worried about water?
Yeah.
But there is. And aside from that, folks, if you want a heck of a deal, our presenting sponsor, Glenview Park, has got a cool deal. If you want an Imperial hat, our boys at Imperial dropped off a couple cases of hats, both ESPN and USGA, as I'm holding up here for the camera. When you book your golf at Glenview Park this week, you have the opportunity to pick out one of these hats. Everybody in your group while the supplies last. So 847-724-0250. Call the Glenview Park Golf Shop. Make a tee time in September now and reserve your hat. 847-724-0250 while supplies last. And you have to mention the promo when you make your tee time, not when you get to the course. So remember, this is just for ESPN listeners, just between us.
Yeah, and I saw Ron last week, and he was telling me about the new booking engine that they've got going as well.
Do.
That they just unveiled. So
a lot of cool stuff happening up there. Forward thinking, Ron Cassidy. And I'll be broadcasting from there next Saturday.
Awesome. Cannot wait to check in with you and Ron from up there. You know Ron's going to come on the show that week. We need Ron on the show that week.
We have to have Ron on.
I also met Todd Vermillion last week, too.
There you go.
Yeah, who does a fantastic job with that course. All right, that is going to do it for us. Again, thank you to Mario Heron for producing. Thank you to our presenting sponsor, Glenview Park Golf Club. And this segment has been brought to you by French Lick Golf Resort. Peggy and Dionne are coming up next. We'll talk to you next week.
More golf ahead. The CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1000. Presented by Glenview Park Golf Club.
Golfers, go north to Wisconsin and experience the Club at Lac La Belle, voted a top 10 most fun golf course in the country by Golf Digest. The Club at Lac La Belle is now accepting tee times. Take advantage of same-day replay rates. The Club at Lac La Belle is at the heart of the Wisconsin Golf Trail, featuring a majestic, redesigned course and beautiful clubhouse. Schedule your tee time now at theclubatlaclabelle.com. A historic past meets a vibrant future. Go to theclubatlaclabelle.com to start your journey.
Hey, Chicagoland, want to experience the best golf on the North Shore? Head over to Glenview Park Golf Club to enjoy superior golf course conditions, a challenging layout, and superior service. Conveniently located and easy to get to, Glenview Park is in the heart of Glenview. Book your tee time 24/7 at golfglenview.com or call 847-724-0250. Golfglenview.com or 847-724-0250. Experience the best.
Founded in 2001, Zero Friction established the #1 performance tee on the PGA Tour with over 70 PGA Tour victories. In 2024, Zero Friction introduced their newest innovation, the Stride Electric Bag Trolley, voted Product of the Year at the PGA Show. To secure your personal caddy, go to zerofriction.com.
This is the home of the Bears. ESPN Chicago, WMVP, WTVC HD2, Chicago.
Funky. Hey, ladies!
Well, good morning. Good morning,
everybody.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Peggy and Dionne. We are, I think I'm going to go ahead and say, I've done a countdown, Peg. I think we're 56 hours until kickoff. We've gotten that close till the Bears open the season on Monday night against the Vikings at Soldier Field. How ready are you for an actual football game, Peggy?
I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm under the weather today.
No.
So I had to flew to Cape Cod for a birthday party last night, and I didn't eat anything at the airport because I figured I would just eat on the plane, and then on the plane, all they had was a snack basket, and I had a bag of popcorn. And I was, doing my notes for Bears and for today and all the fun stuff. And then I woke up. By the time I actually got to Cape Cod, it's almost a 2-hour drive from Boston Airport.
Yeah.
And by the time I got to Cape Cod, it was 10 o'clock at night and everything was closed. Everything was closed.
Oh my
I was like starving.
I'm sure.
Absolutely starving.
Yeah.
And I woke up this morning just sick as a dog. So I don't know.
Gosh.
I know it's awful.
Thank you for rallying up.
And I feel about as awful as I look right now.
Oh,
so
you don't look
but it's
awful,
great to see you, Dionne.
It's great to see you too. I hate that you're going through that. There's nothing worse than when you don't feel well and then not only are you working, which we appreciate, but also like you're not even at home to kind of figure it out and feel better. So I hope that maybe the next 2 hours will bring you back to life in some capacity.
I know. I'm hoping so. I was just reading this article and listen, we're going to do a ton of Bears stuff today.
We are. Yes.
We had some great audio from Minnesota, from JJ McCarthy and Brian Flores, and obviously Ben Johnson, and the Bears have practiced today as well. Mm-hmm. But did you see John Greenberg's article in The Athletic about Devin Hester Jr.?
I did not.
Oh my gosh. This is one of the craziest, funniest stories. Devin Hester Jr. is, I think they said, a sophomore returner on Furman's football team.
Okay.
And he had like this, the way that John Greenberg started the article was, Furman's sophomore kick returner, Devin Hester Jr., scooted his way downfield for a 75-yard kick return last Saturday. Fans quickly found his dad in the stands. Proud Papa Devin Hester was sitting near the DJ booth at Paladin Stadium in Greenville, South Carolina, when they approached with their phones and selfie requests. It doesn't matter how often he tells them, "I am not that Devin Hester." How funny is that?
That's
not
hilarious.
Only is he not the Bears
that is
Hall of Fame
so
returner,
funny.
Devin Hester, but that the fans don't know it, and this Devin Hester Jr. is a kick returner.
That is ironic and hilarious all at the same time. That is so
Isn't
funny.
that hysterical?
I love that. I'm going to have to look that up. That is amazing.
Good. Kudos to John Greenberg for doing that story, because I just happened upon it and I could not stop laughing.
That
I said,
is
this
so funny.
is so I haven't read the whole article. I literally just found it a couple minutes ago, and I wanted to see, were they Bears fans? Were they Devin Hester fans?
Right.
It's
How
just
did
the
that happen?
coincidence
That
is
so
uncanny.
Funny. That's so funny. So you didn't get to the part in the article where we found that out yet, right? Whether they were real Bears fans. That's very funny. I kind of want them to be.
I haven't seen that yet.
I kind of want them to be, because but I don't know. Like, if he's in college, they're about the same age as our Devin Hester.
Yeah,
right? Like you would think.
Right.
I don't know. That is very funny. I love that whole story. That's fantastic. There have been a lot of stories this week, a lot of articles written about the Bears and their preparation for the Vikings and how ready they may be for what Monday night will bring, how ready they are for the season, how ready we are for the Ben Johnson era to officially begin. And we'll get to see exactly what it looks like. Dan Reeder wrote a great article in The Athletic about Ben Johnson, kind of as that mad scientist, and how competitive he is and his desire to, quote unquote, embarrass a defense and putting in wrinkles that we may or may not see on Monday night. I'm not sure how aggressive the offense will be. I think maybe we'll hear today a little bit more about where Ben Johnson thinks everybody is at heading into Monday night and what he feels like he can be able to do with this offense and what they're ready to kind of throw out there. He had talked a couple weeks ago about how much they had given Caleb, and then when it comes to actually game planning, they would dial it back a little bit, right? And you'd be a little bit more specific to Minnesota. So I'm interested to see if any of those trick plays are there. If they are down, if Roschon Johnson cannot participate, which it's trending towards that way, it'll be DeAndre Swift. But then do we potentially see DJ Moore in the backfield? Is that just something they did during training camp and then they're not going to do it during the game? Like, these are curiosity things that I have going into Monday night.
Oh, no. I think that the jet sweep is definitely in their playbook. Yeah, I think that's, I mean, there's no way it's not in Ben Johnson's playbook. I mean, for sure. It's what's going to be interesting is how much of a command of this offense that Caleb has.
Yes.
And when you listen to what I found interesting this week was Declan Doyle's press conference and the offensive coordinator talking about what their number one priority was with Caleb Williams this year. And that was getting his eyes in the right place, which blows my mind. And he's like, it's all in the eyes. Does he know where he's supposed to be looking? Is he checking off the right things? When he goes through his progressions, is he looking at the correct next progression? Because one of the criticisms with Caleb last year was that after his second progression, that was it. He just took off. That was the off platform. And they want him to learn to get to that third and fourth progression, which quite often is the running back. So yeah, I think it's going to be interesting. Wait till you hear what Brian Flores has to say a little bit later on in the show on Ben Johnson and, these two going up against each other. It's really good stuff. And the questions you have are a little bit of the same of what they have. So it's I don't think that we're going to hear anything from Ben Johnson today that's going to tip his hat.
No, I don't think so either. I just want to hear how he feels that where they are. Like, is this where did he expect to feel this way about his offense heading into game one, right? Because when he got here, he was all about, we're going to get the offensive line set really quickly. We're going to determine that left tackle right away. That didn't happen. We didn't name Braxton Jones the starter until this past Tuesday. Like, just like, is it looking the way he thought it would look to feel good about heading into Monday night, right? Like, that's what we really want to know, is if he feels like he's seen the right amount of growth to be ready for week one. Yes, it will continue to evolve. Of course it will. They're going to be much better in week 4, but like, is Caleb's processing where he wants it to be? Golly gee, Willikers, Peggy, we have said processing so many times over the last 3 weeks. Like, I'm just so done with hearing that. But that's the biggest issue.
as honest as Ben Johnson is, I don't think he's going to say, no, it's not where it needs to be. I think that they have preached that this is going to be a process.
Yeah.
And so I think that you just take it from where he's at in that process.
Right.
So, yeah. But by the way, NFL is off to some incredible games already.
Yeah.
I mean, remember last year the Bears didn't play division games until middle of the season?
Yes, I do remember that.
The NFL doing this divisional games right off the bat. Holy cow. Like last night's Chargers game, beating the Chiefs, that game was incredible in Brazil.
It was.
Justin Herbert throwing for over 300 yards, 3 touchdowns, keeping Patrick Mahomes off the field in the final seconds so that they couldn't try for the comeback. That was pretty incredible. I only saw snippets of the game because I was flying out east, but did you watch it? And could you tell, was there anything different about it being on YouTube?
No. You know what I did notice? That Brandon Marshall, our Brandon Marshall, was hosting a whole segments of the pregame. I was like, wow, look how far we've come. Brandon Marshall, Derek Carr. He was with Derek Carr, yeah. And someone else was sitting with them. I was watching while I was doing other things, but I did notice that right away. No, I didn't notice anything super different about the coverage other than it had the little YouTube logo in the corner. I mean, it felt like very seamless, I guess, from my perspective. I don't know if there was something I was supposed to be looking more closely at.
No, I just didn't know if they did anything different or if there were any glitches because it didn't seem like...
It did not seem like there were any, at least on my end, it did not seem like there were any glitches at all. Mm-mm.
Yeah, the streaming. But I also missed the halftime show. I saw people... Did you see it? I saw people tweeting about it and that they had to tell their young son to leave the room or something like that because the Portuguese women, the Brazilian women were the dancers. It's like carnival. And so they were in like pineapple bras and stuff like that. And I was like,
well, maybe I should have watched. I did not. I honestly, Peggy, I'm being so honest. I hosted a tween sleepover last night, and my son was running around with a friend before getting ready for 4 hockey games in 2 days this weekend. Last night, I was half watching. Yes, the game was on, and I was watching as I was walking around doing 1,000 other things.
Well,
so no, I
the
missed
fact that people were tweeting about the NFL is being all wholesome after Jalen Carter getting ejected for spitting at Dak Prescott 6 seconds into the Eagles-Cowboys game.
Oh, my word. Right.
Everyone's preaching that, oh, my gosh, now the NFL is being, holier than thou, and they allow that for their halftime show. And I was like, wait, how are we connecting
those dots
again?
Right. But it's right. But people do that when it's one singular game going on at each night, right? Because it's what everybody's tuned in and watching. Is why people tend to tear those things apart. I'm glad that football is back. I thought that I agree with you. The matchups that the NFL put together for opening weekend, opening 2 weeks for a lot of these teams, it's you go right into the next thing. I mean, the Vikings go right into a Thursday night game. It's aggressive, and I like it as opposed to what the Bears did last year, not even playing a division game until November. I think this is such a much better way to dive into the season and really get a feel for what your team might look like. I think that's great. I love it. I love the way that the schedule lays out. Now, it's a little nerve-wracking for a team like the Bears to be playing the Vikings and the Lions week 1 and 2. And it's a lot of emotion with J.J. McCarthy coming here and making his NFL debut in his hometown, and Caleb with Ben Johnson making their debut on primetime on Monday night when no other games are going on. They have the whole spotlight to themselves. Oh, and then, by the way, fast turnaround to Ben Johnson's return to Detroit. It is so fast. The first 2 weeks are going to have a lot of attention. That's for sure.
Speaking of a lot, Bears are back at practice today. There is a lot of news that we will be looking for to see who is on the practice field after TJ Edwards did not practice, Roschon Johnson also, and looking to see, obviously, the latest on Jalen Johnson. So let's take a break, and when we come back, we will effort the Ben Johnson press conference. I don't know if we'll be able to grab it, but we're going to try. And we have so much more Bears to talk about. Stick around. It's Peggy and Dionne, ESPN 1000.
and Dionne on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Week 1 for the Bears, and it's a Monday night affair on the lakefront. Hi, everybody. It's Jeff Joniak. Join Tom Thayer, Jason McKee, and myself for the call to Bears and Vikings. Kickoff at 7:15. And join us for 2+ hours of pre- and post-game coverage with the best in the business. It's Bears and Vikings to launch the 2025 season. Coverage starts Monday at 5. This is the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago. Brought to you in part by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, your favorite drafts are poured at a frosty 29 degrees, and rare barrel-aged whiskeys are served just the way you want them. It's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Stick around after the sun sets. Twin Peaks is open really late. Wind down with bourbon and late-night bites.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
Save big on everything for your next project when you shop at Menards. Be prepared for the unexpected and keep your home powered with Generac generators. Their home standby generators serve as an excellent backup plan in case of a power outage. Plus, they have advanced technology to automatically start within seconds of sensing a power loss. Save big on Generac generators. Also, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com.
Save big money at Menards.
A round of golf should be more than just a game. It should be an experience. At Seven Bridges Golf Club, you'll find 100-year-old oaks, rolling fairways, and of course, at least 7 bridges. A championship course with a private field, just a half hour from Chicago. And when the final putt drops, the experience isn't over. Head to the Dock Bar and Grill for great dining, cold drinks, and sunset views that rival any 19th hole. Visit sevenbridgesgolfclub.com to book your tee time today.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-731-4558 and save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. Safe Step walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as one day. Just dial 1-800-731-4558 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-731-4558 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago on twitch.tv or the Twitch app. Welcome back to Peggy and Dionne.
On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Welcome back to Peggy and Dionne here on ESPN 1000. Peggy and Dionne brought to you each and every week by Advantage Acura of Naperville. We thank them for always sponsoring the fun. Peggy, we had our fantasy draft this week. For those ladies who signed up for the Peggy and Dionne Fantasy League, we thank you for participating. I thought I was doing pretty well, Peg. I was trying to run my draft while also getting my hair cut at the salon. And I did okay. I actually did okay. I was doing really well with my draft. Each pick, I felt like I was being very assertive. And then I got distracted. I missed a pick, ended up auto-drafting till the end. And somehow I have 3 quarterbacks. It's just going to be what it is. I think Peggy's having trouble hearing us right now. Let's see if she can hear us. Peggy is in Cape Cod for the weekend, and she is pushing through. I hope she's feeling better already. Wasn't feeling good right out of the gate. But anyway, that's how my fantasy draft ended up. I am seeking help for the waiver wire as things get going. I might even tap into it before the season begins. That's how bad my draft went. But it's okay. It's okay because it's all about having a good time. We are waiting for Ben Johnson to come to the podium to address the media here as the Bears wrap up their week of practice before they play the Vikings on Monday night. Having a Monday night game out of the gate is a little bit got me off my rhythm. I don't always enjoy that. I don't love that. I like the rhythm of knowing exactly what's happening each day of the week. But yesterday was technically Thursday, so we heard from Dennis Allen and Declan Doyle and got a few guys in the locker room. Heard from Roma Dunze yesterday and Grady Jarrett, who is also always fantastic and enthusiastic and excited about the season. And then today is kind of their Friday day where they do red zone and special teams, and then Ben Johnson will address the media. So we will bring you that as soon as we can. And see exactly what the Bears are, how they're feeling heading into this final days, I guess, before they finally get to kick off the season. Everybody else gets started tomorrow. We know 2 games have been played. The Eagles won on Thursday night. The Chargers won last night. And today is college football. And then tomorrow will be a full slate of the NFL. So we're excited about that. We are glad that you are here with us on the home of the Bears. Monday, we do have our full slate of fun all day. Waddle and Sylvie will do things in the afternoon as always. Well, the new lineup starts at 6 a.m. with Cap and Jay Hood. And then Carmen and Yurko go from 9 to noon. And then the Rich Eisens show. And then an hour of Bleck and Abdallah. And then we do they will be their pre-game show, their pre-game show. Some Waddle and Sylvie, and then the pregame starts at 5, and we will take you right up to kickoff with Jeff, Tom, and Jason McKee on the sidelines. So that will be our Monday as we get you ready for the very first game of the season. Peggy, do we have you yet? We're still working out. Mario's behind there. Mario, how's it going?
You know, we're living the dream on a Saturday morning. I really can't complain, Peggy.
There she is.
Can
she hear us? Peggy, can you hear us now?
I can hear you very, very little bit.
Okay. All right. Well, we were just chatting about my fantasy draft. How did your draft go for your team? Were you able to do it?
Awful.
Same. Yeah.
Awful.
Yeah.
I had obviously our Advantage Acura draft.
Yes.
And I did not do auto pick. I thought I would put some time into it. And
Same.
I got a follow-up email from ESPN. I got a D.
A D?
And then I did another draft the next day in my women's league.
Yeah.
Another league that I have with a bunch of friends. And I got another D.
Okay. Well, you didn't hear me when I said that I did my draft. I was the same. I was like, I'm going to pick. I'm going to be intentional. I talked to Jeff Meller. I got my prep. I know what I'm doing. I had the 7th pick in a snake draft, which P.S. I hate snake drafts. So I was ready to go. And I panicked on my first pick. And grabbed Ashton Genty, which isn't awful, but not what I would have done had I known what I was doing. Then I was going, but I missed a pick, so then it auto-drafted to the end. So here we are. But that's okay. That's okay. We'll figure it out. I did get Cairo Santos and Roma Dunze, so I feel okay about that. And we'll see. We'll see what tomorrow brings. But we're getting ready for a lot of fun in that draft. It'll be fun, and I hope that we do have good conversation. Last year, I felt like we did with some of the other teams. Like there was a little bit of trash talk going on. I love that part and strategy from the women who really take it seriously. So it'll be a good time.
So you were telling me about the article. I think Waddle and Sylvie talked about it.
Yes.
About there being some issues at Hallis Hall with a big ego. And I think a lot of people were assuming that it was Kevin Warren. I did not read this article. And can you tell me who it is? Like, who is this reporter? And is he a blogger? Is he, what site is he on? And tell me what I missed here.
Okay, so Tyler Dunn is a writer for golongtd.com. It is a Substack behind a paywall. He did a very deep dive into what he calls the, quote, house of dysfunction, end quote, the curious case of Caleb Williams. And he goes through, there are two parts that I've seen. I believe there is a third part, which is the entrance of Ben Johnson, but it kind of goes through some pretty scathing accusations as to how things are run with Caleb Williams were run last year, were the pre-draft process, how he handled his role as quarterback or how they handled him in that role, allowing him to kind of call the shots. And it does not paint a very flattering picture of the general manager. He cites a lot of anonymous assistant coaches. Thomas Brown, the last head coach, the last interim head coach that Caleb had last year, who is very no nonsense. And we say that right away when he stepped to the podium. It was like, oh, hello. Like, he was very straightforward about things, and that did not go over well with number 18, as it was stated in this article.
Really?
We know how his standoffishness, I guess we saw on the sidelines with Shane Waldron, that was never a good connection. This confirmed a lot of that, but also feels like some of the things that Caleb said were or weren't happening was not necessarily the truth. And people were, and assistants were frustrated with him that he was he gave that, like, his words were taken as what was actually happening behind the scenes, and that isn't necessarily what was true. Now, I think the truth probably is somewhere in there. I don't know that, and it is a very long article, and what I've gotten through is a large chunk of it from last year. I'm waiting to transition into this year. Now, yes, maybe Caleb's personality was catered to. Maybe before he had even done anything in the league, maybe he was catered to as a superstar. But also, there were some deficiencies in the coaching that was true. Like, it wasn't just this. It wasn't just Caleb. I mean, there were some coaching mishaps, I would say, along the way that needs to be also noted in this. I have not gotten to that point yet. So it's just it's an article that's out there. Some of it is free.
What is the name of the website?
golongtd.com.
Okay, so it's a blogger.
Yes, long form NFL coverage, a home for long form NFL coverage, and it is long. It is very long, but it is interesting. It is fascinating. Some of it feels like no way that happened, and then other things you're like, oh yeah, I could see that happening. So it's just, you have to form your own opinion. You have to read it. I would like more sources, more specifics. I'd like to see how the Bears handle this news getting out there the way that it is, and some of the things that they're accusing both the general manager of, former coaches, of course. It did say Matt Eberflus declined to be a part of the whole thing.
Yeah, he obviously though had some assistant coaches talking.
Yes,
so
very much so.
And of course, those guys are going to talk because they all got fired.
And they all got, and a lot of them got other jobs, so they're okay, right? Like, they're okay with being. Yeah. But he did say that many of them wanted to remain. They would talk on the guarantee of anonymity, so we don't know exactly who they all are and what they're doing. But
let's continue the conversation on Caleb Williams when we come back.
Yeah,
there is some sound we have from Brian Flores talking about Caleb Williams. We have Kurt Warner talking about Caleb Williams as well. So let's talk a little bit more about what we are going to see from the second-year Bears quarterback and the first-year head coach in Ben Johnson. Peggy and Dionne, ESPN 1000.
This is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1000, 100.3 HD2, and the ESPN Chicago app.
Hey, it's Rich Eisen. You can now listen to The Rich Eisen Show right here on the home of the Chicago Bears.
The Rich Eisen Show, weekdays noon to 2.
ESPN Chicago.
The village of Bolingbrook is proud to celebrate its 60th anniversary with a spectacular 3-day celebration from Friday, September 12th through Sunday, September 14th. Residents and visitors are invited to enjoy the 2025 Bolingbrook Jubilee Festival, along with the beloved Pathways Parade and Path Fest, featuring live music, food trucks, vendors, entertainment, and community recognition events. As one of the most diverse communities in Illinois, and recently named one of the top 10 best places to live by U.S. News and World Report, Bolingbrook has much to commemorate. With a proud history, a strong sense of community, and a bright future, Bolingbrook's 60th anniversary is a celebration not to be missed. Come and experience the warmth and friendliness of Bolingbrook for yourself.
Game on! Week 1 starts now, and every touchdown brings you closer to a payout with DraftKings at Casino Queen Sportsbook. New customers, download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code WMVP. That's promo code WMVP to get $300 in bonus bets instantly when you place your first bet of $5 or more. Plus over $200 off NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV in partnership with DraftKings. The crown is yours. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, crisis counseling and referral services can be accessed by calling 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 and over. Illinois only. Eligibility restrictions apply. Fees may apply. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. See sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos. NFL Sunday Ticket offer for new subscribers only and auto renews until canceled. Digital games and commercial use excluded. Restrictions apply. Additional NFL Sunday Ticket terms at youtube.com/go/NFL Sunday Ticket/terms. Limited time offer.
When your cat's a meme and your dog is too.
And it's hard to know what's fake or true.
Just raise a glass with a friend or two.
You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do.
When the online trends keep getting worse.
And you lost your keys in the metaverse.
Now your right swipe just went left on you.
You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do. It's a crazy world, so what do? You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more.
Is your roof underperforming? Saggy shingles, leaky spots? Sounds like someone needs a little Evandale Roofing. They don't just patch things up, they go all the way. Tight, sealed, satisfied. It's the kind of roof that'll have your neighbors going,
now that's a roof.
Evandale Roofing. They get on top so you don't have to. Call now. Your house deserves it.
A certified GAF roofing installer.
Hey, Chicagoland, it's time to tee up your next golf adventure with a trip to Tullymore Golf Resort, featuring 36 championship holes at 2 5-star rated golf courses. Spend more time on the course.
Is us winning the game. So that's all we need to see from our quarterback, from our offense, from our defense, from our special teams. We're just all we're focused on is what do we need to do to win the game.
Do you expect TJ Edwards to be available, or does it look like he's likely out?
He will be doubtful.
What about Jalen? What type of designation will you give Jalen Johnson?
We will see on that one.
What has he been able to do the last couple of days, or yesterday in practice?
In Jalen, the number of reps are increasing every single day for him.
And as you've established your working relationship with Caleb, how do you ensure that his commitment level, both here and away from here, meets your expectation?
I think we like to single out the quarterback. It's everybody in this building. We're professionals, and this isn't. Everyone likes to think professional football. It's still a game. It's still a kid's game. It is, but this is also how we feed our families, and we're dependent on each other to get that job done. And so, I'm grateful for the guys in the locker room. They all embrace that mindset. Everybody in this building, certainly when I see them, they're dialed in, they're locked in. I can't say enough good things about our whole roster from top to bottom. I've been thoroughly impressed from the springtime through training camp here into week 1, how locked in they are. So, that's the expectation is we're all in this thing for each other. We don't want to let our buddies down, and that's the thought.
With Caleb specifically, how do you get that message across from, January until now, just to make sure that he understands everything that you mean to that?
For all young players in this league, you try to show the runway of what a professional looks like, and you detail this is what we need, this is where we stay in. Early this week, I kind of highlighted on a normal game week, day after the game, this is what we should be looking at. going into a Wednesday, this is what the cut-ups we should be looking at, a Thursday, Friday, blah, 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 and so it's helpful for young players, I think, to see what that looks like. And more than anything, when you have a group of veterans like we do, they show us the way. And more so than the coaches having to lead, the players, the teammates, if they can show us the right way, the better off we'll be in a hurry.
Ben, earlier this week you said that how Caleb approaches practice was going to help you determine how you're going to call the game. Where does that stand today?
He's had 2 good days of practice, and we have another practice today.
Ben, when you talk about the leaders, players showing the way, in what ways have you specifically seen that already?
Well, certainly, I think the guys that our locker room voted as captains, that certainly sent a message, at least to me, who they are looking at the most, and so guys like Tooney and Grady and Byard, I mean, like Caleb's along there, Cairo, all 5 of those guys, they're great examples of guys that are doing the right thing, not just since we started the season, but throughout the offseason, the whole time. And to have that respect of your peers is a huge deal. So I think we have a number of guys that are committed to doing it the right way. I think that was the vision of bringing in some of the veteran leadership that we did, that we acquired, whether through free agency or trades. I mean, I could go down the road, but, guys like Jonah Jackson, Drew Dahlman on offense. I've been thoroughly impressed with the guys that have been here, like Cole Kmet and DJ Moore. On the defensive side of the ball, I think Montez Sweat has been absolutely crushing it from the time I stepped in the building until now. Dio is a true pro. I mean, it's on and on, and I could list the entire locker room almost, because it's just been really impressive how these guys go about their business.
I know you said that you don't know what this offense is going to look like until you get a few weeks into the season.
Yeah, I say that. I do know what it's going to look like.
I know, of course, right? But what the final product will be. But what do you feel like going into this game is the strength of the offense right now?
Yeah, I mean, you're trying to give away trade secrets here. Listen, we feel really good about this game plan, and we're gonna do whatever it takes, whatever the situation is, to find a way to come out on top.
Ben, for being with Dan Campbell for a few years, and watching how whatever his mode was preparing for a game and on game day, are there things that you admire that he did that you maybe shape your perspective as you approach your first game?
I've learned from everybody that I've been around, and the good and the bad and everything in between. So certainly learned a lot of lessons there.
And what led you guys to just stick with the running backs you have and not add anybody this week with some of the injury situations?
Yeah, I think I've been pretty open since I got here about Swifty and how highly I think of him. Monangai has really hit a stride there, over the course of the spring and camp. So I feel really, I trust that guy at this point, which is, that's a big thing to say for a young player like that. He tends to do everything right. I'm hopeful Roshan will come back here soon. We have Britton Brown who came on late in training camp, but we were really impressed with what he did in practice and what he put on tape. And so we'd have no problem giving him the ball in games also. So we feel like we have a pretty good core of guys there. And then because we're uniquely set up to have so much perimeter skill, that maybe the ball doesn't go to that one room as much. And that's the competition we have each and every week, is where's the ball going to go? I've already told you that, that's the struggle we have as a staff, making sure that we get the ball distributed to the right guys here and give them all a chance to showcase what they can do. So we have no shortage of playmakers. That's really, in short, why we feel really good about not just the running back room, but our entire stable on offense.
What kind of opportunities is for Hippolyte without TJ potentially going on Monday?
Yeah, no, he's really come into his own. I think he's a guy that he's really smart. He takes it seriously, really athletic. DA, that side of the ball, they've really grown to think that he's someone that we can depend on, even though we're going to have the bright lights of Monday Night Football on us. And so, I'd anticipate him on the field there on defense. He's got to be a playmaker for us on special teams, and I think we're going to continue to see that player ascend.
It's your first time as a head coach. Obviously, you're crossing into the regular season phase for the first time. What type of advice did you solicit and or gain from the time you took the job to help you handle the regular season portion as a head coach for the first time?
You're asking these deep questions now.
Saturday,
Yeah, no. It's to me, this is why the preseason's been such a good dry run for us. We've had 3 games to really get the communication aspect down, what it's going to look like pre-game, halftime, post-game, not only for us but for the players. And listen, I feel comfortable going into this thing. I'm surrounded by a lot of really good people. I can't stress that enough. I really can't. The coaching staff is top notch. It's just the next step, and everyone's got a first time for everything. So this will just be the first time I'm a head coach in a regular season. Thank you.
That is Bears head coach Ben Johnson addressing the media today before they head out for their final practice before their Monday night season opener. We bring that to you here on the home of the Bears, ESPN 1000. It was interesting to hear him talk, or not actually specify, about Caleb Williams and what he's seeing from him. I don't know if you picked up on that as well, Peggy, but he was asked, how do you, that level of commitment, his commitment level here and away from the building. And Ben did not specify about Caleb at all, which I thought was interesting. He did cite the fact that he feels like he has playmakers all over that roster, feels very good about the guys who are putting in the work, did not specifically name QB1. I thought that was very interesting. But it's nice to hear that Kyle Monangai is doing well, and maybe he'll be able to play. TJ Edwards is, at this point, doubtful. That isn't a surprise, I guess. A hamstring is such a challenging injury to come back from quickly. He has not been on the practice field at all. I would assume the same for Roschon Johnson, but we'll see if he's doing anything. I doubt it. Same with Jalen Johnson. He said we will see when it comes to his designation for Monday night. We know that Jalen wants to be out there, especially with the Vikings in town, and if Justin Jefferson is truly able to go too, he's a bit banged up as well. So we'll see what his status is moving forward. But that's what I took from that. What did you hear, Peg?
You know what? I think, Dionne, we're seeing game face Ben Johnson. He is not going to give anything. He's not going to give bulletin board material. When it comes to Caleb Williams, he is not going to talk about any deficiencies. He is not going to talk about where he is in his developmental process. He's not going to give the Vikings or any other opponent anything that they could use. That to me was the biggest thing. He's not going to talk the designations because he doesn't have to.
Yeah.
That's the biggest thing that I saw or I heard from Ben Johnson is that, man, he is a straight up, straight face, bold face, taking it all serious head coach. And he is not letting anyone in when it comes to game planning, their offense. I mean, the question about, what's the best part of your offense is, he was right. What do you want me to say? You want me to tell you?
Right.
You want me to so then the Vikings are gonna look for our play action out of the backfield. DeAndre Swift. No, he's not going to give anyone anything.
No, he's not.
That's what I took from it.
He's not. No, you're right. And he is I don't know. I'm grateful that he's here. I feel like he is as honest as he can. I just feel like he's as real as he can be. That's a better word for it. He's just so real about it. None of it feels like coach speak. None of it feels like he's just placating to answer a question. I feel like he's keeping it pretty honest. And I appreciate that about him. And I trust that he will have them as ready as he can for Monday night. I truly do, in a different way than we have in the past. And I've heard Waddle harp on this a little bit too, and just they've had so much time. Waddle has no space for pre-snap penalties or issues that they have before they get to the line of scrimmage and delay of games and all that stuff. I agree. It's time to get rid of that stuff, right? This is where Caleb needs to really take control and be on it and be so sharp about the details, because that is Ben Johnson's MO, is to not make those kind of mistakes.
Well, and that's also why they went out and got not only Pro Bowl offensive linemen, but they got really smart offensive linemen that can also help keep Caleb on the straight and narrow when it comes to what he's supposed to be doing pre-snap. So that's when we see it all come together Monday night, that is when it gets interesting.
It'll be
sure.
so
You know what?
interesting.
Let's do this. Let's take a break since we just heard from Ben Johnson. And when we come back, let's hear from a couple other people what they think about Ben Johnson and what he is going to bring on Monday night. And then we'll go back to the Caleb Williams saga. We could talk a little bit more about that Tyler Dunn article. We could talk about where Caleb is at in his development, and we can take your phone calls as well at 312-332-3776. Peggy and Dionne, ESPN 1000.
You're listening to Peggy and Dionne on Chicago's home for sports. This is ESPN 1000. Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Tigers.
Live extended coverage begins at 2:30 with Jeff Meller and White Sox Weekly on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Tired of yelling at frozen screens and endless buffering? Yes. Switch to Astound. Reliable gig speed Wi-Fi for only $35 a month. Price locked for 3 years. Plus, get up to a $200 Amazon gift card when you sign up today. Astound Wi-Fi, it just works.
Hey, you want to talk about your stuff? You know, the things you as a sports fan have collected over the years. Talk about it with a pro. Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan. Saturday mornings at 7 on ESPN Chicago.
Presented by Huggins and Scott Auctions, ERC Delivery, and REA.
Are you ready to get off the bench and into the game with a great new career? Then ETI School of Skilled Trades is just what you're looking for. As the Chicago area's premier welding and HVAC school, we've helped thousands of people just like you get started in great new careers. Step up to the plate and swing for the fences with a brighter future. Learn more at eticampus.edu or by calling 888-830-7678. ETI, it's your future. Own it.
Save big on your next project right now at Menards. From quick fixes to heavy repairs, our Masterforce industrial-grade mechanics hand tools are designed for maximum strength and durability to get the job done. Save big on the Masterforce 220-piece mechanics tool set. On sale now through September 7th. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for more great deals.
Save big money at Menards.
Fry the Coop has the best chicken sandwiches. Crispy, juicy, and that sweet, zesty pickle on top? Game over.
They're Vienna beef.
Vienna beef does pickles?
Oh, yeah. Been at it for 100 years.
100-year-old pickle? Ew.
No, dude. The brand. It's their 100th anniversary. And these are the refrigerated kind. About as fresh as they come.
Oh, nice.
Totally.
Fry the Coop and Vienna beef pickles, the perfect combo, the perfect sandwich, the perfect bite every single time.
Are you ready to make a difference for the environment while helping the visually impaired at the same time? Then donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind today by calling 1-800-983-6530. Every donated vehicle will either be properly recycled in an eco-friendly manner or given a new life through reuse. Donating your vehicle is easy. Simply call 1-800-983-6530 and Heritage for the Blind will do the rest. They'll even arrange for your vehicle to be picked up at no cost to you. And for a limited time, when you donate your car, you'll receive a $200 restaurant voucher and a 2-night, 3-day hotel stay at one of 50 locations. Call 1-800-983-6530 right now to schedule your vehicle donation and make a positive impact on the environment while helping others. Heritage for the Blind, where every car donation counts and every person makes a difference. Call 1-800-983-6530 now. This advertisement is paid for by Heritage for the Blind.
This college football moment is brought to you by ServPro.
College football teams have moments they recovered from and made it like it never even happened. Like on September 24, 2016, when Tulsa found themselves down 31-0 to Fresno State. With 10 minutes left in the second quarter, Tulsa fought back to tie the game at 41. And then won 48-41 in double overtime.
ServPro, like it never even happened.
Are you ready to unleash the beast?
Monster Energy is here to give you the edge this college tailgate season. Loaded with bold flavors, our powerful blend gives you the energy you need to push you beyond your limits. Tune in all season long with Monster, the energy drink of ESPN Radio College Football Tour. Power your performance with a drink that's as hungry for victory as you are. Crack open an ice-cold Monster and dominate your competition. Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Grab yours today.
Hey guys, it's Carm. If you're like me, you know a great haircut is more than just looking good. It's about the whole experience. That's why I head to White Buffalo Barbershop, Azazu Salon's partner. At White Buffalo, they redefine grooming excellence with top-tier barbers and a vibe that's second to none. Need to unwind? Grab a beer with your cut and catch all the big games right from your chair.
White Buffalo Barbershop, born original. Now in LaGrange and Hinsdale. Book your appointment today. Visit whitebuffalobarbershop.com for more info.
Follow Chicago's home for sports on Twitter at ESPN 1000.
This is Peggy and Dionne.
ESPN 1000.
Any team, he could have had any job this year. I know everyone will say, no, actually, no, he could have had any job. He made it very clear he wanted one job. He wanted the Chicago job. And in his opening press conference, he's like, I can't wait to beat Matt LaFleur. And I texted LaFleur because I'm like, all right, that's funny. You guys obviously know each other. LaFleur's like, I don't know that guy. I have no relationship with that guy. That's crazy that he would call me out in his press conference by name, but like he wanted that. He chooses to coach against the Lions, the team he just spent 6 seasons with, and slicing up, the rest of the NFC North. It's like, no, I'll go up against them. And then the last team, he goes up against a Vikings team where Brian Flores was hired as the head coach of the Miami Dolphins and had this staff, and one of the holdovers was Ben Johnson. And Brian Flores is like, I don't need this guy. We're good. Like, we'll move on. And Ben Johnson's like, all right, I guess I'll find another job, and wasn't retained by Brian Flores. Flores is now defensive coordinator of the Vikings. Ben Johnson brings to Chicago all of this with like this giant chip on his shoulder. And
so he's got a chip on his shoulder against 2 of the teams and then knows the third team exceptionally well.
And could have chosen to take in the soft AFC team in Jacksonville or wherever else and said, okay, I'll just get paid a bunch of money somewhere else and not take on this challenge. The last piece, he wanted to work with Caleb Williams, and not everyone necessarily after that first season would want that. If you're the offensive genius and you're the boy wonder, you might say, give me a more established quarterback that I can work with, or let me pick my own quarterback that I can work with, like Cliff did with Kyler or whatever else in the history of offensive coaches taking new jobs. Give me Caleb.
That is ESPN NFL analyst Peter Schrager and his thoughts on the Bears head coach. And I like that he recognizes all of that he brings in here to the Bears, to a Bears team that wants to push back a little bit more in the NFC North. And Ben has all these connections and all this motivation, and he is so fiercely competitive. I like it, Peggy. I like it.
Yeah, I you know what? I have to agree that I think we're going to see the competitive spirit in Ben Johnson when it comes to these NFC North teams. And, he wants to beat them, too. I mean, he wants them to have to stop and think about what he is going to do. Let's Mario, can you also let's play the Brian Flores now in response, talking about what to expect from a Ben Johnson type of offense.
I mean, what doesn't make it tough? I mean, it's the run game, it's the pass game, it's the play action game, it's the screen game, it's the, gun runs, under play action, gun play action. I mean, anything, third down, red zone, all of it is, I would say, he does a good job of, putting it all together. Things that look like one thing, there's 2, 3, 4, 5 things out of it. So it really boils down to your techniques, your fundamentals, just your overall cohesion and communication, as a defense. A lot of it is trying to break that. He's done an incredible job, obviously did in Detroit. He's one of the great football minds in our game, and it's always a challenge to go up against him. And but we're excited also. I mean, it's a great environment, great atmosphere, and it will be a great challenge. But between the players and the coaching staff, certainly a big challenge.
That was from Vikings.com. You know what stood out to me in that comment from Brian Flores?
Yeah.
Not only how long he talked about Ben Johnson and a Ben Johnson offense, because you know that they're like going head to head, was when he said he has so many different looks on one play and that it could go 2, 3, 4, or 5 different ways. And that's exactly what we don't know that you brought up earlier, Dionne, is how much into that third, fourth, and fifth option, how much into that third, fourth, and fifth read does Caleb Williams have a command? Are they going to get to that fifth read, or is he going to take off and run after the second read?
Right.
I find it fascinating.
That is incredibly fascinating, Peggy, and that's where we will start to see how fully Caleb has digested this playbook that is so massive, and understanding what he's being asked to do and processing it as quickly as he can. And Declan Doyle said yesterday, he said, since we got here in February, that part he has gotten better at, but I still wonder what it's going to look like on game day with the blitz coming, because that is what the Vikings do so well. And it's so interesting to hear Brian Flores say that Ben Johnson's offense will keep us guessing. Well, golly, your defense does the same thing. Like, the Bears have to be so on their toes. And I'm glad that they've upgraded the interior of that offensive line, because those guys are so smart and so disciplined. But I'm still, Peggy, I'm still a little concerned about left tackle and what that's gonna, what Braxton Jones is gonna be able to do, and how consistent he can be to do the little things that he says he's been working on to get back from that horrible ankle injury, but also to be the right protection for Caleb that hasn't been there, and we haven't seen that super solidified through the preseason. Like I don't think Ben Johnson was super excited to say Braxton Jones is our starting left tackle. I think it was just like, well, I don't know what other options we have right now. This is where we're starting, and we'll see what it looks like and evaluate as it goes. That isn't a huge vote of confidence in my mind for a quarterback who was sacked 68 times last year. Like that has me a little unnerved heading into a game against this strong of a defensive front.
Well, you know, there's quite a few NFL teams that don't have an all-pro left tackle. There's quite a few teams that have rookies starting at left tackle, which kind of leaves the unknown in playing NFL speed. So I don't worry too much about that, because they can totally scheme for the help. So they can totally scheme. I think you're going to see the interior of the line pulling, and I think you're going to see some chipping from your tight ends. I think that you're going to see, obviously, some help from not only the running backs, but the wide receivers as well. So I don't worry too much. I think the key is going to be Caleb Williams recognizing when you know the left tackle Braxton Jones is going to get beat or is getting beat, and being able to go to his second, third options immediately. So I think that because we know that this has been an issue, we really focus on it. Yes. But I think in years past, I mean, we could sit there and say, name the best left tackle the Bears have had in the last 12 years. And we probably couldn't name it because they haven't had one. So, right. But it's the hot topic. It's what we're all talking about. I don't worry as much, because I do think that this is going to be part of the game plan with Ben Johnson in drawing something up. You know, the mastermind drawing something up that is going to protect the weaknesses on the line.
I would hope so. I would think that's part of what he's of the way he's planning. He did say the other day when he talked about, you know, the way Caleb practices this week is it will determine how he's able to call the game. And you know, he said he had 2 good practices. We have 1 more here. So he's still figuring that out. I think tomorrow will be that day where he kind of solidifies what he thinks he can do and what plays he believes he can call and how he can set them up for success. And that is truly what we'd like to see. I think they'll be ready. I think they'll be ready as they can be, I guess. We are too. Okay, we're going to take another break. We have wrapped up our first hour, diving straight into our second here on Peggy and Dionne. If you'd like to get involved with our conversation, 312-332-3776. We'll continue our Bears talk as well as, you know, whatever else comes to mind. We'll be back right after this.
More Peggy and Dionne coming up.
On Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
College football is back.
Nothing like kicking off game day with an ice-cold Yingling, crisp, classic, and always refreshing.
Whether you're in the stadium under the lights or gathered with friends for game day, Yingling is the perfect companion for every college football fan.
And now Flight by Yingling is a proud partner of Fighting Illini Athletics.
It makes sense. America's oldest brewery, Yingling, is all about tradition, and Illinois football in Champaign is one of the best traditions around.
Celebrate every touchdown and enjoy the taste of game day all season long.
And celebrate college football, good company, and Yingling.
DG Yingling & Son, Pottsville, PA.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
This college football moment is brought to you by ServPro.
College football teams have moments they recovered from and made it like it never even happened. Like on October 2nd, 1993, when the University of California faced a 30-0 halftime deficit to Oregon. Cal went on a remarkable 42-11 run in the second half to capture a 42-41 victory, one of the largest comebacks in college football history.
ServPro, like it never even happened.
Are you ready to unleash the beast? Monster Energy is here to give you the edge this college tailgate season. Loaded with bold flavors, our powerful blend gives you the energy you need to push you beyond your limits. Tune in all season long with Monster, the energy drink of ESPN Radio College Football Tour. Power your performance with a drink that's as hungry for victory as you are. Crack open an ice-cold Monster and dominate your competition. Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Grab yours today.
This is the home of the Bears. ESPN Chicago. WMVP, WTBC HD2, Chicago.
Live stream ESPN 1000 or take a listen to our other shows on demand. It's the ESPN Chicago app.
This is Peggy and Dionne.
ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Welcome back to Peggy and Dionne here on ESPN 1000, brought to you each and every week by Advantage Acura of Naperville. We are glad that they continue to sponsor all the fun we have, and we're glad that you are along for the ride here. Our second Saturday of college football heads into our first full Sunday of the NFL. And with the way the weather has turned so conveniently to feel like fall, Peggy, I am feeling it. I'm loving it. And the other day I looked at the calendar and realized how quickly we're going to be in Vegas. That's like not far away. That's like not far away at all. It's crazy. It's crazy.
I was looking at the same thing. I was like, oh my gosh. Like the first week of September has just flown by. And then it's like, okay, now the Bears season starts. And guess we're going to Vegas. Yeah, I know. And then it's going to be October. And then, I know.
You know what I did this week though? You know what I did? I ordered my first Christmas presents.
Oh my gosh.
I sure did. Mm-hmm. Actually, real talk. It was August 31st. It was the first time I purchase. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Trying to get a jump on it because, as you just said, it goes so quickly. And the next thing you know, it's going to be Thanksgiving. And I'm going to be a lunatic trying to buy all the gifts and do all the things. And so
not surprised.
Of course you're not. I mean,
not
surprised. I might as well be an elf. I love Christmas. I love all of it. It's crazy. But that doesn't shock you at all. That doesn't shock you at all. Okay, so we did hear from Ben Johnson. We have been talking about the Bears and being prepared for this season and just exactly what it will look like with Caleb and Ben working together. And we've got new light shed on this because of this House of Dysfunction article written by Tyler Dunn on his blog. I guess you would call it a blog. It's like a Substack or whatever. It's subscription. It's behind a paywall. There's a good chunk of it that is not. But it doesn't paint a very pretty picture about what's been going on behind the scenes with drafting Caleb and everything that went on last year. Now, you didn't have to be behind the scenes to know that last year was a disaster. But just seeing some of what is being said and some of these scathing quotes that are being put out there about what was actually going on, it doesn't make the franchise look very good. Doesn't make the quarterback or the general manager look very good. So it's interesting. And I'm going to take this call real quick, Peggy, because Lewis in Lisle has been on hold for a long time wanting to comment on this article. So before we move on to other things, I want to at least get his thoughts on what he read in this Tyler Dunne article. Hey, Lewis, thank you for your patience. Are you there? We can't hear you yet. Mario's on it. Lewis, hello? Hello, Lewis. I really did, I don't set these things up very well, so I was really proud of myself for a hot second. But now,
here's what I was going to say about the whole Tyler Dunne painting Caleb in such a poor light. Does it make him look like a diva? Yeah. There's a lot of divas in the NFL. There's a lot of divas who are quarterbacks. There's a lot of quarterbacks in the NFL who do run the show. I think the question, I mean, my goodness, we've dealt with Aaron Rodgers, his entire career in Green Bay. The difference is that Aaron Rodgers has done something.
Peggy, I was just going to say that.
Yeah,
same thing.
And Caleb hasn't done anything yet. So for him, if any of that is true, for him to be disrespectful of the interim head coach, Thomas Brown, and, walk away from him when he was talking to him, to as is alleged in this article, to ask them to change the way they call plays instead of using colors and numbers. He wanted to go back to the, ready, set, hut, which the Tyler Dunne called, JV football. If any of this is true, you just kind of say, all right, wait a second. Where is this plan that Ryan Poles supposedly had in place that was going to make sure that their franchise quarterback that they drafted number 1 overall was going to succeed? Like, where's the plan in all of this? And to me, it's more damning. Not as much with Caleb Williams. I mean, my goodness, this is sometimes what makes people great is what can make them obnoxious. But for me, it's pointing back at the organization.
It is, and dysfunction there. All right, I think we have Lewis. He's been so patient. Lewis in Lisle wants to talk about this article. Hey, Lewis, how are you?
I'm fantastic. Look, it's kind of unfortunate that every time Tyler Dunne writes a piece on the Bears, it's almost always something like that's just showing how catastrophically disorganized this organization is. I don't know what to make of this. This has to be somewhere in the middle. Mm-hmm. I feel bad for the coaches. I mean, they are getting very specific, which tells me that they're not making this up. And yes, I know that they have to save their reputations. I mean, they can't just take this lying down. I also don't think that anybody could possibly that petulant of a child that they wouldn't actively, try to study or would brazenly lie about something such as, them not watching film. Mm-hmm. This whole thing with Shane Waldron, I'm not shocked. I mean, I can't tell you how many times I was sitting on either my couch or my friend's couch watching Caleb hold on to the ball, not look down, not throw it away, and yelling at the TV this is a coaching thing. How the heck is nobody making him get rid of the ball? I hope to God Ben Johnson knows what he's doing. I believe he knows what he's doing. I'm hoping to God that maybe the reason he was telling or praising Tyson Bagent so much was light that fire under Caleb's butt. Make it known. We're not going to bench you, but this is how you do it. Mm-hmm. We're not going to coddle you anymore, and this is kind of what we need. On a side note, before I go, yesterday when Waddle and Sylvie were out at Twin Peaks, I gave someone from marketing. I gave them each a bottle. My family's been making wine since before I was born. I have taken part in it, and I gave each of them a bottle and a case for the studio. Please, for the love of God, tell me that it made it into the studio.
Well, I don't see it because I think my eyes are immediately drawn to such things, and I have not seen it. But I will be on the hunt. That is incredibly kind. Thank you so much.
It ended up in the back of one of the trucks. I believe Pat, the designer, is the one who put it in.
Okay. We're on it, Lewis. Thank you so much. What kind of wine?
It is a red Zinfandel. This year it came out kind of fruity with a bit of a peppery aftertaste.
It sounds amazing.
Where are the grapes from, Louis? Where are the grapes from?
I know we get them. We used to get them. One of my dad's old business partners actually had a vineyard in California. That's where we used to. I believe now we just get them from Caputo's because we actually have a friend who's head of supply chain for Caputo's.
That's very cool. I love it.
Yeah, by the way, real quick, just a warning, and I know it's going to sound silly, but it's not the normal strength of wine because we make this as a hobby and don't sell it. You're looking at about 20% in that per bottle.
Ooh, consider yourself warned. Okay.
Yeah, consider yourself warned. And I know I'm going to sound like a snob. Just make sure you drink it within 24 hours. There's no preservatives in it.
Amazing. Well, this is kind. I will be very excited to reach back out and thank you once we try it. So thank you so much.
I look forward to hearing. It's probably the best it's ever been, actually.
I can't wait. That is so kind. Thank you so much, and thanks for your patience and your thoughts on this. I agree with what you're saying about what you had said, Peggy, about Caleb and a diva quarterback, and that's he comes in with a big personality. That's for sure. And we knew that, but I think it's more damaging to the reputation of those who are in charge, and I think that's what the article is missing, is that some of those things are coaching aspects that they did not coach. Now, did they not coach it because he wouldn't have received it? I don't know. What we've seen from him this year, what he asked for, is what Ben Johnson is giving him, is the hard coaching. We've seen him get yelled at on the field to get it right. And he said that's what he wanted. So now I want to see how it works in a game. Now I want to see how it works once they continue to trust each other and move forward. He said this week, I have the utmost confidence in Ben Johnson and that he's going to set us up for success. Then follow what he says. Don't go off script. Don't think you know better. Do the work and then let it show on the field. That's ultimately what this article is going to fade in the distance, right? It's going to fade into the background if they find success on the field.
Well, it's basically, it's like your children, right? They will do whatever they can get away with.
1,000%.
And they basically let him get away with stuff last year. And this coaching staff, quite obviously, is not, which is why they are doing things that he should have learned last year, but the coaching staff let him get away with not doing it. So that's one of the reasons why they had to break everything back down and start from the beginning, because either they weren't teaching it to him or he was not conducive to it being taught to him. So yeah, this is going to be a project, but if they succeed, it just adds to the story of everything that they had to overcome. It just adds to the story, which I love.
And remember what Peter Schrager just said, Peggy. He wanted this job, and I cannot believe he would have come in with blinders on when it came to Caleb Williams. He had to have done his homework. That's who he is. He's all about details. So he had to know what he was walking into, whether it's somewhere in the middle of what we heard from this Tyler Dunn piece and wherever that truth may be as to who Caleb really is, because we don't know. We don't know his personality. But when I observe yesterday walking into the locker room, he's sitting there with DJ and Rome, and they're just talking and laughing and hanging out. If that's not who he really is, then that will be revealed at a different time. Or maybe he's grown. I don't know, that he's not even 25. Their brains aren't developed yet. I don't know what to say. Let's just see how it all plays out once they get to the regular season and he builds on his trust with Ben and he sets him up for success. We have a whole new coaching staff and offensive line. It's going to look different. It's going to hopefully look better.
Exactly. When we come back, let's talk a little bit about the quarterback on the other side of the field. J.J. McCarthy will get his first NFL start. The LaGrange Park native had some interesting things to say about his hometown and how he feels about returning. We'll hear that when we come back.
This is Peggy and Dionne. ESPN Chicago on FM 100.3 HD2, the ESPN Chicago app, and ESPN 1000.
We
one for the Bears, and it's a Monday night affair on the lakefront. Hi, everybody. It's Jeff Joniak. Join Tom Thayer, Jason McKee, and myself for the call to Bears and Vikings. Kickoff at 7:15. And join us for 2+ hours of pre- and post-game coverage with the best in the business. It's Bears and Vikings to launch the 2025 season. Coverage starts Monday at 5. This is the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago. Brought to you in part by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana.
You guys know I was on the hunt for a new car about a year ago now. I wanted something special, luxurious, yet super practical. I wasn't sure where to start. So I called our friends at Advantage Acura of Naperville, and they helped me find my perfect ride. I am a forever Acura MDX girl. You can't change my mind on that. From start to finish, the process was seamless and stress-free. I drove away with a brand new Acura, and I could not love it more. Now, they went above and beyond for me at Advantage Acura of Naperville, but they want to do the same thing for you. So if you're in the hunt for a new car, head over to Advantage Acura of Naperville. Tell them Peggy and Dionne sent you, and they'll help you find your perfect match.
White Sox fans looking for family fun that everyone can enjoy? Bring the whole crew to the ballpark with a family pack presented by ExxonMobil. Starting at just $19, each family member gets one ticket, hot dog, drink, chips, cookie, and a souvenir water bottle. Plus, every Sunday home game features family-friendly activities. Kids run the bases post-game and more with Family Sundays presented by Coca-Cola. Tickets starting at just $10, includes all fees. To get yours, visit whitesox.com/offers.
It's fall again, and that means football, falling leaves, cozy fires, and, of course, a fresh haircut at Great Clips. Whether you want a whole new look for the season or just a trim on a cut you already love, the skilled stylists at your local Great Clips salon are ready to bring it to life for less. With convenient online check-in, you can add your name to the list and stop in whenever it works for you. They'll even send you a ready next text when you're up next for a haircut, so you can get all of your fall errands done rather than waiting in the salon. Once your cut is finished, the friendly stylists at Great Clips will save the details in clip notes so you can get the look you love every time you come in. And the best part? Great Clips' everyday affordable prices means you'll have money left over for fall fun as well. Look your greatest for the new season. Download the app and get into your local Great Clips salon for a fresh fall haircut today. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
Get your exterior painting to-dos done easily with Dutch Boy Pristine Exterior Paint. With its rain rinse technology, rain naturally washes away dirt and grime. Plus, it resists cracking and peeling, making it perfect to withstand the harshest weather conditions. Save big money on Pristine Exterior Paint and start your painting project today. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for more great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
At your Chicago area IKEA store, they believe everyone deserves a beautiful and affordable living experience. Transform your home with stylish furniture and home accessories without breaking the bank. From comfortable and fashionable sofas and sectionals to kitchens full of inspiration to bedrooms designed to help you find your best sleep and relaxation. IKEA's home furnishings combine form and function to fit your lifestyle and budget. Visit IKEA in Schaumburg or Bolingbrook today or shop online at ikea.com/US and check out their new local pickup points in your neighborhood.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-731-4558 and save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. Safe Step walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as one day. Just dial 1-800-731-4558 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-731-4558 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good. Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-731-4558 and save $1,600. SafeStep walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. SafeStep walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as one day. Just dial 1-800-731-4558 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-731-4558 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago on twitch.tv or the Twitch app. Welcome back to Peggy and Dionne.
ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Welcome back to Peggy and Dionne. In case you missed it last night, Northwestern bounced back from their Week 1 embarrassment at Tulane. They did win last night quite decisively over Western Illinois. Illinois right now up 7-6 on Duke as we continue through a college football Saturday and into an NFL Sunday. It should be a very exciting couple of days. This is the time of year we all get so excited for. So we're glad that you're here with us here on Peggy and Dionne as we continue to get you ready for that. Obviously on Monday night, JJ McCarthy comes home. He is from LaGrange, went to Nazareth Academy before he spent that COVID season at IMG down in Bradenton, Florida, and then went to Michigan and essentially had a redshirt freshman year last year, being injured the whole time and observing and watching, and some of the questions asking the Bears defense yesterday about facing a quarterback making his first career start in this capacity and being as young as he is. And we keep wanting to say rookie. He's not a rookie technically. He was on the team last year, but he's been around the program, and they feel like that there's a lot he could learn from that. And I think he even said that he learned so much just observing what he did. And we know, in Kevin O'Connell we trust, right? Like, this is a guy who can, a head coach who is a quarterback whisperer in some capacity.
Well, and what's interesting that I found in J.J. McCarthy's press conference this week in Minnesota was first of all, he is so polished.
Oh, my word.
He was calling some of the media members by name in responding to their, it's like Media 101 or 201 or 301 advanced media training class where, well, Dionne, and then, he would answer the question. I was like, oh, wow, he's pretty polished. This is really good. But what was interesting also was that, you remember, he went through some kind of anxiety issues in which he would meditate underneath the goalposts like 2 hours before a game.
Right.
And at Michigan, he would, I saw the stories on it. And for him, it was a matter of like calming the mind. Right. And JJ, like my sons, was a product of COVID athletes. And when he was in high school, his dad, Jim, actually came on our podcast with my son because his dad felt that the development of his son, it was so important for him to play football. And if you remember, Illinois shut down, Illinois high school sports shut down, the Big Ten shut down. He needed reps, and he felt like his son really needed reps. And so he transferred to IMG Academy. That's not an easy thing to do when you are in high school, to leave your family, even though I believe his mom and I think his dad went back and forth, moved there with him in Florida and lived with him. He was very much secluded. And for anyone out there who has kids in their early 20s who were the COVID kids, COVID really wreaked havoc on a lot of people's brains.
Yes.
And the sense of, anxiety that it instilled in people because you were so secluded and because you weren't socializing like a normal 16-year-old should be able to do. JJ went through that just like many of us and our kids went through as well. And so he was asked about going back home. And first, Mario, let's play where he talks about growing up in LaGrange Park. And what you're going to hear is just how polished he is in speaking to the media. And he talks about what it was like growing up in the western suburbs here.
The support was amazing. Just being from LaGrange Park, it's really special because, there's not too many guys that, go to the league out of there and really a lot of sports, but just being there and growing up there, I'm really thankful. Thankful for all the family friends down the block, thankful for all the schoolmates and, teachers and everyone who helped shape me to who I am. So a lot of gratitude and grace, but we're ready to go.
Wow.
I mean, Dionne, he is so polished. He's so good.
He is.
He knows what he's doing.
Yeah, and for as young as he is, to be that polished is pretty spectacular. When you were talking about him going to IMG, it reminded me of Caleb. He did high school away from his parents too, and like how different that is. I can't imagine sending my child away right now. My son is a freshman in high school. I can't imagine. I'm right there, Peggy, and I can't get him organized and out the door at a timely fashion. Like, I can't imagine if he was on his own and had to have the self-motivation and that work ethic to do it on his own. Oh my word. Like, that is pretty impressive. It says a lot about his upbringing, but also about his desire to be great and to put in the work on his own, right? So I think that's interesting.
He had a really cute story as well, and we can play this one talking about his very first memory of going to a game at Soldier Field.
It's coming.
Earliest memory was probably, I don't know how old I was, but it was my first game, and I was coming out of the stadium, and I feel like... what are those called? Programs? Yeah. Someone was selling the programs, and my dad was like, "Yeah, we got to get one. It's your first game." And that's the first time I was there, and I think it was against the Vikings, and the Vikings won. So, it was just really cool to be from there. But at the end of the day, it's all about executing football plays and going out there and doing my job.
Now, his dad joined Waddle and Sylvia and confirmed that whole story, that they did buy a program on the way out, which is adorable to commemorate it. He was 4.5, and it was 2007.
Oh, my gosh.
Peggy, I did the same thing. I was like, I remember 2007. Don't tell me he was 4.5 in 2007. Anyway, so it's a great story.
Listen to this now, Dionne. When... after almost near the end of the press conference and up in Minnesota, and he had one more reporter had to ask about going back home to Chicago. And I was thinking, I'm like, can you imagine the number of family and friends that are going to be at Soldier Field on Monday night? And, who's taking care of all those ticket requests so that he doesn't have to think about it? Is he even going to take the time? I bet he doesn't take any time to visit with them on the field. They come down and shake his hand over the railing or something, during warmups. I bet he doesn't do any of that, because listen to this answer about going home to Chicago.
How much will you let yourself enjoy the moment of it being 30 minutes from home, or will you have to kind of just X that out of your mind on Monday?
I feel like home is in Minnesota. So at the end of the day, it's just a business trip. We're going to go down there, execute some football plays, and see what happens.
Wow. He knew exactly how to answer that question.
I feel like home is Minnesota. Wow. I mean, that's a good answer for all the Viking fans, but for all the J.J. McCarthy fans in the western suburbs, oh my gosh. It just cracks me up. Yeah. I was like, oh, here we go. Bring it on.
He knew. Like, he was smart enough to know, like, I'm not going to get trapped here in saying something that will have fans in Minnesota frustrated with me, and he nailed it. He's very polished, put together. I love it. I did mention his dad was on with Waddle and Sylvia. Fantastic interview. We're going to play a little bit of that when we come back on the other side of this quick break. You're listening to Peggy and Dionne on ESPN 1000.
Peggy and Dionne on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
The ESPN Chicago Fantasy Football Show, brought to you by Tullamore Dew.
Welcome to Fantasy Football!
Set your lineup with Jeff Meller's guidance, Sunday morning at 7, ESPN Chicago.
When it comes to looking sharp, I don't mess around. That's why I head to White Buffalo Barbershop. These guys aren't just barbers, they're artists. Whether it's a classic cut, a fresh fade,
Mario,
or a hot
what
shave,
read?
they do it all with precision. And the vibe is top-notch, blending tradition with a modern twist. At White Buffalo, every cut is as unique as you are, born original, just like you.
White Buffalo Barbershop, born original. Now in LaGrange and Hinsdale. Visit whitebuffalobarbershop.com to book your appointment today.
Hey Chicagoland, it's time to tee up your next golf adventure with a trip to Tullymore Golf Resort, featuring 36 championship holes at 2 5-star rated golf courses. Spend more time on the course and less time in the car. Tullymore is just a quick 3.5-hour drive from the city. Enjoy an up-north golf experience without the drive at Tullymore Golf Resort. Experience a Michigan masterpiece. Start your trip with just a click at TullymoreGolf.com. That's TullymoreGolf.com.
O'Reilly.
Check engine, ABS, or maintenance light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. The service is free and provides a report with solutions verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we could recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Turn things all the way up and find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
Hey everyone, the Village of Bolingbrook is proud to celebrate its 60th anniversary with a spectacular 3-day celebration from Friday, September 12th through Sunday, September 14th. That's next weekend. Residents and visitors are invited to enjoy the 2025 Bolingbrook Jubilee Festival, along with the beloved Pathways Parade and Path Fest, featuring live music, food trucks, vendors, entertainment, and community recognition events. As one of the most diverse communities in Illinois, you've heard me say it before, recently named one of the top 10 best places to live in Illinois by U.S. News and World Report. Bolingbrook has much to commemorate. With a proud history, a strong sense of community, and a bright future, Bolingbrook's 60th anniversary is a celebration not to be missed. Come and experience the warmth and friendliness of Bolingbrook for yourself.
Chicago's home for sports is on Twitch. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago today.
Welcome back to Peggy and Dionne on ESPN 1000.
Rolling on here on your Saturday afternoon, getting you ready for the NFL this weekend and all that this time of year brings. We absolutely love it. We were talking before we went to break about the McCarthy family, obviously local, and love that JJ has said now his home is in Minnesota, but his parents still live here. And Jim joined Waddle and Sylvie this week. It was a fantastic interview. If you have not heard it, make sure you download the ESPN Chicago app and find it on the podcast, because it was a really great interview and they asked great questions. And he was so like all of us, Peggy, you know, like a parent of a kid who has played sports his whole life, like a youth sports dad. Like he just sounded so much like conversations that we would have. It's a very, very good interview. And he talked a lot about just like this moment. I mean, I can't even imagine, Peggy, like I cannot. My son plays hockey, right? Like I can't imagine if one day he played for the Blackhawks, like, you know, which is so far-fetched, friends. But I can't even imagine what they are feeling, him making his first ever start at Soldier Field for the Vikings in a rematch of the game he first saw as a 4-year-old,
right?
As a fan of the Bears. I mean, it's so many cool. It's like a little Disney moment. I love it.
It's very, very cool. And then when you have, you know, diehard Bears fans in your house, and your son is now a Viking, like to have to put on the purple colors and not the Bears, you know, navy and orange. It cracks me up, but I do love that. And I think we have this sound where they talked about whether it's going to be hard for him. You know, Caleb Williams throws a touchdown. Right. Is he going to jump up and start cheering? You know, this is what Jim McCarthy had to say.
Will you have to catch yourself at all if there's a good Bears play? Because for however many years you've been rooting for the navy and orange, will you have to catch yourself for not rooting for the Bears on Monday?
51 and a half years, to be exact. It was 51 and a half years up to the draft day, you know, from that standpoint. I think we all understand, when your offspring, they go play on teams or they go to a certain school, or you want definitely, you know, to take your allegiance with kids because that's your blood. And I will be, this way. I want the Vikings to win because I want my son to succeed, and that franchise and that ownership group, the way they have welcomed the McCarthy, as well as they treat everybody. There's a reason why they're number one by the NFLPA in regards to how they handle game day, how they handle everything. This organization is amazing to play for, and I want JJ to succeed as much as I can. But you know what? For the Bears fans that are here, I bled for you guys. It's the 85 team. We could recite the whole roster. We could go over the Super Bowl. You know what? I want you guys to have success as long as it doesn't affect my son in Minnesota Vikings right now.
Talk about conflict, inner conflict, Peggy. He's going to be so torn. And he did say they're going to have 200 people there. I mean, it's going to be such a moment for them.
Oh my gosh.
And I love that he also was really adamant. He said he wants to take the Loveland family into the tailgate lots to welcome them to the Bears, and he just raved about Colston Loveland and what the Bears got in him and the kind of person he's going to be and the fantastic family. And he feels like the Bears nailed it with that draft pick, which I thought was really cool because they have a very close relationship, Colston and JJ, from their days at that school up north. And so it'll be it'll be cool to see them kind of get integrated with the fan base as well as they get settled
in.
Did
you just say that school up north because you can't verbalize?
I can't. I just choose
Michigan?
not to. I can't. I just choose not to. I mean, like, these sound like wonderful people. They just made a really poor decision when it came to where they attend college. I can't help it. I had no role. This is as far as I go. Okay. I can only do so much. I support them, but I don't. They just made a poor choice. They have to live with the consequences, and that's how it is. And if I said any of that too, I did once say something to Colston Loveland about it, and he was like, "Yeah, we've won 4 in a row." I know that's like always what they say. They're like, "That's fine. You won the national title. You haven't beaten us in 4 years." So, well, 5 years now, whatever.
And you just said us.
Oh, right. Huh. Like I did. I know. Again, you know what's funny, Peggy, is I make fun of my father, who has loved the Buckeyes since like the mid-50s, right? Like he just has his whole life loved the Buckeyes. And I tell him all the time, I'm like, people are going to think you actually went there. And now people think I actually went there. I did not. I'm just
well, that's what kills me. You do, like, I literally listening to you not say the word Michigan. In my brain, I started going, wait a second. Dionne didn't go to Ohio State.
She did go to Ohio State. But I mean, I did live there for 6 years and covered the team. But I grew up loving the Buckeyes. I mean, that was just what we did. We talked about, I mean, that's always Ohio State, always. And then you can't live there and cover them in some capacity without either you love them or you just don't care about college sports at all. Like that, those are your options. You either love being around the Buckeyes and love everything that it entails, or you just you don't care. You don't have time for it, right? But we did always joke, like, the best time to go to the grocery store in Columbus is during a game because there's no one there. Right?
That's pretty funny.
It's so fun. I have looked at taking an online course so that I can have a little bit more like truthful integrity about my cheering to be like sort of an alum.
Come on.
That. I sure have. And then I was like, I don't want to do this. Now, if they offered like a sommelier course, I'm in.
Right. Okay. You, Dionne, do not need to add anything more to your plate.
That's
like
true.
You do not need to throw one more thing on there. I mean, seriously.
Oh my gosh, you're so
seriously.
Right. You're right, Peggy. You're right.
You know what? Let's do this. I know. Let's take a break because I do want to talk about the Angel Reese stuff that was going on.
Okay.
So let's do that. Let's take a break so that we can talk about what in the world is going on with the Chicago Sky, and we want to say that Caleb's acting like a diva. Hello.
Yep.
Yeah, let's get into the Angel Reese situation when we come back.
You're listening to Peggy and Dionne on Chicago's home for sports. This is ESPN 1000. Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Tigers.
Live extended coverage begins at 2:30 with Jeff Meller and White Sox Weekly on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Prost Chicago. Don't miss the Oktoberfest Golf Classic at Seven Bridges Golf Club Sunday, October 16th. A 4-player scramble, brewery tastings, prizes, Oktoberfest lunch, and a post-golf pig roast. Register now at sevenbridgesgolfclub.com or call 630-964-GOLF.
Guests appearing live on ESPN Chicago. Call in on the Yuengling hotline.
Yuengling is in Chicago. After 196 years, you can now enjoy Yuengling Traditional Lager, Light Lager, Golden Pilsner, Black and Tan, and Flight.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
Ready to finish what you started? At North Park University in Chicago, transferring is seamless. Bring your credits and complete your intended major, or choose from 6 accelerated, fully online programs designed with working professionals in mind. The warm Christian community welcomes those from all faith backgrounds, and students graduate ready to lead in schools, communities, and beyond. You'll be supported every step of the way to thrive in your chosen career. Apply today at northpark.edu. North Park University, where faith, purpose, and career come together.
Save big money now at Menards. Patriot Lighting outdoor motion sensing wall lights bring on-demand bright illumination, adding safety and security to your outdoor area. Choose from a variety of styles and functions like the 3-head motion sensor floodlight, which has a powerful 5,500 lumen brightness. Save big on all Patriot security lights. Also check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-731-4558 and save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. Safe Step walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as one day. Just dial 1-800-731-4558 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-731-4558 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
Welcome back to Peggy and Dionne on 100.3 HD2, the ESPN Chicago app, and ESPN 1000.
Wrapping things up here on another Saturday of Peggy and Dionne here on ESPN Chicago. As we wrap things up at 1 o'clock is Odds Couple, followed by White Sox Weekly with Jeff Meller. And then the red-hot White Sox continue their series against the Tigers. Peggy, the White Sox have the longest winning streak in baseball right now. The longest active winning streak in baseball. They have won 6 in a row, going for 7 tonight. I quickly tried to figure out how long it's been since this has happened. I don't know off the top of my head, but it's been a minute. So very exciting for the White Sox to be playing the way that they are here in September.
I love it. And the Cubs beat the Nationals yesterday, finally broke out the bats, and Sammy Sosa and Derek Lee in attendance for that game as they will be inducted into the Cubs Hall of Fame tomorrow. Awesome. And, speaking of Hall of Fames, the Basketball Hall of Fame enshrinement is tonight, and former Chicago Sky player Sylvia Fowles will be inducted, along with Bulls head coach Billy Donovan. I bring up the Sky. What in the world is going on? I mean, first of all, there's a player poll done by one of the news outlets earlier this year, and the Sky was voted as the most dysfunctional franchise. You just stop and you go, oh, my Lord, seriously, like, what is going on here? They were voted as the league's worst run organization by the Athletics Anonymous Player Poll this summer. Angel Reese yesterday is suspended by her team, by the Sky, a half game.
A half game.
Because of the interview with the Tribune in which she revealed how frustrated she was with the state of the franchise. And the team said that her comments were detrimental to the team. And so she will miss the first half of tomorrow night's road game in Las Vegas. She's serving it tomorrow because last night she was suspended for the number of technical fouls that she's accumulated this season. My question here.
Yeah.
What she said obviously upset her teammates and the organization. I mean, she was calling them out and, basically saying that if things don't get better, if they don't get better point guards, then she'll have to think about where her next move will be. I mean, I'm sorry, Angel Reese, but I didn't realize you've done anything yet in this league to have that platform.
Well, and to make that correlation between her and Caleb Williams, I think is accurate. It's interesting that she would feel that she's been given the power to say something like that without recognizing that those words would resonate so loudly around the franchise and in the locker room, but then also that there are consequences to saying such things. Like, if you are given this platform, that is a privilege that you need to be measured in how you talk about things. Now, are the Sky frustrating? Oh my word, yes.
Yeah.
Incredibly frustrating.
Yeah.
Has she ever lost this much in her life? No, never. So, and she can't fix it. Like, is she frustrated? I think they all are. I think making more, like, recognizing, just being more aware, like notice and aware that what you're saying is powerful. You have a powerful voice, but use it in the right way. It's so inappropriate what she said. The response by the Sky feels even like a little like a half game. Like what they didn't say.
What
are we doing?
game?
What are we doing? What is that? That's nothing.
Their collective bargaining agreement won't allow them to. Like what? Like
what is that?
In the world is a half game suspension? Give me a break.
I mean, as parents, we know that a half punishment isn't going to get the message across. You know what I mean? Like, why are we being soft about this? If you're really upset, then say that. Then have someone from the Sky not just issue a statement, but have them stand up and be like, we are not going to tolerate this kind of talk from our superstar or anyone in our organization. We all want to do better. You know, like, just have someone's voice from the front office be at the front of this and not hers. Not hers.
She said she's played 29 games this year, and she said that she would like, she said she's not, quote, settling for the same blank that they did this year. Okay. Right. Then she said that she wanted the Sky to form a clear identity next season. Okay, that's fine. And that she would like to see the franchise add guards who can drive and shoot three-pointers efficiently. Okay. Well, maybe they need a forward center who can shoot efficiently as well.
Correct.
I mean, you don't call out someone else's lack of skill when you yourself have one of the worst shots I've ever seen a professional basketball player have.
Yes.
I mean,
yes.
I just found it like ridiculous that she felt it was okay to call out her teammates like that.
And the other thing is, Peggy, like that will echo around that team.
Yes.
Forever. Like, she can apologize, but that doesn't mean they still didn't hear it. And they didn't know that that's truly how she felt about them. Like, and I want to give her some space for, it was just immature, right? So I want to like understand where she's at. Like, it was just inappropriate. I don't know how many different ways to say it. It was such an ugly moment during a season that has been so disastrous for them. Just nothing like what they thought. And to have, a Hall of Famer in a future Hall of Famer in Courtney Vandersloot waiting to come back and wanting to be here to help develop those guards. Like, they drafted a guard. I don't know. I don't have space for it. And I don't like the entitlement that she said it with.
Yeah.
I don't like that.
this article by the Tribune went viral. It sparked and hit a lot of nerves. And so Angel then backtracked a little bit after their game against the Connecticut Sun. Let's listen to that.
I don't think I'm frustrated. I probably am frustrated myself right now. I think the language is taken out of context, and I really didn't intentionally mean to put down my teammates because they've been through this with me throughout the whole year. They've busted their eyes just how I busted my eyes. They showed up for me through thick and thin and in the locker room when nobody could see anything. So I would apologize to my teammates, which I already have, about the article and how it was misconstrued, about what was said, and I just have to be better with my language because I know it's not the message, it's the messenger, and understanding what I say can be taken any kind of way, so I just have to really be better and grow from this.
I don't think anything was taken out of context.
I'm 1,000% sure it was not taken out of context.
I don't think there's, how can you say, if one more athlete says something was taken out of context, the language was taken out of context? What does that mean exactly? What does that mean? The language was taken out of context. No, it came out of your mouth in response to questions, and the Tribune went and showed the full answers. There was nothing taken out of context, whether it's the language or the interview and the responses itself, okay? The Chicago Sky issued a statement saying, the Chicago Sky values the safety, respect, and well-being of every player. We are committed to accountability so our players can stay focused on playing basketball. Because of statements detrimental to the team made by Angel Reese during league-mandated media, she will not play in the first half of the game on September 7th against the Las Vegas Aces. This matter has been handled and resolved internally, and we are moving forward as a team.
There is
whatever.
I like reading the quotes from what she said. Nothing is taken out of context, Peggy.
Yeah.
Like it's just very straightforward. Right from where she says, I'm very vocal about what we need and what I want. I'd like to be here for my career, but if things don't pan out, obviously I might have to move in a different direction and do what's best for me. Well, the Sky might have to do what's best for them too, Angel. Like you might not be what's best for them moving forward. What if they decide that?
The Sky was eliminated from any kind of postseason last month. They've missed the playoffs for consecutive seasons. They haven't won a playoff game in 3 years. So in addition to the roster overhaul, Angel Reese said in the original interview that she would want first-year coach Tyler Marsh coaches to coach players harder. She wants expanded office spaces. Oh, okay. She wants expanded office spaces and improved training facilities, which the Sky is already building a performance center, $38 million facility that is supposed to be completed next year. But, you know, like everything else, it's construction in Chicago. It's been set off by delays and you know, some other issues going on. Who knows what that is? But, you know, I hate it. I hate hearing it. I want these young athletes in Chicago to be leaders.
Yes.
You have a great opportunity here in Chicago. Pete Crow Armstrong, Caleb Williams, Angel Reese, Connor Bedard, what's his name with the Bulls? You know, you guys have Matas. You have great opportunities here to be leaders in a city that adores their athletes and is forgiving of their athletes. My God, be a leader. Don't just be a social media influencer. Like, please. Show some leadership. I'm so mad about that whole story.
Yes. Oh, it's incredibly frustrating to hear the words, and it just feels like, and a half game suspension feels like barely a blip. It doesn't feel like they got her attention in any way, shape, or form in that capacity. I mean, we don't know what went on behind the scenes, how she apologized, and if her team said that, you know, they can move on with that, but it was just inappropriate. She needs to be more aware that her words have such power. That's all.
Bears kick off their season Monday night on Monday Night Football. We will have the pregame with Dionne and Mark Silverman and Tom Waddle. And who else is on that show, Dionne?
Appearances by Jeff and Tom and Jason McKee, and Courtney pops on, and it's a good time. We set the table.
And that 5 o'clock pregame?
Yes, pregame starts at 5 o'clock. Although we'll be all day. It'll be all day prep here on your home of the Bears. And then, of course, Peggy and Yurka will follow the game. And then I believe there'll be a post, or maybe that will just spill over into the 6 a.m. hour the next day. We shall see.
Oh, please. I know. Our thanks to Mario Heron. Mario, thank you so much for all the sound that you cut up for us and helping us out through this one today. We have a great couple of days here to get ready for Bears opener and Bears football. Keep it tuned to ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app for the latest information and the latest news on the Bears. Make it a great weekend, everybody. Thanks, Dionne.
Thanks, Peg. Feel better. We'll see you soon.
You're listening to Peggy and Dionne
on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Hey, Chicagoland, it's time to tee up your next golf adventure with a trip to Tullymore Golf Resort, featuring 36 championship holes at 2 5-star rated golf courses. Spend more time on the course and less time in the car. Tullymore is just a quick 3.5-hour drive from the city. Enjoy an up-north golf experience without the drive at Tullymore Golf Resort. Experience a Michigan masterpiece. Start your trip with just a click at tullymoregolf.com. That's tullymoregolf.com.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer. Our policy is to provide equal opportunity employment, development, and advancement to all current and potential teammates. If you are an organization that maintains a job bank, provides employment information, or gives job referrals, you may request to be placed on the station's mailing list for future career opportunities. To learn more about careers at Good Karma Brands, please email careers@goodkarmabrands.com.
That's the ease at which you get information. You want it, you get it. Like that. Ask your phone. Group chat. Smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696. To learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose, US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696. And manage your diabetes as easy as...
This is the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC HD2, Chicago.
The Odds Couple with Carmen DeFalco and Mike North on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Welcome into your weekend, your first full weekend of NFL football. We have made it. It's glorious. Beautiful outside. It's going to be beautiful all weekend, and we're getting ready for the kickoff of the NFL season. The season started last night. It will end Monday night along the lakefront with the Bears hosting the Vikings as a short underdog, and we're going to talk about all of it and then some. Mike North and Carmen DeFalco, glad to be with everybody. We are the Odds Couple each and every week on the ESPN Chicago app and ESPN 1000. So much to talk about, my friend. Great to be back with another season. I think this is like season 7 of football for us.
Pal.
Incredible.
Well, we didn't start till March. You know, it's sort of weird. We didn't start at football season at the time.
Right, but we started in 19.
Yes.
That means this is our 7th football season. This is our 7th football season together.
Yeah, exactly right, Carmen. It's great to be with everybody. It's great to be here again with Eric Ostrowski and everybody. First of all, I got to be straight up with everybody. If you heard the bonus play today, ladies and gentlemen. I went into talk show hell. What is talk show hell? I made up that saying in 1992. And what it basically is what I've accused other people of being. And then when you do that, you got to be able to take the heat yourself. I'll criticize Craig Counsell. I'll criticize the White Sox. I'll criticize Reinsdorf. The Bulls, what are they doing? Today I come on. Now, I don't want to be called Sleepy Mike, okay? All right? I don't want to be accused of having sometimers, okay? Because I'm as sharp as a pencil. But sometimes things happen. And today I come on with Carm and Yurko, and I came on and I said, you know what? I think Tennessee is going to give them a good game. I think Tennessee is going to take care of business, and they're playing the Denver Broncos, and they're getting 8. And I think Mike Vrabel can really put together a game plan. And you know what? I know they were 3-14 last year, but you know what? I think it's, like Dallas last night. Well, I hang up the phone because Carm said something under his belt. Come on. It's Brian Callahan. Yeah. Okay, so the whole thing was a nightmare. So I'm here to criticize myself like I've been doing for 34 years when I make a mistake so I can cleanse myself. The saving grace of this whole thing, all right, is I'm going to win those. Yeah, I gave out Miami, okay, and I gave out Tennessee, so I'm not going to confuse anybody. Right. But Carmen, thank God, got me off the air. Okay, because we had Todd coming on anyway, Todd Furman. But you do your homework. Sometimes you make a mistake. And believe me, am I glad we're doing the show right after that show, because I beat the hell out of myself for about 10 minutes, ladies.
You're being too hard on yourself. You always are stand up, so that's like
pisses me off.
I knew it was going to aggravate you. I knew it. And Mike's been stewing about it for the last hour. But it happens.
It happens to everybody. But I want everybody to know, because I've been criticizing people, and, I give people praise, but I criticize people and criticize teams and everything else. I want you to know this, and Carmen knows this. Anybody ever worked with me knows this. Nobody is harder on themselves than me.
Yeah, that's true.
And I couldn't wait till Carmen, till I turned on our little machine here, and I heard Carmen's voice, vindication. But I wanted to let that out.
I love it. It's hilarious. Right. I mean, Vrabel... We could talk about Mike Vrabel. We could talk about the Patriots. I mean, boy, are they a sexy pick to make the playoffs. I didn't pick them as one of my AFC playoff teams, but I guess I wouldn't be shocked. Vrabel's going to clean some things up.
I like the way he prepares teams. I'm happy that I know he's on the Patriots now. I will also say this, and I knew that before, but I'll also say this. I think there's going to be some surprises. There's 5-6 surprises every year in the National Football League. Now, I heard Cap. I've known David since 92. I was younger, and he was too, believe me. And I used to see him every so often. And I heard Cap say, and I know Cap, his body language didn't really seem really definitive, say that he thought the Bears were going to go to the Super Bowl. I saw the deal. And I said to myself, there's where you go with ramifications. But I would bet David $1,000. And he knows this. We could do a little segment called Take That.
Yeah, exactly.
$1,000, I'll give them 5-1.
Oh, my goodness.
If the Bears make the playoffs, I'll give them $5,000.
Wait, make the playoffs or the Super Bowl?
Super Bowl.
Okay.
If they don't, he owes me $1,000.
Yeah.
And I know for a fact David wouldn't take it.
I'm going to tell him, and I'm going to see if he wants to take it. I love it.
Right, because I'm willing. Because if he believes that strongly, it could happen. Because I've seen stranger things happen in sports and on teams going to the Super Bowl. Okay, there's been teams that went to the Super Bowl, including a team from 2006, the Chicago Bears, okay, that went to the Super Bowl. And I can't remember. I didn't think too many people believed that team was going there, with Rex Grossman.
I mean, the defense was so good, but with Rex, my
God. But I'm saying they had no quarterback. They had a decent offense. But Rex Grossman may be the worst quarterback to ever play in the Super Bowl.
He's definitely up there, Mike. He probably
is. 5-1,
he's
though.
Probably the worst.
And Cap, and I love Cap and Mindy. I love them. Okay,
He might ask for more, though. The Bears are about 15-1 in Vegas.
Not if he said they're going to the Super Bowl.
That's a good point.
He said, hey.
They're about 15-1 in Vegas to win the NFC. 16-1.
That's why, you know what? What I got to say is when you're going to make predictions, somebody may call you on it. And if they make the playoffs, I'd be thrilled,
Yeah, me too. How about first things first? How about win as an underdog in your division on Monday night?
Yeah.
I mean, right? I mean, come on.
That would be good.
The kid starting opposite of you has never played in the NFL. He's playing in his hometown. There's going to be 500 of his family and friends there. There's a lot of pressure. He's on the road in the division in prime time. Are you kidding?
Right now it's being bet even.
Yeah, I mean, the Bears are still a little bit of an underdog.
Yeah, it's being bet even, though. I mean, it's not like Minnesota's getting a lot more than the Bears are.
Right.
So, it's a lot of people believe the Bears can win this game. I think Minnesota may have the better overall team. It's up to the quarterbacks.
I think Minnesota's probably the more talented roster. Not probably. Minnesota's the more talented roster. You're right.
And until Ben Johnson coaches a game, the Minnesota head coach is the better coach as far as a head coach is concerned.
I would agree with that.
Look what he did with Sam Darnold last year.
I would agree with that.
Okay.
Ben's got to prove it as a head coach.
Here's what I'm going to tell you. I've been hearing, we got to be patient and everything else. Do you know Ben Johnson makes $13 million?
Yeah.
And do you know Sirianni makes $7 million, and he's been to the Super Bowl twice? And do you know that John Harbaugh, your guy, who I think is a little overrated, but he's a Super Bowl coach?
I do too. I'm with you.
$12 million.
Yeah.
Ben Johnson is the 5th highest paid coach in the league and has never coached. And you know what? I really believe this. I think if the Bears, and I think they knew they had to come up with a blockbuster, but I think they bid against themselves because he had interviews scheduled with other teams, no doubt about it. Oh, yeah. But when they hit him with that $13 million, I don't care who you are.
Too good
I don't care who your If I'm the quarterback, you're taking that job because you should see. Go to Wikipedia. Maybe Carm can do it right now. Go to Google right now and Google the top coaches pay. He's number 5, and look at the coaches below him. Sirianni.
A lot of that is just because of the timing of it. I mean, Sirianni's been there for a few years.
But do you think any first-year coach should get $13 million? Just like should any new manager of the Cubs get $8 million? What is it with us? $21 million between two guys. The manager of the Cubs.
I know.
And he can't wait to lose a series or to lose a game. Can't wait. Can't wait to come out of the bullpen. I mean, go out and get somebody out of the bullpen and the embarrassment, I don't care, Carm. 5 innings, no-hit ball. Let him go one more inning. His arm's not going to fall off. And there's been 11 Cub pitchers this year on the disabled list, on the injured list. So if the pitch count works, why has Shota been on it? Why has Tyon twice? Steele.
Well, I don't think it's an injury thing. I think they want to just make sure he's got enough stamina for October. That'd be my guess because he's never pitched this many innings.
Well, yeah, but what are you going to do in October? All of a sudden just say you're going to pitch 8?
No, then I think you throw caution.
You got to build
him
up. It's been like 8-9 starts. That's all I was saying.
By the way, Reed is your highest paid at $20 million.
Go ahead. Have fun with this, folks.
Peyton is at $18 million. Mm-hmm. Tomlin is at $16 million.
You won't read this in the Bear Media Guide.
They've all right. They all have Super Bowl wins.
Yep.
Harbaugh is at $16 million. He has a Super Bowl appearance, and he's got a national championship in college.
Okay.
And McVay's at $15 million.
McVay.
He's been to 2 Super Bowls, and he's won 1. And then I think Ben Johnson is
13.
next at 13.
Yep.
Yeah, so it looks like he's 6.
Now read below. That's the key, folks.
That I don't unfortunately have on this, but I can
Sirianni
find it.
makes $7 million.
Well, it's everybody else. I mean, that's it. He's 6.
It.
It's everybody else.
He makes that. And believe me, he came up with the malarkey, and I knew it. I want to coach Caleb Williams. Well, no, I never believed that. You listen, take it from a guy who signed humongous contracts, the biggest ever for a local host. When that money came down, it took me 10 seconds to sign that. Yeah. Okay, after I negotiated it. And that's what Ben got. I don't think it was just negotiation. I don't think anybody was going to offer him more than $11 million. And the Bears wanted to make sure they got him,
Yeah.
so they overpaid.
So they overpaid a little bit, yeah.
Oh, my God.
It's like in free agency. That's how it works. When you're in demand.
You know what? It's never worked that way with managers, as we talk about Aaron Boone and the other guys that are managing, making less money than Consul. But you're right, Carm. He came at the right time, and they didn't win the Super Bowl like Buddy Ryan did.
Right. Yeah. That's right. They didn't even get that. They didn't even win a playoff game.
Right.
They didn't win a playoff
So
game.
this thing, once again, I'll say it, and I'm not afraid to say it, that the Bears overpaid, period, and we'll find out. And if they get into the playoffs this year, I'll be the first guy, just like I did earlier, to say I was wrong.
The only thing I would say, like, when in terms of overpaying coaches, like, it doesn't affect anything as long as you're not as long as you're willing to.
It's life-changing money for him. That's why he took the job.
Of course, it doesn't affect like your books. It doesn't affect your cap.
I believe,
right.
I believe if the Eagles needed a coach, and they offered Ben Johnson $8 million, and the Bears offered him $13, he'd go with the least talented team and take the 13.
It's hard not to take an extra $5 million a year.
And I'll say this about Jalen Hurts, and Carm knows, I love the guy. I love him like a brother from another mother, ladies and gentlemen. If he was on this Bear team, we're going to the playoffs. That's all I'm going to tell everybody.
I'd feel more confident, I think.
Oh,
yes, I would feel more confident.
You still don't think certain quarterbacks could take this team places. Like Trubisky took the Bears twice, and you still doubt him. Jalen Hurts, with the guys around him on this Bear team, and his running ability and passing ability, and not being in trouble like his stupid teammate, he would. You don't think the Bears would make the playoffs with Jalen Hurts?
I would feel much more confident in predicting the Bears
sky
to make
high.
the playoffs.
Well, wait. If the Bears are being picked by some people with 10 wins with Caleb, what are you going to give me with Hurts?
Yeah, I would agree. I'm not picking the Bears to win 10 games, but yes, I would agree.
Well, how many big games? Because all I hear is 8, 9, 9, and 8. I guess it might be impossible that they win more than 9, or maybe impossible that they lose less than 8.
Nothing's
impossible. They could go 7 and 10.
Yeah, of course they could.
But they could also surprise me, which I've been waiting forever. Don't forget, the 85 Bears, folks, took 4 or 5 years.
Yeah,
that was a rebuild that worked. If you ever want to take a rebuild, you got the right draft picks. You didn't pick up a lot of free agents. You picked up draft picks like Peyton, McMahon, Dent. It was your low-round.
You built your offensive line.
You built your line. You didn't go somewhere else for players. The Bears, I see, they're still having guys come to practice from other teams and stuff. And I'm saying to myself, the Bears, the 1985 Bears, folks, if you're talking about rebuilds, and none ever work anymore, it seems, in Chicago, was the most successful rebuild maybe in the history of the sport of football.
Yeah, it's up there for sure.
Right? Because you had McMahon as a rookie. You had Peyton as a young guy. Jimbo Covert was a rookie. Mark Bortz switched positions. Hilgenberg was young. I mean, I think that people would agree. That was a team. We didn't even know who the players were the first year.
The defense was already ascending, but that offense came together pretty quickly.
Right. I mean, but the Fridge was new.
Yeah, Fridge was a rookie.
And they also had a head coach that people doubted when he got hired.
That's right, yeah. So
because
we've been there with that.
He was less heralded than Bennis,
for sure. He was a special teams coach.
This is a good segment.
Been there, done that.
I'm back, Carp.
You were back. You told me
if people start muttering in the hall, I know how some of them get,
Coming up next. Lou Pergandy will join us coming up next, and then we'll get after more of the NFL for Week 1 for you. Don't go anywhere. We're coming right back. We are The Odds.
This is The Odds Couple with Carmen DeFalco and Mike North on ESPN 1000.
Week 1 for the Bears, and it's a Monday night affair on the lakefront. Hi, everybody. It's Jeff Joniak. Join Tom Thayer, Jason McKee, and myself for the call of Bears and Vikings. Kickoff at 7:15. And join us for 2+ hours of pre- and post-game coverage with the best in the business. It's Bears and Vikings to launch the 2025 season. Coverage starts Monday at 5. This is the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago. Brought to you in part by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana.
It's fall again, and that means football, falling leaves, cozy fires, and, of course, a fresh haircut at Great Clips. Whether you want a whole new look for the season or just a trim on a cut you already love, the skilled stylists at your local Great Clips salon are ready to bring it to life for less. With convenient online check-in, you can add your name to the list and stop in whenever it works for you. They'll even send you a ready next text when you're up next for a haircut, so you can get all of your fall errands done rather than waiting in the salon. Once your cut is finished, the friendly stylist at Great Clips will save the details in clip notes so you can get the look you love every time you come in. And the best part? Great Clips' everyday affordable prices means you'll have money left over for fall fun as well. Look your greatest for the new season. Download the app and get into your local Great Clips salon for a fresh fall haircut today. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
Save big money right now at Menards. From smoke and carbon monoxide detectors to fire extinguishers and more, Kidde Home Safety products keep your family protected in case of emergencies. Smoke and carbon monoxide detectors are perfect for your living spaces, offering protection and peace of mind. Save big money on all Kidde products at Menards. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
True North convenience stores and Red Bull are an elite matchup. True North offers the Legend Red Bull Original and Rookie Red Bull Zero. Get 3 8-ounce flavors for $6.50 and save 10 cents off a gallon with the True Rewards mobile app. Available in your favorite app store.
You've got stuff you've collected, and you want to know what it's worth. ESPN Chicago suggests you tune in Saturday mornings at 7. It's Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan, brought to you by Huggins & Scott Auctions, ERC Delivery, and REA.
This college football moment is brought to you by Serve Pro.
College football teams have moments they recovered from and made it like it never even happened. Like on September 24th, 2016, when Tulsa found themselves down 31-0 to Fresno State with 10 minutes left in the second quarter. Tulsa fought back to tie the game at 41. And then won 48-41 in double overtime.
Serve Pro. Like it never even happened.
Are you ready to unleash the beast?
Monster Energy is here to give you the edge this college tailgate season. Loaded with bold flavors, our powerful blend gives you the energy you need to push you beyond your limits. Tune in all season long with Monster, the energy drink of ESPN Radio College Football Tour. Power your performance with a drink that's as hungry for victory as you are. Crack open an ice-cold Monster and dominate your competition. Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Grab yours today.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192. This is The Odds Couple with Chicago radio legend Mike North and midday host Carmen DeFalco. The Odds Couple.
On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Welcome back inside this week's episode of The Odds Couple. Mike North, Carmen DeFalco on the ESPN Chicago app and ESPN 1000. Make sure you've got the app. You can catch up on demand anytime, anywhere. Listen to our great show, all the other original podcasts. Catch up on any show maybe you missed during the week. Also, you got to have the Prop Swap app on your smartphone. It is free. It is easy to use. We're into football. It's going to be glorious. So let's talk about some big picture, future NFL stuff and some things that we like and how to buy and sell tickets with one of the founding members who joins us every week on the Yingling Guest Hotline. It's Luke Pergandy.
Oh, look, it's a new time.
Hi, Time. Hi, Mike. We made it.
We made it. We did. What a way to start the season last night. I mean, it was so crazy from Carter to the rain delay and everything in between. Sometimes, you know, when you start to finally see these data points and there are overreactions, we see how it can affect the betting market. And for all the talk of the doom and gloom of the Dallas Cowboys, I think they alleviated maybe a few concerns. Look, I don't think their defense is going to be particularly good, and obviously they're going to miss Micah Parsons. But if Dak stays healthy, there is some hope to think that offense could be pretty good this year, Luke.
Yeah, my big question was, like, how much can Pickens calm his his kind of nerves. He just kind of gets erratic sometimes, and he certainly did not, with that penalty that moved him back out of scoring position almost with that block. Like, he's just got to get his head on straight. I don't. Clearly, Tomlin couldn't get in his head and tell him to calm down, but they need it too. Like, CD is all world, and he even had a couple drops last night. But they just need, to me, they need a good number 2 receiver. And if Pickens keeps losing his head, they're going to have some trouble.
Yeah, well, see, Lamb had a great game until the end.
Yes,
and when it came to a clutch moment, he didn't have it. I mean, great receivers of the past. If that's Michael Irvin, he's catching that ball. I saw him enough times. So he's got to straighten out, too. But you're right about what happened. I thought, and Eberflus was taking a lot of criticism in the first half.
Yeah.
But, I mean, if you went to bed last night and you had the under, you were doomed as far as you're concerned.
Doomed.
You were doomed, and then you woke up, and it's like you won the lottery. So
totally.
I love the adjustment that Eberflus made last night. I like what Dallas looked like. Look, they finished 29th against the run last year with Micah Parsons. I mean, so they might finish 30th or 31st, but you had to like the adjustments, and you had to like the coaching of Brian Schottenheimer.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, he was getting, in the first half, he was getting CD in space. Yeah, I like people, the Dallas backfield is a mess. I kind of thought Miles Sanders was going to be useful this year. Obviously, it's exactly what we saw in Philadelphia. The guy just cannot hold on to the football. But he had that super long run. So, I mean, there's sparks that you like about Dallas this year. So I get it. I mean, I was looking at the NFC odds board of teams to win the championship. There's so many teams that are low odds. Packers at 12-1. Niners at 18-1, Commanders at 20-1. Like, I'm shocked that there's some of those teams aren't higher odds. I was kind of looking at the board to prep on the NFC side and maybe the Cowboys are worth taking a stab at. Maybe very, very homer pick here, but the Bears at 40-1 are interesting. I don't know if this year is the year in Ben Johnson's first year to win the Super Bowl, but obviously with props up, if the odds go from 40-1 to 12-1, you're making money.
Good point.
Yeah, who's the sexy pick, like longer odds, that you guys have noticed? Is there one in particular you can point out?
I mean, the Commanders are hot this year.
Yeah.
But again, they're 22-1, so not a massive amount of value there. The Bucs at 27-1. I don't know what to do with Baker's second season. Like, I like them. Obviously, they don't have Godwin for probably half the season, so that's going to hurt them. But I don't mind that Bucs pick. It just seems like. Baker has kind of came into his own. Mike Evans is ageless. The guy just continues to have 1,000-yard seasons, and he's like 31, I think, now. So in that 25 or higher to range in the NFC, I think the Bucs are worth it. Kind of same principle with the Bears, though. I don't think this team makes it all the way to the championship. However, I do think those odds can go down to maybe low single digits if they win a couple games in the playoffs.
I don't care if you buy a new car or if you get a new football player. What's going on with Micah Parsons? I mean, am I led to believe they spend $47 million a year, and they're going to have to give him a shot to play his first game? I mean, it's like buying a new car, and the wheel is screwed up or something like that. He may not even play. How do you see that thing? Did Jerry Jones pull a fast one? Backs are hard to diagnose, and Green Bay said they examined them, but that thing seems a little uncomfortable to me as far as the way it came down, Luke.
Yeah, I totally agree. I saw you tweeting about it, Mike, and it is fishy. I don't have inside information to that. What do the Cowboys doctors know? And then the question becomes, should the Packers have done more analysis? Like, it's buyer beware. Like, they bought him, so should they have done a little bit more analysis? I do not think a team that was 1-5 in conference and should have been 0-6, because that Bears block kick, as we all know, is that game. The Bears should have won that game. The Packers only win in the conference last year, so I do not think a team that was 1-5 in conference last year and really should have been 0-6 should be 12-1 to win the Super Bowl. I get it; they got Micah, but I think that number is very low in the Packers. That should be closer, like 25-1, double the odds.
What kind of reactions have you guys noticed after the first week of college with some of the top teams going down and just how bad Arch looked and things like that?
Yeah, Arch looked really bad. I'm not ready to overreact. It seems like he was thrown off his back foot. Like, those things are so easy to fix. It's like, okay, don't throw off your back foot. Like, there were a couple things that he did that to me are fixable. A lot of sharps are still saying Texas would be favored on a neutral field if they played again. So I'm not ready to jump off the Texas ship. I think they'll figure it out. I think they'll be okay. But certainly, Carson Beck is now the front runner to win the Heisman, rightfully so. He looked really sharp in his first game in a Hurricanes uniform.
Well, I got to tell you, I mean, I saw the high school teams, and they showed some video of the high school teams that Arch Manning played against, and they're undersized. It's a league that was simple for him. I'm not taking nothing away from him, but it's like, when you come over for Thanksgiving and I play my nephews who are 11 and 12 in football, I look terrific as a quarterback, and that's what it looks like with Arch Manning when he played in high school. Now, he's got skills, but how much do you think the name of some great players, 3 of them, Grandpa, Dad, not Dad, but Uncle.
Yeah, Uncle. Yeah.
How much does that play into this? If his name was Arch Dreisel, how would that have looked, or how would it look?
No, you're right. I think about it all the time. I think pedigree is overvalued with athletes, not just football players, basketball players, baseball players. I totally agree. I think pedigree is overvalued. To your point, like, he was the number 1 recruit coming out of high school. Would he be number 5 or number 6 and his last name was Dreisel, like you said? Like, it's very possible. It's very possible. I was basing it on, I thought last year Arch should have been the starter instead of Ewers. I thought Ewers he played terrible last year, pretty much start to finish, and they just decided never to put Arch in as a starter, for important games that mattered. So that's what I was basing my opinion on. To your point, Mike, New Orleans not really known for its football, high school football, and his high school is good though. Isidore, I forget what it's called, Bishop Isidore in New Orleans. So his high school is notable, but overall, I hear you. New Orleans not necessarily known for football, but I don't. Let's not overreact. Yeah. Matt Patricia is a genius defensive coordinator. You're playing in Columbus. Basically, your first start that matters. Like, it's one game. I'm not jumping off the Arch Manning ship. I think he'll be okay. Again, some of those things. It's not like he wasn't accurate on some throws, but again, like, if you're just throwing off your back foot, like, okay, to me those are easily solved problems. I think Texas will figure it out.
Yeah, you can fix some of that. All right, enjoy the weekend, buddy. Enjoy the first full weekend in the NFL too. It's great to have it back, and we'll catch up again next week. All right.
Sounds good. Can't wait, guys. Looking forward to it.
All right, buddy.
Time.
It's our guy, Luke Pergandy.
I'm going to tell you right now, I saw the team. I'm not talking about his high school. I mean, his high school does well.
No, you're talking about the competition.
The competition. There was a guy chasing him that was half his size. And I'm going, my God. I mean, I didn't see. If he grows up in Texas and plays Texas football.
It might be
Or
different.
if he goes to Pennsylvania and plays Pennsylvania football. It's a different ball game. That's all I was trying to say. And that Catholic League is supposed to be soft. So
I hear what you're saying. We'll see how it goes. I mean, I'm
not saying he's bad, Carm.
But it did look bad.
It was horrible.
And it's just, you can't sugarcoat that. I mean, a tough spot to start for a young player. There's no doubt his first real road start.
And Sarkisian, you know how I feel about him.
Yeah, well,
I've never liked him. And I thought things got out of hand at USC. What did I really look at? I mean, he worked with this kid last year.
Yeah.
Or did they just ignore him and put off everything into Ewers, after it fell off the shelf? Because you would think after a year under tutelage of any good coach, and that's what Sarkisian's considered, that he would have been a little bit better. But, first game jitters against a great team.
Yeah, in a tough environment. Yep.
Yes.
Coming up, we're going to get after more of the NFL games here in Week 1. We've made it to kickoff weekend. Don't go anywhere. It's Mike and Carmen. We're coming right back. We are the Odds Couple.
This is the Odds Couple on ESPN 1000. The ESPN Chicago Fantasy Football Show, brought to you by Tullamore Dew.
Welcome to Fantasy Football!
Set your lineup with Jeff Meller's guidance, Sunday morning at 7, ESPN Chicago.
If you're going to Soldier Field for game day, why are you driving? The traffic, terrible. Parking, insane. And rideshare, it's a cost-guessing game. Just take the CTA. They'll do the driving for you. All for just $5. It's less money spent on travel, more for food, drinks, and merch. And with Tap to Pay available on all CTA trains and buses, riding is a breeze. The red, green, and orange line trains stop at Roosevelt, just a short walk from the stadium, and the 128 bus runs express from Union Station in Ogilvie to right outside Soldier Field on game days. Save money, do more, ride CTA.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, your favorite drafts are poured at a frosty 29 degrees, and rare barrel-aged whiskeys are served just the way you want them. It's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Twin Peaks Scratch Kitchen scores every time. Dig into hand-smashed burgers, chef-inspired flatbreads, and more at your local lodge.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
That's the ease at which you get information. You want it, you get it. Like that. Ask your phone. Group chat. Smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696. To learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose. US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696 and manage your diabetes as easy as...
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-731-4558 and save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. Safe Step walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as one day. Just dial 1-800-731-4558 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-731-4558 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
This is The Odds Couple with Carmen DeFalco and Mike North on ESPN 1000.
Welcome back inside this week's episode of The Odds Couple. Mike and Carmen with you each and every week on the ESPN Chicago app. Follow us on X. Mike's at North to North. I'm at Carmen DeFalco. All right, back into NFL action for week one. We got a game tonight, Chiefs and Chargers, where the Kansas City Chiefs are technically the road team here. They're both on the road, a long way from home, about 6,000 miles from Los Angeles. Yeah, they're in Sao Paulo.
What a joke.
3.5 is pretty much the consensus right now as we're recording the show. Let's remember that Andy Reid is 32-8 straight up all-time with extra time to prepare. Patrick Mahomes is 19-4 straight up all-time in September games with his highest quarterback rating of any month in his career at 112.6. This team always seems to come out of the gate pretty strong. I would expect that to be the case again tonight in Sao Paulo. Kind of like the Chiefs in this spot here a little bit, and we'll see just how good or improved this Charger defense can be. I think some of the numbers were a little bit inflated last year by way of the quarterbacks they faced. It was not necessarily a who's who. They caught Bryce Young early when he still stunk. They caught Hainer and Spencer Rattler when they played New Orleans. They caught Gardner Minshew. Step up in class when you look at the quarterbacks that the Chargers are going to face this year, and that starts tonight in Brazil against Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs, Mike.
First of all, if I was a player, I'd hate to trip. All right, number one. I think that the NFL should have all their games for the most part here. I don't get it. I never will. You want to sell jerseys? Good. Good luck to you. I think that it's a break for the Chargers, that it's not a game at home where they'd be under pressure if they were in L.A. or with at Kansas City. I'm leaning the Chargers tonight to get out of the gate a little bit. But that doesn't mean that Kansas City won't be there at the end. But this is a neutral field. I don't care what they call home and what they don't. But Justin Herbert, we've talked about him, Carm. He's the guy that's taken. I mean, people talk about Caleb and other quarterbacks taking heat. This guy takes hardly any heat. And you've been a big fan of his since we started 7 years ago. And I think you've changed a little bit on him.
You got to start winning. You got to win playoff games. I mean, I'll give you that. I'll acknowledge it. You got to win.
You got to win. But I think tonight, I think it might be good for the Chargers. I'm going to lean the Chargers in this one.
Okay, sounds good. How about Bengals-Browns on Sunday? Are the Bengals finally going to get out of this rut of just starting slowly? Cincinnati's been a favorite in week one each of the last 3 seasons. They lost all 3 games outright. They were 8.5-point favorites at home last year in week one. They lost to the Patriots. They're 5.5-point road favorite inside the division at Cleveland. Is Cincinnati ready to get off to a quick start?
I think so, but I think there's going to be money bet on Cleveland because of the start. But I would probably lean Cincinnati. I mean, I want to kick myself. Last night I wanted to take Dallas because I've been bad on Thursday nights, and I thought it might blow up on me, and it probably should have. But I took under Dak Prescott at 188 yards, so I went 1-0. But this one, because everybody thought they'd be behind, so that's why the over was 244. For him to throw over 244, but they were close.
Yeah.
So you got to keep it close to the vest. But I'm going to go, I would probably say that if you're going to go by trends, which you do, and I do sometimes, you'd have to take Cleveland. Plus
that has been the trend. You're right about that.
Yeah.
I don't.
And what would change? I mean, they knew they had to win the first. I think they're, something's astronomical. They only have 1 win in their last 4 seasons in their first and second games.
Yeah, it's been terrible. They've been 0-2, 1-3. Yeah, 1-11. I think you're right.
Can you believe that?
Been terrible.
So how can you not take the +5?
It's been terrible starts. Yeah, maybe high scoring game total sits at about 48.5. I could see maybe a little bit of a high scoring game with that Cincinnati defense, but we'll see. Aaron Rodgers' revenge game. Steelers are in New York at the Jets. The Jets are a small home favorite. Do Rodgers and company get it done on the road, or are you backing Justin Fields in this one?
I'll tell you what, how do you give Pittsburgh any kind of favorite when Aaron Rodgers didn't play? He doesn't know his players. There were some injuries. Justin Fields can run the football. I wouldn't be surprised if New York covers this because
I'm with you. Lean Jets. Yeah.
2.5.
Yeah.
I mean, come
on. I'm with you.
Aaron Rodgers 4 years ago is -6.5 or 7 if he's the quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. How about
we're just rattling them off now.
One after another. How about Sunday night football? What a game this is to start Sunday night football, and how instrumental it could be already in week one to what happens come January. The race for the top seed in the AFC. It is the Ravens and the Bills. It's the last 2 MVPs. These guys finished 1 and 2 last year. The Bills were mostly, when this thing opened, even up until yesterday, a small favorite. This is shifted out to Ravens laying 1 or 1.5. When they played in January in the divisional playoff game, the Ravens went into Buffalo, and they did close as a small favorite. They were a 1-point favorite. Remember, of course, they lost the game by 2 points. If Mark Andrews catches that conversion, who knows? Maybe it's a different story, and maybe it's Baltimore playing in the AFC title game against the Chiefs, but that didn't happen. This should be a doozy between the Bills and the Ravens. And I don't know if there's a better home field advantage right now, Mike. The Bills are an NFL best 25-4 straight up at home the last 3 seasons. In those 29 games, their average margin of victory is 13 points per game. The next closest team is at like 9.6 points per game. Josh Allen just totally has control of that environment, that stadium, those situations. They really have a great home crowd in Buffalo.
Well, let me tell you, first of all, the Buffalo Bills, I have a pick for this game at the end of the show. But if they lose this game, because I've been hearing everybody taking, a lot of people like Buffalo to go to the Super Bowl and maybe win the Super Bowl. It's their time. I don't know what that means. I said in 7th grade it was my time. The next year I was in 7th grade again.
Right.
Okay? It wasn't my time. And, the Brooklyn Dodgers thought it was their time every year.
Every year,
okay?
they play the Yankees.
Exactly. So if you want to go by it's your time, that's not analysis, okay? Yeah. I would probably say if Buffalo doesn't win this game, they're not going to the Super Bowl, but I would lean Buffalo.
Big game already to start.
Oh, that's huge.
Because of what could happen with the home field.
Lamar Jackson, I love him, but Josh Allen's the guy that I'd want quarterback.
Yeah.
And I often wonder, what would Lamar Jackson do on Buffalo?
Yeah.
And what would Josh Allen do with the Baltimore Ravens? And I think the Baltimore Ravens would even be as good. And I'm not taking anything away from Lamar Jackson. Josh Allen had a terrific year. You pointed it out. Nobody played better in the playoffs, and yet he was on the outside looking in.
That's right, he was.
See, I learned from you, Carm.
Well, and I
listened to you.
And I'll tell you, you've always said it. Lamar's got to get to a point, and for himself as well, where you get to a Super Bowl to really prove that you're in that upper echelon. As brilliant as he was in the second half of that game last year in the playoff game, he wasn't that good in the first half. He had a costly turnover.
But when Derrick Henry fumbles.
The fumble was bad, I know.
Yeah, I mean, it's not Lamar's fault. And my point is, where would Buffalo be without Lamar? Well, if they just had let's say they had a Bo Nix type. You know what I mean?
Buffalo did?
I mean, let's say Baltimore.
Baltimore?
Had a Bo Nix type, a pocket quarterback, but can't run. I mean, where's Baltimore? I think Lamar Jackson's a top 5 player. There's no doubt about it in my mind. Yeah. He carries that team on his back. When I think, and then Henry fumbling that football. But Buffalo to me is if they can't win at home against them, they're not going to the Super Bowl.
Big game to start on Sunday night. All right, coming up, we got Jim Miller with Ponies. Then we'll give you best plays rolling into the weekend. Don't go anywhere. We got more to do. We're coming right back on the Odds Couple on the ESPN Chicago app.
This is the Odds Couple
on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Tigers.
Live extended coverage begins at 2:30 with Jeff Meller and White Sox Weekly on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Do you ever scream at your screen when your 5G internet freezes? It's the worst. So why not switch to Astound? Wi-Fi that just works. With Astound Wi-Fi, you'll rage less, buffer less, and live more. Lock in gig speed Wi-Fi for just $35 a month, guaranteed for 3 years. Plus, get up to a $200 Amazon gift card. Astound Wi-Fi, it just works. Visit astound.com today.
Dude, did you hear Fry the Coop has Vienna beef on their chicken sandwiches now?
Wait, hot dogs on chicken? That's interesting.
No, not their famous hot dogs. They're pickles. Vienna Beef has been making pickles for over 100 years. Now their zesty pickles are stacked on Fry the Coop's epic fried chicken sandwiches.
Oh, sweet, spicy, crinkle cut? This is unreal.
Fry the Coop and Vienna Beef pickles, the perfect combo, the perfect sandwich, the perfect bite every single time.
Apt, your #1 destination for the home, is here to help you create the ultimate fall backyard. Make gatherings cozier with top-rated fire pits or outdoor heaters, and elevate your space with their selection of outdoor TVs. For relaxed family nights, start up the fire table and enjoy s'mores with the kids, or host game day get-togethers, parties, and more in comfort thanks to their premium outdoor seating options. For free and home delivery, professional installation, and complete satisfaction, shop my favorite store in the world, Apt, pleasing people since 1936.
Save big money on your next project, now at Menards. Shelter Logic offers a great selection of storage solutions, from easy to assemble canopies to durable steel frame shelters and garages. They offer protection for vehicles, boats, and yard equipment with easy drive-in access. Save big money on Shelter Logic storage solutions and check out more great deals happening now in our weekly flyer on Menards.com.
Save big money at Menards.
That's the ease at which you get information. You want it, you get it. Like that. Ask your phone. Group chat. Smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696. To learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose, US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696 and manage your diabetes as easy as... That's the ease at which you get information. You want it, you get it. Like that. Ask your phone, group chat, smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696. To learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose, US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696 and manage your diabetes as easy as...
This is The Odds Couple with Carmen DeFalco and Mike North on ESPN 1000.
Entering the home stretch on this week's episode of The Odds Couple. Before we get best plays, let's get some expert handicapping for your weekend. And we always turn to one of the best in the business over at Hawthorne Racecourse. Follow him on X at Hawthorne Jim. He joins us on the Yingling guest hotline. It's Jim Miller.
Jimmy!
Oh, my gosh, boys. Football is back.
This
is so great. Live horse racing, NFL action taking place on Sunday. We say there's so many other times that are the best time of year, but come on. This is truly the best time of year.
Yeah, so Sunday you guys
by
have...
week 10, how do we feel?
Well, that's true.
Christ.
Let's hope we still feel good.
Yeah.
You guys adjust the post time a little bit too, right, to accommodate people that want to come out and watch that early slate of games at the book, right, Jim?
Yeah, so the book opens a little bit earlier every Sunday, and then we have so many TVs that are set up, food, bar service right there for everybody to go in early, watch and wager on the noon games. And then what we do is we actually back up that first post just a little bit. So basically right as the noon slate is ending is when our racing card kicks off. And then we go through the 3 o'clock games leading right into the start of the Sunday night football game. So it's really kind of a nice setup. Watch and wager on football, watch and wager on horse racing. It's one-stop shopping for everything. Works out really well. And it looks like weather's going to be pretty good this weekend too.
Yeah.
You know, Jimmy, yesterday I went golfing and with my buddies and then that I've known forever, and I told the story about how Hawthorne used to have a window in the driver's room, and they're still stunned, number one. Okay. That's been gone since 2010. I remember that article. But I learned from you when I talked to you off the air, too. And how sacred is a track? As far as your moneymaker, I get it. But like you were talking about jogging. Can people jog on the track, for instance, if they want? If you want to jog a mile, you don't need any type of watch or anything. You just run around the track. Are you allowed to do that, or is it basically sacred?
The only ones that I'll allow to jog on our racetrack are our jockeys, and you'd be surprised. There's a lot of them that actually do so because they prefer to stay fit, not go in the hot box, but try to pull weight that way. So they'll do it out on the racetrack after training hours are done. They're out there jogging on the dirt, and it's a little bit more work because you're working through that dirt too. Sure. The turf course, guys, is a different story. If somebody's out on the turf course, I want to be calling security to get them off the grass. That's kind of sacred to me. I personally have walked probably 500 miles on that turf course, but everybody else, you really got to ask questions if you're going to want to go out there.
Yeah. All right, Jimmy, where are we wagering this weekend, my friend?
Del Mar this weekend. They're wrapping up with the summer meet, and I'll tell you, it's great racing. There are 3 stakes races on Saturday. Bet all these horses across the board. Start in race number 6, bet the 1, Explora, across the board. Then in race 7, we're going to bet the 8, Queen Bay. In race 9, bet the 4, Medoro, across the board. Build up that bankroll for Monday Night Football.
All right, Del Mar, 6th race on Saturday, the 1 horse. The 7th race, the 8 horse. And the 9th race, the 4 horse, all across the board. Is that right, Jim?
That's right, boys. Let's make some money.
And then people can come watch the Monday night game against the Vikings at the book as well?
Oh, yeah. Book will be open for that. Watch and wager. Stick around and watch the entire game.
Sounds great, buddy. Have a great weekend, Jimmy. We'll talk to you next Friday.
All right, guys. Good luck.
Jimmy!
It's our guy Jim Miller with a little expert.
At least you know what you're doing when you go there, and you know the TVs are on for you.
Yeah.
Because I got to tell you something. I just did a video on North to North, okay? NORTH, number 2, NORTH. And I want everybody to check it out. It's about the platforms that we, the people, built. The blue-collar person built the NFL. Believe me, 60s, 70s, when I went to Wrigley Field, you didn't see executives. There were no skyboxes. There was no commercial time. There was reasonable prices. Everybody had the time of their life, and it was the regular Joes that built it. Now you got my 90-year-old uncle, Leo, having to look on some stupid app because there's 10 different platforms, Carm. 10, and that's greed. That is total greed and disregard for the fans. Just like the game in Brazil. America built this game, and we tend to just want to force ourselves on everybody else.
Yes, that's right.
And I'm tired of it. I am sick and tired of it. And for them to have Netflix and all these other things, and the Cubs are going to be playing Washington in a few days. I saw an Agris column on Apple. I mean, it's just wrong in 100 different ways because it's the regular Joe that's being knocked out.
You gotta have a lot of different subscriptions to watch.
Oh,
all the
my
games
bill
this
for
year,
the
Mike.
month.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't mind it. I got the money, but I mean, my bill for the month is ridiculous.
It's kind of wild. I know.
Right?
It is.
Do you have everything? Because YouTube's
I don't
not
have
even...
Peacock. Is anything on Peacock
Yes.
this year?
Yes.
I don't have Peacock.
And YouTube is not even like DirecTV used to show the whole game. I mean, every game. Now, they said there's going to be some games that are not going to be on YouTube.
On the
You
package?
got to have something else.
Yeah, that
It's
is
ridiculous.
I think they're like the primetime standalone games might not be included. Like if you bought the package and you wanted to watch it on YouTube, you're right because you'd need the Amazon or the Netflix or the.
That's
Peacock,
what I got.
else.
I got everything. I never,
it's
that's the only thing I got it for.
It's wild. I know.
Yep.
All right, best bets
I
for
love
week
when
one.
you
Let's
use
try to
it's
do
wild.
this.
That means it's wrong. We've been together long enough. All right, go ahead.
All right, you want me to start? Let's do a game inside the division. Let's do this Lion-Packer matchup. This is a big one. Lions have had the Packers number in Green Bay. They've won 3 in a row. It's rare for division teams to do that. Packers were 1-5 in the division last year. That was the same record as the Bears in the division. That said, Matt LaFleur is still 23-13 straight up versus the division as head coach of the Packers. I like Green Bay here. I know there's still some question about Jordan Love's thumb. At some point, we got to see if Jordan Love is actually healthy and can stay healthy because I think it'll help us determine how good he is or isn't. When he was healthy after the knee injury last year, in the back half of the season, he was sensational. So is that the real Jordan Love? We'll see. I think they want to dust off a couple of the new toys. I expect Micah Parsons to play a little bit, maybe not a ton.
I think they're going to shoot him up. He's going to be okay, and then they're going to have to monitor him. I think you can't let him sit that game.
Yeah, I think
after the deal.
I think he's going to play. I think I think kind of like when Khalil Mack played in the opener when he got traded to the Bears. It was against Green Bay. He was dominant. I think Parsons will have his moments. I think they're going to try to show off their shiny new toy in that wide receiver room. Their first-round pick, Matthew Golden, who I love a whole heck of a lot. I just think the Packers at home, understanding the start they have to get off to with home games against the Lions in Washington, I think they'll be prepared. They're well coached. Matt LaFleur is a very good coach. We know that. I like Green Bay here laying the 1.5. So we'll back the Packers.
I was leaning Green Bay before we even knew what your pick was. So there's no doubt about that in my mind. I like that pick. I have, by the way, Miami on the bonus round coming up, and of course Tennessee. All right, and I'll tell you those are 2 picks I got already, ladies and gentlemen. And don't forget Carmen and Yurko, 9 to 12.
9 to noon now, yeah.
9 to noon now. You know what? I'm taking Carolina. Plus the 3.5. I just think it's a trap game.
Yeah.
I think that people are expecting. With the new regime in Jacksonville, Trevor Lawrence to turn around and get it. But I think he's Trevor Lawrence. I think he's always going to have 1 or 2 turnovers a game.
Yeah.
And I think Carolina, and I think their quarterback, who was abused, because of him too. I mean, the way you play.
Yep.
Let's be honest about it. But I like Carolina plus the 3.5, maybe 4 by the time this all starts.
On the road, getting the points. Good. I'll give you another road dog, too.
I love when you do that.
Just to wrap it up, here's a division game in the NFC East. The Commanders coming off such a sensational year, a lot of high expectations. I like the Giants. I'll take the dog here, getting the 6. You're almost at that key, but I like it that it's kind of cleared no man's land here where it was for a lot of the week. I don't mind that the money's gone Washington's way. I'll take the Giants getting the 6 points here. I really think that Giants defense has a chance to be outstanding. And
I think people still don't believe in Washington, even though that happened last year.
Even though last year it's like kind of prove it again.
It's like they're not like Buffalo.
Look, they're the hunted.
Where we expect them to do it every year.
Right. They're the hunted now. We'll see what that's like. I think there's a big season for Dayball. Who knows how long they'll stick with Russ, but I still think he's capable enough to go in there with that defense and maybe keep this thing close. I just believe in that pass rush more than anything. And it sounds like Abdul Carter was unblockable all through practice and training camp. Yeah, it sounds like he's going to be great, and they already have a deep defensive line. So I'll go ahead and take the defense on the road here. Defense generally travels. I'll say the Giants plus the 6.
I'm going to go against the grain on this pick, and this will be my last pick, and then we get to Erico's betting show, which everybody's been on pins and needles about. I'm going to take the Buffalo Bills. I'm sorry. You got the better player, and Lamar Jackson's terrific.
We seem to be in the minority. If I were going to bet this game, I'm betting it with you. I'll be honest.
Did I talk you into it?
No. I've been thinking Bills all along.
Because you've talked me into stuff, but you liked them all along.
I've been thinking it all along. I'm with you. I think we're in the minority here. I'm with you.
But don't you agree if Buffalo can't win a game at home in front of their rabid fans, and Lamar Jackson will make a couple mistakes, folks. And what you said hit me because you don't think of it with a losing team, and it's stuck with me. You said that the quarterback from Buffalo was the best player in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's going to stop here.
And I just think they have such a great home field advantage.
Although he did get married, his life might be.
Hey, friends, I'm Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus, save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
Brighten up your basement or garage with Universal Lighting of America. For 36 years, Universal Lighting of America has supplied everything from LEDs to hard-to-find fixtures. And right now, they've got closeout specials starting under $5 each. Free delivery, rock-bottom prices. The time to upgrade is now. Brighten your world. Call Universal Lighting of America for a free quote now. 219-696-4100. That's 219-696-4100.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
This is the home of the Bears. ESPN Chicago. WMVP. WTBC HD2. Chicago.
Florida International. That has changed with 3 minutes left. The Nittany Lions leading 27-0. So quite a day for Arch Manning. Number 7, Texas. The Longhorns leading San Jose State 38-7. Manning has thrown 4 touchdown passes on the day. Early in the fourth, number 11, Illinois leading Duke 28-19. Number 14, Florida State hammering East Texas A&M 70-3. And Iowa and number 16, Iowa State are tied at 13 as they play in the third quarter. Number 8, Clemson will be shorthanded when the Tigers kick off against Troy at the bottom of the hour. Receiver Antonio Williams, left tackle Christian Lay, and safety Khalil Barnes are all out for today's game. According to ESPN's Pete Thamel, Alabama receiver Ryan Williams is not expected to play against Louisiana Monroe. Tonight on ABC, number 15 Michigan plays at number 18 Oklahoma. The Sooners 5.5-point favorite on ESPN Bet. In baseball, they're in a rain-delayed Yankee Stadium in the 6th. The Yankees lead the Blue Jays 2-1. Cubs and Cardinals tied at 1 in the 3rd. Meanwhile, the Dodgers have lost 4 in a row, but ESPN's Buster Olney says there's no reason to panic in L.A.
No, and I covered the last team that won back-to-back championships, those Yankees back in 98, 99, and 2000. And what I can tell you is those teams, in those situations, great teams, the regular season became more and more difficult because, quite frankly, they get bored.
The Dodgers will play the Orioles later tonight. Sad news from baseball. Former manager and player Davey Johnson has died at the age of 82. He led the Mets to the World Series title in 1986.
Hey, this is Rich Eisen. Coming up on Monday, Al Michaels joins me in studio. He'll break down all the Week 1 storylines, and then there's you. Monday on The Rich Eisen Show on Disney+, the ESPN app, and ESPN Radio.
This is the best of Unsportsmanlike with Evan Canty and Michelle on ESPN Radio.
These past 2 weeks have been very annoying. I'm sick of being in football purgatory. I know we got Week 1 college football. I'm ready to be in it. I'm sick of talking about predictions, even though I'm going to give you my top 5 bowl predictions right now. I'm ready for games. I'm ready for reaction. But before that,
that's so good.
I'm going to do exactly what I'm sick of. My top 5 bold predictions heading into the 2025 NFL season. Pat Costello, if you will.
Number 5.
Number 5. The Tennessee Titans will be competing for a wild card spot at the end of the season. That's right, you heard me. The team with the number 1 overall pick is going to be in the conversation for a wild card spot in the playoffs in the 2025 season. I think Cam Ward is going to be awesome, you guys. We have not talked about him a lot compared to other number 1 overall picks. I think he's going to be great as soon as he hits the field for the Titans in Week 1. That division is in flux. I know we keep talking about the Houston Texans reigning supreme in that division, but there's just something about the team and the way it's constructed this year. I don't know if they're going to be as big of a force. The Colts with Daniel Jones, you can't sell me on that one. We're going to talk about Trevor Lawrence and the Jags later in my bold predictions. The Titans have the 4th easiest strength of schedule. They have a great offensive line to protect Cam Ward. Don't be surprised if he comes into the NFL and makes a statement early.
I like this one. In order for you to be right, let's just set the ground rules.
Okay.
They have to be playoff eligible in Week 18.
I love that. Deal.
So even if it's these 5 teams need to tie for the Titans to be in, that's still playoff eligible in Week 18. That makes you right, in my opinion.
Okay, CC,
I love it.
Pushback on
I love it. I believe in Cam Ward. I think his sports character is revealing in terms of what his potential is going to be for his rookie year, and him mixing it up with guys during training camp, going back and forth with Jeffrey Simmons, not having any back down. If he's not backing down to that dude, he's not backing down to his competition week in and week out. And I love that for the Tennessee Titans. I'm happy for that team that they got Cam Ward because it feels like it's the perfect fit. This is somebody that was industrious in his path to get to major college football, and then not only get there, but to actually excel and to turn himself into the number 1 overall pick.
He's got the skill set. He's malleable. He knows how to turn around an organization. As you said, he's got the toughness. He's not afraid of anybody. And boy, does he have the work ethic. Anything you read out of Tennessee is about that guy's grind. Next one.
Number 4.
Sorry in advance, or maybe you're welcome to one Nuno and CC here, our resident Giants people. I think this is the last season for this regime in New York. While I think that Daboll and Shane, head coach and GM respectively, have done a good job at times, it has not been enough consistently. We know they almost lost their job last season, but they got that press conference or the presser email that goes out, and they stayed. The defense is going to be really strong. CC, I know you're very high on the Giants defense, and I think Jackson Dart is going to show something, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Their schedule is so brutal. I think they're going to have a bad record, and Mara is going to be forced to clean house.
Yeah, that's not a bold prediction. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I agree with you 1,000%.
I think it is.
It's not a bold prediction.
A lot of people are higher on the Giants than they were early because of Jackson Dart. They love this defense. CeCe said that they're going to surprise some people.
Okay, here's your bold prediction. I'm gonna challenge the bold prediction.
You, as one of your bold predictions last year, said Josh Allen would win MVP. That's not a bold prediction.
Yes, it was.
No, it's not. He's one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL.
It was a bold prediction.
He was going to win MVP over a guy that had won back-to-back championships, and Lamar Jackson, who might be the best regular season quarterback since Peyton Manning.
The best player doesn't always win MVP. Voter fatigue. That one was a layup.
After it happened, you could say it that way. So
he
then
didn't even win first-team All-Pro last year.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
That was a bold.
Smalls.
Josh Allen MVP is a bold prediction.
Thank you. Smalls, how about this?
Okay.
Are you willing to say Dayball fired in season?
No.
Are you willing to say Joe Shane fired in season?
Okay, we can go there if you want. We'll
I don't
ratchet
want.
it up
I'm
a little
asking you. With Vegas East.
That doesn't seem like something that the Giants would do. Fire somebody in season.
Well, they've done it. They've done it. They just did it to Ben McAdoo.
Yeah.
A couple of years ago.
Let's do it this way.
With this regime, they seem to be a little bit more patient.
That's a prediction.
That's all I'm saying. With Jackson Dart tied to them.
The bold part. Vegas East. Is that a bold prediction?
It's lukewarm. But I also agree with your Josh Allen one wasn't as hot as
Thank you.
If we read the tea
let's get to the next
Some of
one.
these you take big swings on. Some of them are more of a double.
Number 3.
Double.
This one may be a little bold. By the end of the season, we all are going to be talking about the Jags drafting Trevor Lawrence's replacement.
That's a bold prediction.
That's a bold prediction.
Good one.
You got to mix
I
it
don't
up.
agree, but good one.
Okay. So I know that people are going to say, well, the injuries, he hasn't been consistent because of the injuries. Okay, well, let's look at the games where he was healthy. He struggled in the 10 games he played last season. His 61% completion rate ranked above only Anthony Richardson's 48% in 2024 among 36 qualified quarterbacks. I repeat, his completion percentage ranked only above Anthony Richardson, who isn't even the starter in Indy anymore, last season among 36 qualified quarterbacks. Can Liam Cohen fix him? Maybe, but I don't know if we're going to see enough of a consistent improvement to push away all those questions about the future at quarterback in Jacksonville as we enter a quarterback-rich draft.
Yeah, at some point, we're going to start to turn to Trevor Lawrence as the problem. He's the common denominator amongst all the dysfunction that we've seen in Jacksonville over the last 4 years, right? They switched head coaches a couple of times. They got him a completely rebuilt offensive line. They've got him a completely rebuilt receiving core that features a first-round pick in Brian Thomas Jr. from a year ago, went over 1,000 yards as a rookie. And we just drafted Travis Hunter with the second overall pick. Oh, by the way, mortgaged a first-round pick in 2026 in order to move up to get him. And we said that his primary position would be wide receiver. All of that is an effort to get the most out of Trevor Lawrence, a quarterback that they just gave a contract to, paying him $55 million a year. If he can't make it work with this group, if he can't make it work with Liam Cohen, Liam, who got Baker Mayfield to play at a Pro Bowl level, then all of a sudden Trevor Lawrence becomes more of the problem than the solution to fix things in Jacksonville.
No issue with this pick. I don't agree with it, but I think this is exactly a fair bold prediction. Like the concept of them moving on from Trevor Lawrence after this year does make sense. I think he's going to go the other way this year. I think Trevor Lawrence is going to have a good year.
So you think he's going to play well?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, I agree with you, but this year is a referendum on Trevor Lawrence.
No doubt.
There's
how
no
many
question
head coaches
about
can you
that.
play
Why
for?
do you think he's going to play well? When he was healthy, he was not good.
He's going to be probably the last guy I'll give up on because I was so convinced he was going to be great, and I've been so wrong. It's not that I'm not willing to admit I'm wrong. I just was so convinced this guy was an Andrew Luck-like can't miss who has totally missed relative to my expectations. So it's going to take – I'm going to be a day late on giving up on him. Okay. That's the honest answer.
All right.
Number 2.
Next one. You guys probably won't think this is bold enough, but the Eagles are going to be the first repeat NFC East champion since the 2004 season. Go on. What?
Go for it. Go for it.
You don't think this is bold enough?
I thought you were going to say repeat champion. You said repeat
No,
NFC
I don't think they're going
East?
to the Super Bowl. But we talk so much about that division. Everyone's checking for the Commanders.
It's the best team in football.
Okay, well, let's bust through this one.
The best team in football might win their division.
There hasn't been a repeat champ in the NFC East since 2004.
Oh,
Everyone is picking Washington.
Oh,
Fine, next one, number 1.
Number 1.
Evan, you're going to hate this one. You're going to hate this one.
I like what's going on. Feisty Smalls with CC and I attacking you. I'm very into this.
Well, you're going to hate this one because another guy you're never going to give up on is one Brock Purdy. And I think despite having the easiest schedule in the NFL, the 49ers are going to finish last in the NFC West again. They're going to be in the basement of that division despite having the easiest schedule in the NFL. They are banged up. This team, I know they had 5 players return to practice. They are banged up. And heading into this season, what were they relying on? A youth movement? they were relying on health, and they're relying on Brock Purdy to elevate those around him. Well, the health hasn't been great so far. They're thin at a lot of positions. I don't know about the lack of experience if a lot of these young guys are going to be able to get up to speed quickly. And last year we saw when Brock Purdy doesn't have the full complement around him, what happened? 6-11. I don't think it's going to be a good season for San Francisco.
That benefit of the doubt is doing God's work when it comes to the 49ers and what we're projecting them to be this upcoming season. I know that ESPN Bet has the over-under win total at 10.5, and I know you've said adamantly that you would take the over on that one. I mean, listen, man, as much respect as I have for Christian McCaffrey, Trent Williams, George Kittle, I just don't know that those guys can do enough around Brock Purdy to help overcome some of the other issues that they're dealing with from an injury standpoint and the lack of depth. So, yeah, I agree with you, Smalls. I think it's an uphill climb for the 49ers to get to where a lot of people expect them to be. And if that's the case, if they end up finishing last in the NFC West, if they have another double-digit loss season, then I think it's on the board that San Francisco can be another one of those teams that looks to a regime change after the season.
All right, we're going to continue this conversation. I know honorable mention for Small's bold prediction. Patrick Mahomes will complete a pass this year. Nobody has said that but her. It's a bold prediction. We're on Sportsmanlike, presented by Progressive Insurance.
Josh Allen's going to win the MVP. Tough.
Unsportsmanlike. More Monday from 6 to 10 Eastern.
Are you ready to make a difference for the environment while helping the visually impaired at the same time? Then donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind today by calling 1-800-983-6530. Every donated vehicle will either be properly recycled in an eco-friendly manner or given a new life through reuse. Donating your vehicle is easy. Simply call 1-800-983-6530 and Heritage for the Blind will do the rest. They'll even arrange for your vehicle to be picked up at no cost to you. And for a limited time, when you donate your car, you'll receive a $200 restaurant voucher and a 2-night, 3-day hotel stay at one of 50 locations. Call 1-800-983-6530 right now to schedule your vehicle donation and make a positive impact on the environment while helping others. Heritage for the Blind, where every car donation counts and every person makes a difference. Call 1-800-983-6530 now. This advertisement is paid for by Heritage for the Blind.
Apt, your #1 destination for the home, is here to help you create the ultimate fall backyard. Make gatherings cozier with top-rated fire pits or outdoor heaters and elevate your space with their selection of outdoor TVs. For relaxed family nights, start up the fire table and enjoy s'mores with the kids or host game day get-togethers, parties, and more in comfort thanks to their premium outdoor seating options. For free and home delivery, professional installation, and complete satisfaction, shop my favorite store in the world, Apt, pleasing people since 1936.
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle. On the field, every great team starts with a strong defense, and the same's true in business. That's why companies trust my friends at Trend Micro. They protect your network, your cloud, your data, and your people from ransomware, phishing, and today's toughest cyber threats. With AI-powered proactive security, Trend Micro stops attacks before they ever reach you. Trusted worldwide and backed by over 35 years of innovation, this is enterprise defense done right. Go to trendmicro.com today. That's trendmicro.com.
O'Reilly. Check engine, ABS, or maintenance light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. The service is free and provides a report with solutions verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we could recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Turn things all the way up and find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy.
A 1-hour uninterrupted dose of Black and Abdallah.
Weekdays 2 to 3 on ESPN Chicago.
This is is the best of unsportsmanlike with Evan Canty and Michelle on ESPN Radio.
Yes! Each and every day at this time, our producer, Pat Costello, gives us items in and around sports, entertainment, his life that he is over. I'm over it. Brought to you by ZipRecruiter. If you need to hire for your business in 2025 and want an easier way to find qualified candidates, use ZipRecruiter. Try it free at ZipRecruiter.com/USL. Pat.
So you guys have been doing your bold predictions. Well, so far Michelle's done hers. Evan and Canty will be doing yours shortly. But here's a true bold prediction from Mark Zinno, who was on Hammer and Emmett this past weekend, and he was talking about the New York Giants.
With the Cowboys departing Micah Parsons, the streak of 22 consecutive years of different NFC East champions will now continue. Ooh. because there will be more wins for the Giants and the Commanders within the division, and the streak continues now without Micah Parsons. The Giants might finish in second place in the NFC East.
So just to be clear on what Mark Zinno's take here, he thinks the Commanders are going to win the NFC East and the Giants are going to come in second, which means the Philadelphia Eagles are at best going to come in third. This is completely insane by Mark Zinno. I don't know what he's talking about.
What was his reasoning for not picking Philly to finish first or second?
I wish I knew, Michelle.
Nick Sirianni.
I wish I could tell you.
No, that's your reason.
Somehow, someway, Nick Sirianni messes it up. The season has gone terribly wrong if Philly finishes worse than second in the NFC East.
Talk about surprises. That would be a shock.
That's a bold prediction.
Shocking.
Are we sure that Mark was saying that Philly would finish third or fourth, or that the Giants would contend for second?
Yeah, no, he said they're not going to have a repeat champion.
Well, yeah,
again, that streak is going to continue.
The Commanders are going to win, but the Giants part is like they could. It's not. It was like a Smalls bold take. Here.
Okay,
like the Giants are going to fire Daboll and Shane. Yeah, we all expect. Like we all believe that. Like I think there was just a tempered one there.
No, what do you mean? He said there's not going to be a repeat in the NFC East, which means that the Commanders are probably going to be the team to win it. If the Giants are going to be in second, that means the Eagles are in third.
He doesn't specifically say the Giants are going to finish second. He said there's a chance they're going to finish second.
Right. I mean,
no, but Pat, Nuno's right in this case. This is where you have to do it's not as fun, but I mean, you have to do the math on this. So if, like CC was saying, maybe the Cowboys hit the over, ESPN bet has the over at 7.5. Where do the wins come from, right? So if the Giants are over under ESPN at 5.5, are we taking the under there? Or are we going to then look at Philly and Washington and say them winning the division, one of them obviously, the other one probably second place, they're going to win with much less wins combined this year than a year ago. So you have to find the wins somewhere else, and obviously they play against other teams outside of their division, but that's the easiest way of doing the math. Right, so if you think the Cowboys are going to have, are going to have more wins than people think, and Mark thinks the Giants are going to have more wins than people think, then you, in turn, have to say the Eagles and Commanders will have less wins than people think. Then you could pick the under on both of those on ESPN Bet and still have them coming in first and second. Does that make sense? Much less fun what I did, I know that. But that's the math on it. What?
So we think that the Eagles are going to come in third then?
No, me? No.
Oh, okay.
No.
Of course not.
Because you kind of sounded like that's what you were setting up.
Yeah, it sounded like he was soft launching that take, doesn't it, Pat?
Not at all. Not at all. I'm more likely to pick the exact same Super Bowl as a year ago than I am that. Which I don't think is a bold take, obviously, of the Eagles and the Chiefs. But I think that they're both awesome, and somehow they've both become underrated. I don't get it. It's very odd to me. Like, we're looking for reasons to not like... It's crazy. We're looking for reasons to not like the two best teams.
I don't think the Eagles are underrated. Who thinks the Eagles are underrated? We call them the best team in football. Who is underrating the Philadelphia Eagles?
How many people are picking Washington to win that division?
I don't know. I'm not one of them.
Not as many as you think.
Yeah, I don't know. Who are these people that you speak of, ma'am?
They're out there.
Okay, all right.
People.
They exist.
Next one, Pat.
Michelle, you and I have a gripe about Wordle. I'd like to cede my time to you in this case.
Oh, my God. You guys, something has happened recently that has got me so fired up. You guys know me. I'm pretty calm, cool, and collected. It takes a lot for me to get really angry about something. You're saying, when's the last time you saw me really angry? Like really, really angry?
An hour ago when I said your Eagles' bold prediction was awful.
Well, that pales in comparison to how lit up I am at the New York Times. That's right. I'm talking to you, New York Times.
Ooh.
I love the New York Times. I am a paid subscriber. I pay for the New York Times app. I pay for The Athletic. $21.99 a month, in fact, which is 21, which is a hefty price to pay. But you know what? I support journalism. I like to read. I like to be an informed citizen. I'm happy to pay it. Guys, there's two things that gets me out of bed in the morning. This is sad to say. That first sip of coffee and knowing I'm going to play my games at the New York Times. It's a very important part of my day, a very important part of my routine. We do the games in a certain order. First, we do Wordle. Then we do connections. Then we do strands. Then we go to the bottom half of the games. We do sports connections. Then we do the mini. Then we do Sudoku. It just sets the day up to be a great day, knowing that you're going to do your games. Well, wouldn't you know it? One day I open the app. I go to play my games. The mini is no longer available. The mini is behind a paywall.
Terrible.
Wow. You mean to tell me that $21.99 a month does not give me access to the mini, and now you're making me pay more money for my game? You guys, it is
the mini.
The mini,
it's a mini crossword puzzle,
man.
Oh,
do you know?
I'm supposed to know that.
You know what we're dealing with out here in these streets? You know how hard it is to be a citizen these days? You know the atrocities that we're witnessing, everything that we're dealing with? You know who knows it? The New York Times, because you're reporting on it. You're the one giving me the news every day. You know how hard it is for us to get out of bed every day, and now you're going to take away the mini? Free the mini.
Bring back the mini, man.
Bring back the mini. People are up in arms about this.
So the New York Times basically got y'all hooked on the mini.
Oh, we're hooked.
It gave you
We're
a
hooked on
free
the games.
sample, and now they're saying we want to charge you.
We want to charge you.
On top of the subscription that you already pay.
So did you buy
Exactly.
Stop
No.
saying very smart. Don't side with big crossword on this one.
Don't side with big crossword on this.
Well, small crossword.
Well, it is a small.
It's literally small.
I mean, I'm just saying.
Also, I like that Michelle said the two things that get her out of bed in the morning are coffee and her games and not this show.
That's right.
Just to be clear.
That's fine. We don't care about that.
Pat,
Free
come
the
on,
mini.
back me up on this.
The mini, it's like it takes 2 minutes and it just gives you that endorphin rush in the morning that you need. I don't know if that's the right word. Is it endorphins? It's
Yes,
probably endorphins.
yes. Adrenaline, endorphins.
Sure,
It's
whatever.
amazing.
It makes you feel great. You do the mini. I do Wordle. Those are the only two things that I like. That's it. That's
You don't understand.
That's my happiness.
It is so important to us, and they're taking it away. They're putting it behind a paywall.
That's grimy. The
It
New York
hurts
Times
me.
is like a street corner hustler. Get them hooked with a little taste.
I need my mini.
Why don't you do trade machine? That could be fun.
I need the mini. Come on.
You're going to have to go to the pawn shop to get enough money for the mini.
Free the mini.
Free the mini.
Or start another company to compete with it.
Start my own
I don't
mini.
want to. I just want the mini.
Go mini.
The smalls?
The smalls. All right, next.
So you guys are headed to Milwaukee next week, which is exciting. That'll be fun. My parents are in Milwaukee currently doing some pre-scouting for you guys, I guess. Do Brewers fans know that they're the best team in baseball? Because my parents were at the last two Phillies games, and the attendance of those games is shocking when you're watching it on TV. It looks like you're watching a St. Louis Cardinals game, honestly.
Damn.
I mean, it's like I get that it's a midweek game. I understand that it's a day game and stuff. But 26,000 fans, that's what you're getting for the best team in baseball and a top 5 team in the sport as well. Come on, Brewers fans, we can do better than that. Don't be the Cardinals fans.
Hold on. Cardinals fans are making a statement intentionally. Their team is bad. They're saying this is not up to our standards. So we're voting with our dollars. We're letting ownership know that this is not okay. The Brewers can't say that. They can't say that. They have an awesome team.
I was shocked. I was like, come on, this is a little embarrassing for the Brewers for the fans to not show up for the Phillies games? Come on.
They were showing up during the win streaks. It was wild there during the win streaks and for Miz and everything like that.
They got the burgers now. They're good.
Well, yeah, that's true. But they also have Micah Parsons now. And as somebody that lived in Wisconsin for as long as I did, going to school there, like, it's Packers and everything else.
Right, but the Packers aren't playing during the week.
It doesn't matter.
Are they sitting at home instead of going to the Brewers game and watching Micah press conference highlights?
Maybe. Like, that's not a joke. Maybe. That's how much that wonderful
that's
state.
ridiculous. That's a terrible excuse to not
I'm
go to
just telling you, in
best
terms
team
of
in
sports
baseball.
fandom, it's Packers, draw a line, everything else.
Yeah, and you think it's not that in Philly? But they're still going to the Phillies games.
Well, I was going to go to the Brewers game tonight, but Micah Parsons signed, so I don't think I'm going to go anymore.
Micah Parsons had a 5-minute press conference, so I can't go to this Brewers game now. That makes no sense.
That's not what I'm saying.
That's
You
kind
asked,
of what you're saying.
asked the facetious question of what are they sitting at home watching Micah Parsons pressers? Yeah. Not instead of, but yes, Micah Parsons speaks. Packers fans are watching and listening on ESPN Milwaukee to the entirety of it. Seriously. That's how obsessed they are.
They don't deserve an out for this.
It's not an
26,000
out,
people.
CP3. I'm giving you the facts.
Or is it a bigger baseball problem?
Okay, well, you opened that can of worms. Go ahead.
Is it a bigger baseball problem? I mean, listen, St. Louis is an interesting case study because the team is not good. The fan base is fed up.
Terrible.
It's the truth. However, there are certain series that are happening in St. Louis that I would think would supersede their anger with the franchise, and it's still not happening. Like, when the Yankees are in town, I expect to see a packed house, and that's not happening. With the Brewers, yes, they're there during the win streak, but if you're that good of a baseball team and you're in September, we're getting ready to round the corner into the postseason, I expect it to be a packed house every night.
And you routinely come up short in the playoffs. Like, this feels like the opportunity that you've been waiting on.
Right.
You got the best team in baseball with arguably the best pitcher in baseball on the mound. Freddie Peralta's got 29 straight innings without letting somebody score. So, I mean, it is a little bit jarring to see such a lighthouse. Just going to put it out there.
Real quick, I looked up. There's an MLB attendance report on .com. The Brewers are 13th right now for average attendance at home. You know who's ahead of them? The LA Angels.
That feels like it's not measured correctly.
Yeah, come on. That feels weird.
Unsportsmanlike. More Monday from 6 to 10 Eastern.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-731-4558 and save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. Safe Step walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as one day. Just dial 1-800-731-4558 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-731-4558 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
It's fall again, and that means football, falling leaves, cozy fires, and, of course, a fresh haircut at Great Clips. Whether you want a whole new look for the season or just a trim on a cut you already love, the skilled stylists at your local Great Clips salon are ready to bring it to life for less. With convenient online check-in, you can add your name to the list and stop in whenever it works for you. They'll even send you a ready next text when you're up next for a haircut, so you can get all of your fall errands done rather than waiting in the salon. Once your cut is finished, the friendly stylists at Great Clips will save the details in clip notes so you can get the look you love every time you come in. And the best part? Great Clips' everyday affordable prices means you'll have money left over for fall fun as well. Look your greatest for the new season. Download the app and get into your local Great Clips salon for a fresh fall haircut today. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
Save big on everything for your next project when you shop at Menards. Be prepared for the unexpected and keep your home powered with Generac generators. Their home standby generators serve as an excellent backup plan in case of a power outage. Plus, they have advanced technology to automatically start within seconds of sensing a power loss. Save big on Generac generators. Also, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com.
Save big money at Menards. Pull up to Potawatomi Casino Hotel Milwaukee and shoot your shot at big wins for Sweet Ticket September. Play with your rewards card for entries. Score triple on drawing Thursdays. Win slam dunk prizes like cash, reward play, and tickets to see the Milwaukee Bucks in action. Sweet Ticket September. You ready for this? Only at Potawatomi. More info online. Must be 21 and a rewards member to play.
This is White Sox Weekly. Your all-access pass to everything White Sox.
Swing and a drive! Deep to left! Gone!
That was as hard as a baseball can be hit by anybody.
White Sox Weekly on the home of the White Sox, ESPN Chicago. Now here's your host, Jeff Meller.
Good afternoon. Happy Saturday, and it is a happy one for White Sox fans. Last time we convened here on White Sox Weekly, a week ago, the White Sox, at least from my perspective, were in a bit of a bad spot because, if you'll recall, they had lost 4 in a row at that point, having lost the final 2 games to the Kansas City Royals, and then having dropped 2 in a row to the Yankees. They were about to lose a 3rd straight that evening on Saturday night at Wright Field to the Yankees, and it was definitely a low point for me at some point this season because there was so much optimism building, and it was a roller coaster week because prior to that, the White Sox had run up a streak of 27 straight scoreless innings before they blew that first game that they lost to the Royals. And so all the good stuff that they had built up felt like it came undone for a short stretch there last week. Well, that was last week. That's in the past. The White Sox have now won 6 games in a row in comeback fashion. They have never done that as an organization. First time in White Sox history. And if you've been listening all year, you know it's the 125th season of White Sox baseball. So to do something that's never been done in the history of the organization is quite the accomplishment. And the way the White Sox have been doing it has been, I think, exactly the way you would draw it up if you're a White Sox fan. Consider, first of all, don't take this for the way it's intended. When I say they're doing it exactly the way you want them to do it, I want to point out that with Luis Robert and Miguel Vargas on the IL, that the White Sox offense, at least over this stretch of games, was going to have some additional complications. But Colson Montgomery is not just a White Sox story, but he is becoming a story around Major League Baseball with what he's been able to do. He homered for the 18th time this season, the 18th time in his career, and the 18th time in the last 37 games. Gave him a 14-game buffer to get acclimated. He picked up a torpedo bat, and before you know it, that has unlocked everything for Colson Montgomery in his swing. Now, it's not just the torpedo bat. Colson Montgomery has always had talent. There's a reason why he was a top 100 prospect across baseball. But that has certainly melded with what Colson Montgomery has wanted to do. His swing has been unlocked. Again, 18 home runs in the last 37 games. He is finding ways, not just a homer as well, but he's also driving in runs at a prolific rate, 40 RBIs. Since the second half of the season began, the All-Star break, Colson Montgomery has really seemed to find his stroke. So the White Sox have won 6 in a row, all in comeback fashion, and they've done so